Nice. So, buenos días a todo, eh? We should speak Spanish. But hey, welcome everybody. I think you guys are excited. Are you guys excited? Oh, now. Normally we need to do this 3-4 times, but it's working well. Cool, nice. Welcome everybody to our Connect event during DEF CON. And it's amazing to do this during these 4 days. 4 long days, not too much sleep, but and too many panels. But it's a great way to finish up also a great session. And we have an amazing speaker lines. Let me put some. Yes, let's for example. Cool. Yeah, I mean, you guys already saw that, some housekeeping. But yeah, we have lunch later. We have a cool game zone. Anybody want to play chess? Should really like challenge me also. but yeah, we have the swag station. Check out the design of our design team. Those are amazing. Restrooms are, if you didn't see it already, are on the left. But this is just housekeeping. Let's go next. But this is just some opening remarks, right? Don't have the maker. But long story short is basically since Denver, we started to do more, how do you say, like organized side events, where we literally take not just ConsenSys leaders, but also external speakers. That's probably the first event that we are inviting external speaker, quite high caliber. And it's amazing to see how vibrant is the community going around. And right now, I mean, those are just some pictures from our Paris event. Denver, look, the chess things was so successful that we recreated. But yeah, and our swags stations as always. But long story short, we have some numbers here. We were quite impressed about how many applications registration we got. Today we got around 1,500 participants. And yes, this morning is a little bit like, you know, not too many people because there was too much party yesterday. But in the afternoon, I guess. What do you say? Yeah, post-divinity. But it's good that we didn't do it in Rave, because while we were speaking with Stani, he actually asked to postpone this event just for him. Yeah, ConsenSys Academy is also a big thing. Thanks to those events, we will also be able to get more students. And I literally invite you to check out what's the university from ConsenSys is doing. Super interesting. But yeah, long story short, I don't want to run through all the agenda because you probably saw it on the back and forth everywhere. But this is the first ConsenSys event that we actually took serious, also inviting external speakers. And we didn't put names because it's quite interesting. We just wanted to focus on the titles. But we have quite interesting speaker lineup. And I mean, we have moved it from Polygon. We have the Fireshot start with Stani. So a bunch of other people are also in the room. And we're gonna also announce some very interesting ZK EVM rollups if you didn't saw the announcement yet. But it will be quite an interesting lineup of speakers, panelists, and talks. Very interesting is this is the main stage, but we have also the workshop stage. And we line up also some cool hands-on workshop for you guys. Let's change it. Awesome. Basically, we obviously start with a snaps workshop by the legend Eric. But we also, yeah, yeah, exactly. But we don't have just snaps, right? We also want to show, the mobile SDK. We speak also about the API playgrounds and a bunch of also other products under ConsenSys umbrella, like Truffle, Infura. And it's quite interesting because those are more hands-on workshops. If you guys have your laptop here, just feel free. It's in the other room. Yeah, feel free also to follow the speakers. Cool, I think we are there. I know we're a little bit late, but it's just quite exciting. We just have lunch at the same time, probably. I will now welcome our first speaker, Christian, on stage, and big applause for Christian.
Okay, am I coming through? Okay, great. Good morning, buenos dias, and GM. 3 languages, English, Spanish, DGen. Got them all covered. Okay? My name is Christian Montoya, and today I will be talking about how to build the future with MetaMask Snaps. I'm a product manager at MetaMask Snap Studio, and I'm very excited to be sharing this with you today. In this talk, I will cover what is Snaps, what you can do with Snaps, why is this important. I will show some examples. I will actually demo some Snaps that have already been built, and I'm going to give you some resources to get you started building your own Snaps. So, first of all, what is Snaps? I imagine some of you have never heard of this before, so I'm going to give you a quick introduction. Snaps is a platform that allows anyone to extend the functionality of MetaMask in a way that is decentralized, secure, and keeps users in control. We view this as the most important feature for the future of MetaMask and for the future of Web3 development in general. And so how does this work? Snaps run inside of a trustless execution environment. MetaMask acts as a host, which can run JavaScript applications that improve the wallet experience. And they work inside of a permissions model. Snaps have to request permissions at installation in order to get access to critical features such as network access, disk access, and so on. And a Snap can have its own API. It can use many of the methods within MetaMask, and it can even use exclusive methods that are only available to Snaps. So Snaps are more powerful than dApps, and they give you a much deeper integration within MetaMask. For example, here's an installation screen for a Snap, and you can see it's requesting 2 permissions, so the user is aware of what the Snap is trying to do, and they have the opportunity to consent to these permissions. And I will get more into these later. So how does this work? If you know how to write JavaScript, you can write a Snap. It's very simple. You have your source code, JavaScript, TypeScript, WebAssembly. You have a manifest that describes the permissions that the Snap needs and some information about it, and you have a standard package.json. It conforms as a standard NPM node application. And all of this is bundled with tools that we provide for you. We have tutorials, we have templates, we have building tools that you can use, and you can simply publish it to NPM and make it available from a dApp. So to go a little deeper into how this distribution model works, you publish your Snap to NPM. It's a free public registry. And then you deploy a dApp, a website, to invite users to install your Snap. And when a dApp invokes your Snap, MetaMask will check the Snaps that are currently installed, and if the user doesn't have it installed, then it will prompt them to install your Snap. So any dApp that uses your Snap becomes a distribution channel for others to install your Snap. And so you can see all these users coming to your cool dApp to install your Snap. After it's installed, the user sees it within their settings within MetaMask. You can see here I have a Filecoin and a StarkNet Snap installed. And then as users browse the web, they take MetaMask with them. It's a portable computing platform. They have their applications that have customized the wallet experience in the way that they see fit. And as they go to other dApps, those dApps can talk to those Snaps. And so other dApps could access Filecoin or StarkNet or so forth within MetaMask. So what can you do with Snaps? What are some of the features that are available? Snaps enables a wide range of functionality in MetaMask, and over time we will continue to add additional APIs. We're actively building this platform and we're responding to what developers are looking for and helping you to get access to the APIs that you need. So I have an example of various things that you can do with Snaps, but I don't want you to be limited by this diagram. There's many more things that you can do. And just some of the features that we currently have available. You can display a custom confirmation screen within MetaMask, allowing users to consent to dApp interactions. You can notify users. The Snaps platform introduces a generic notifications menu within a notification screen within MetaMask. You can store and manage data, and it's encrypted by default, which is very useful. You can control non-EVM accounts and assets, so we have APIs to derive BIP32 and BIP44 keys, which enables you to add support for a wide range of protocols beyond the Ethereum-compatible ones. And you can even populate the pre-transaction window with custom insights, which means that you can help prevent users from phishing and various scams and malicious addresses and contracts and so on. And soon we will have custom interactive UI, and you will be able to schedule actions with cron jobs, and there's many more APIs that are coming. So why is this so important? Now you have an idea of what Snaps can do, but you're probably wondering what's the big deal? Why would I want to add custom functionality to MetaMask? In order to explain this, I need to look at some modern platforms. Okay, so let's take a little dive. How many of you are familiar with what this is? I imagine you all have one in your pocket, or many of you do. I have one in my pocket. Maybe you have an Android or another device. An interesting statistic, as of last year, there were more than 4.5 million applications published on the iOS App Store. Can you guess how many of those were made by Apple? Maybe what percentage was actually developed by Apple out of that total? If you guessed less than 0.001%, you are correct. A very tiny number of those applications were made by Apple. The rest, all third-party developers, including us. MetaMask has a mobile application on iOS and Android, and it's probably the best application on there. That's how I feel. You might also be familiar with this. You can't say you've never seen it before because I'm literally using it right now. This is Google Chrome. As of last year, 130,000 extensions, more than 130,000 were available for Google Chrome. Can you guess what percentage were made by Google? Maybe you're sensing a pattern here. Less than 0.001%, less than 50 extensions were made by Google. The rest, all third-party developers, including one of my favorites, MetaMask. Now this might be a bit polarizing. Some of you have bad memories when you see this. This is Windows. I'm not running Windows, it's just a screenshot. Don't get worried. Nobody actually knows how many applications run on Windows. I tried looking this up, I couldn't find anything. It's probably hundreds of millions. This has been around for a long time. But I'm going to stake a claim that even though Microsoft has made a whole bunch of applications, it's probably less than 0.001%. So I'm just going to stake a claim. If anyone wants to look that up, go ahead. Now, I have to be honest, when I think of Windows, this is what I think of. This is Windows for me. Back in the day, we only needed one application. This was good enough for me. But a fun fact, also not made by Microsoft. Look it up if you don't believe me. It's true. But back to the point, I'm way off course here. So now I need to get a little bit more serious. Some of you might not enjoy this. Today's wallets are here. This is the IBM Simon. This was launched in 1994. I was 9 years old when this came out. Don't do the math on how old I was then. We don't have time. Let's move on. Okay? So the Simon was a phone, and it came with a calendar, email, pager, address book, sketchpad, fax, calculator. What more could you need? If you had a Simon in 1994, you were probably a big deal. Back then we called you the big cheese. This probably did everything you needed. But in 2022, this is what wallets look like. Everyone who's building a wallet is building another Simon. And each Simon might do something a little different. It might have a different set of features. Maybe you can access different networks. Maybe it has different ways of managing user accounts, or protecting user data, or maybe a slightly better interface. But in order for users to access all the features that they want to access in Web3, they have to download multiple wallets. They have multiple Simons on their desktop, on their phone, and so forth. And the more wallets that they have to install to access all of these features, the more likelihood that eventually they are going to download a malicious wallet or a wallet that's poorly implemented and ends up being compromised. And this is not a good solution for users. This is not the way, it is not sustainable. And just to be clear, the one on the left is orange, because that is MetaMask. I am being honest and transparent about where we are today. At MetaMask, we want to take the world from Simon to a modern platform. And in order to do that, we are making an open door for innovation. We do not want to be a bottleneck for all of the innovation that is happening in the ecosystem. There are so many amazing new technological solutions being developed, new ways of managing accounts, new ways of connecting to all kinds of new networks and so forth, and there is no way that one team can keep up with all of this innovation that is happening. And we also do not want to pretend that we will always know what are the best solutions. So we don't want to pick something and say, this is going to be the way to do ZK snarks, or to do account backup, and then something else comes along later, and we've staked our claim on one thing, and we don't have this other thing that turns out to be better. Instead, what we want to do is we want to empower developers such as yourselves to bring the features that you want to see with snaps. So the wallet is now the platform. Snaps makes a whole world of innovation possible at a much faster pace. And you can build snaps today using our canary build of MetaMask called Flask. Flask is the same build as the stable extension. The only thing it is it has a feature flag that enables snaps, so you can start building before we have our public release next year. And eventually, snaps will be available both on the stable extension and on mobile MetaMask. So at this time, I'm going to do a demo. I'm also going to drink some water. The altitude is not great. OK, let's dive in. OK, so first of all, we have this application that allows you to test various features within snaps. Hopefully, this looks good. And alongside this, I have also made an application that has simple consumers of these snaps. So for example, I have a confirmation snap here. I'm going to connect. Hopefully this works. So far, so good. OK, maybe I put something here. OK, I see the problem. One moment.
It's the first one, and the password is ConsenSys.
It's this one?
Yes. Health and honors, not for me.
If you say so.
Is that serious? Oh, no. Sorry. You're important.
OK. Just a moment. OK. Here we go. Maybe. OK. Thank you. What a lifesaver. OK, so I'm going to try this again. Connect. Yes, approve and install. Test, test. Let's see. And there we have a custom UI inside of MetaMask, confirmation screen. I approve this, I approve of this thing. So let's see something else here. Let's see a notification. I'm going to connect the snap. It's requesting permissions to show notifications. Approve and install. Send an in-app test. Where is it? Let's see. Oh, I see a 1 here. That usually means there's a notification waiting for me. Let's see. I'm very bad at clicking today. And there we go. A notification inside of MetaMask, and it indicates which snap it came from. OK, let's see manage state. I like this one. This one's fun. OK. It's requesting permissions to store and manage data on my device. Approve and install. Let's see. Maybe I want to store a recipe on how to make limonada. So, cut some limes. Send data. OK, get data. There we go. Cut some limes. OK. Now let's go over to this other dApp. Let's connect this dApp. This also uses the same snap. You can see it's a different URL. This is a completely separate dApp. Let's connect. It wants to talk to the same snap, manage state. There it is. Let's connect. It doesn't need to be installed because I already installed it. Now I'm just connected. Let's get the data. Cut some limes. There we go. Maybe I want to do something else. Blend them. OK, let's get the data. Let's get the data here. There we go. 2 completely separate dApps. Maybe there's some dApp that wants to know my limonada recipe, so that would be the use case. Maybe one more time, then you just add water and blend again. This is not a great recipe. I need to work on this. OK, there we go. Get the data. Look at that. That's all happening through MetaMask. Let's clear the data. Get it there. One moment. Make sure. Get the data. It's gone. I have forgotten my limonada recipe because I have bad memory, and it's no longer stored in the state. OK. So now you've seen notifications. You've seen managed state. You've seen how snaps can be used by multiple dApps. Let's see something else here. Let's see if this will work. Let's connect this one. Let's look at some transaction insights. So there's a workshop shortly after this, which will show you how to build this snap. It's a really cool workshop. Definitely check that out if you can. I am going to trigger a contract interaction, and you can see that this is the pre-transaction work screen. And here is a new tab that has been added, which shows data about the transaction. So this is a great prevention of phishing that you can do within MetaMask. And we are going to be adding better ways to make this integration be surfaced so that you can add your own insights within MetaMask and also help users prevent them from interacting with bad contracts and so forth. So you can see this one, for example, shows me the method and the arguments that are being passed. That's a transaction inside Snap. I also, let me see if I have some time. Yes, I still have time. Let's go. Okay, let's look at another one. We have this other one. So now we're getting into custom protocols. This is a file snap. It adds support for Filecoin. You can see I already have a balance here. This is showing some information. But like I said, another dApp could also use this snap. So let's go over here. Let's see what happens. This is Glyph Wallet. If you have Flask installed, you can actually try this right now. In case you didn't know, once again, Filecoin is not an Ethereum network, okay? It is not EVM compatible. We are not on Ethereum. We are in uncharted territory. It's a little bit offensive because it's during DevCon, but let's go. Okay, we're connecting. I mean, let's be honest, if you're making NFTs, you might use Filecoin, right? It makes sense, right? So we're connecting here. There we go. There is my balance. Here I am. And I can even send some money. I asked some stranger to give me a Filecoin address. Let's see. I'm not going to give them too much because I don't know them, but I'm trying to be generous. Let's go. 0.01. There we go. Review. Maybe. Loading the transaction fee. This usually takes a little while. Let's go. Send. All right. Here we go. Whoa, there it is. MetaMask. Information about the transaction. Custom network. Filecoin. Here we go. Approve. Enjoy your new Filecoin, my friend, who I don't know. So now you can see it in the transactions here. Might take a little while to load. It's pending. It'll eventually be on the block scanner. You can go verify it later. One last one. We have this really cool Starknet snap. Starknet is an Ethereum layer 2, but it is written in a different language. It has a different account format. So you can't just add it as a network to MetaMask. But it is very important for users to be able to have access to such layer 2s. So this snap adds support for Starknet to MetaMask. So I'm going to connect. Actually not sure what's going to happen at this point. I didn't get that far in my practicing. Let's see what happens. I'm connecting. It's doing a few operations. You can see it has multiple permissions it's asking for. It wants to be able to talk to the network, so it's going to access the internet. It's going to store some information about my accounts. So it's going to store and manage data on my device. Prove and install. And you can see now it's even going to tell me. It's going to grant key access for the Starknet protocol. Okay, so I have to make sure to confirm this because this is a very serious level of access here. So it's not accessing my secret recovery phrase. It is simply able to derive keys from that and do that for specifically the Starknet chain. So it's connecting. This might be a little slow. Here I have an account. I think I'd already, yeah. So another thing that it does, which I wasn't able to demo here, is it actually deploys a smart contract account on Starknet within MetaMask, which is something you cannot do with MetaMask today. And then it allows you to view your transactions and receive and send and so forth, and eventually we'll have more features. So this is my demo. I went faster than I expected, but hopefully that was all cool. I have links here. Eventually the slides will be posted somewhere, and you'll be able to access these as well. So let's see here. View. There we go. Okay, so last but not least, I am sure you are all champing at the bit to start developing snaps, and I want to give you some resources to get started to send you on your way. You can get started building snaps. You can visit our webpage, metamask.io/snaps. Very easy to remember. It gives you a whole high-level description. If you need to convince someone to let you develop some snaps within your organization, you can send them there. They'll get it right away. Install Flask. I need to remind you, if you install Flask, install it in a separate profile from MetaMask. Do not use your current accounts that you use with Flask because it is a development experimental build, so you want to install it separately. It cannot run alongside MetaMask, but it will allow you to start building and testing snaps. And you can follow this guide. I apologize, this URL is very long, but it will be posted later. If you go to the snaps webpage and you scroll down to the bottom, this is the webpage. Look at that. Ooh, wow, I love this thing. Look, you can probably just spend a little while just kind of playing with this. You know, I have a little time, so that's what I'm doing. And then you go down here, Snaps Guides. You click on this. That's me, little guy with the mushroom hat and a little fox. And this is a whole guide with all kinds of resources to get you started. One more second. All right, so that is my presentation. Thank you. If you want to get in touch with me, here is my information. Don't ask me about the handle, don't ask me what it means, but I am on Twitter and Telegram. You can get in touch with me, ask me any questions you have. At this time, we have time for questions.
Yeah, exactly. Any questions from everybody? Please.
How do you plan to do the curation if someone creates a snap that asks people to give an approval to malicious address?
That's a good question. So there's a few things that we're exploring with how best to share snaps with users, right? Initially, we don't want to make like a marketplace. Like we don't want to be sort of responsible for which snaps we sort of like approve of or recommend or so forth. We want to allow people to be able to reach users directly. There's some various things that we're working on around how users can help each other curate snaps. There's also some education involved in helping them understand, the risk with installing snaps. And initially, for the initial launch, while we're figuring these things out, we're going to have an allow list where we're only going to allow certain snaps that we've verified that are safe to use, and then we're going to keep working on that. And if people have ideas on how best to go about helping users curate for each other and helping users make recommendations and so forth, I mean, if someone wants to launch their own marketplace, we're open to that, so we would love to hear feedback.
Now, sorry for the tough question, but you mentioned an allow list. Let's say 1inch want to create a snap. There's a bit of competition. How would that work?
Well, they could definitely reach out to me. I mean, the thing is, what we want to see is that innovation reaches all of the users within Web3 as quickly as possible. It's not so much about if someone is a competitor, because in my view, I see this as something that is very cooperative. So whatever is the best solution for users, I think that will become successful. And if it's happening on a platform like MetaMask that's available right now to more than 35 million users, and I think eventually we're going to get to 100 million and so on, then I think that's just what's best for everyone.
Cool. Last question. Anyone else? Cool. Any big applause for Christian again? Cool. So, how many of you guys knew snaps before this talk? How many of you guys know snaps now? Very good, very good, very good. Cool. I would like to invite our next panelists, Eric and Barbara, on stage. So so the idea of this panel is literally speaking about everything MetaMask and also opening questions from the panel. So we can overview obviously snaps, but also specific things on mobile, transaction insights, and new feature shifts. Please go ahead. Again, I can say here. Nice. Awesome. So welcome everybody. Do we want to start doing a quick intro? Maybe Barbara?
Yes, of course. Good morning, everyone. I'm Barbara. I'm a product manager at MetaMask, currently working with the transactions team. So what I usually like to say, whenever you're using MetaMask and you're dealing with a confirmation screen for a transactions or for a signature, if you see something really nice, remember me and the transactions team. If you see a bug or something's not working, definitely not us. It was someone else. Just create a GitHub issue. But yeah, that's a little bit about me.
Yeah, if you see a bug in transactions, it's probably something that I shipped before Barbara joined. So I'm Eric Marks. I'm the lead engineer of the Snaps team. I've been with MetaMask since 2018. Over that time, I've been all over the MetaMask stack. I did a lot of work on our Ethereum provider, which many of you may know as Window.Ethereum. Since 2021, or in early 21, we started working on Snaps full-time and spinning up a team. And yeah, we've grown quite a bit since then. And Christian just gave a great overview of where we are at this moment. And so, yeah, excited to be here and talk about past, present, and future.
Yeah, no, super exciting. Now that we are already like on Snaps, like how everything got started. Because I remember like you were, what, 3-4 years ago?
Yeah, so Snaps came out of, so I started at MetaMask as an intern in 2018 when I was getting my master's. And while I was still an intern in early 2019, I joined full-time in the summer of that year. But Dan Finley asked me to join, like, hey, I'm talking to these folks from a company called Agoric, do you want to join? And I'm like, yeah, sure. And so we end up talking to Agoric, which has some of the, probably foremost like JavaScript experts in the world working for them, and they were talking about object capabilities and object capability security and how to safely confine code inside of JavaScript, which is one of the things that Agoric specializes in doing with their endo.js hardened JavaScript product. So already at that time in early 2019, this was sort of after the ICO boom, for those of you who have been in the space for that long. And so in 2018, or 2017, 2018, ERC20s became a huge thing. Everyone was doing an ICO. It was sort of like, there was a big bull run that ended in an extended bear market from like 2018 to 2020 or so, maybe. MetaMask was at that time having trouble integrating all of the things that were being built in Ethereum, like NFTs and like other features. And Dan had the insight, like, there's no way we're going to be able to integrate all of these things. We need to turn the wallet into an application platform. And so that was in early 2019 when sort of he started pursuing that idea and sold me on it. And then we built a prototype for it. We announced that in DevCon 2019. And then 2020 happened, and we had to do a bunch of other stuff to sort of keep the lights on. And now we've been back at it since early 2021.
Yeah, I'm super impressed how the Snaps team is delivering stuff, is supporting like hackathons. We're really pushing the boundaries here, like from the community side, that we are really want to have the community build those Snaps and get feedbacks, how to onboard better and build on that side. And speaking about the past, I mean, obviously we want the future, but speaking about the past, Barbara, like a lot of people are underestimating like the work that has been done on specific features that we shipped on MetaMask. What are the last features that maybe just to understanding? Obviously, we have also the live stream audience, so it's not just us. But what are the features that we shipped that like they were the top? I don't know, the top like that everybody need to know that maybe they underestimated.
Something that I think is really cool, and we did user research recently, and we found out that a lot of users don't know about it and are not leveraging it, is the Transactions Insights tab that we have within the confirmation screen. And that's something different than what Christian just presented. He also presented a different tab that Snaps can now leverage and display a custom transaction site snaps there. But we also did a partnership with Truffle. And through this feature, you can decode the transactions and get information on what exactly functions being called, what parameters are being called. This is very useful for power users and more like developer users. There is still like a long way to go to make this information accessible and very useful for the end user as well. But we are definitely working into that. And something that we shipped recently, and we're actually treating as more like a patch, something like, oh, let's get this out soon. We're working in the improved version in the long term, was the set approval for all confirmation screen. And I remember like we didn't even treat it as an announcement, but it got out, people saw it, and people were posting like everywhere on Twitter and creating threads about like this new screen and how it was helping and how people were getting, now they are not losing their NFTs in a scam website because MetaMask showed this screen. So that was like something really cool that it was like a quick patch improvement, but it was very effective. And now we are working on further improving those confirmations.
Yeah, and so the question is about like essentially impactful features shipped.
Yeah, for sure.
Go
for it.
I mean, I'm biased because I implemented the prototype, but the custom network API was we shipped that at a very good time when like layer 2s were starting to blow up, and there used to be you could only like go to this like form and settings and like enter your like RPC URL and your chain ID and all of this information manually, which is terrible UX, and also like it's not like arguably like less safe than that API as well. And it came at a very timely time and has like significant usage because like there are tons of, everyone uses layer 2s now. So that was just like a relatively small change that sort of also is not a snap, but is sort of compatible with the snap's philosophy of like, you know, we want the user to be in control of their wallet and like how it functions and like what it does.
Yeah, it's super interesting. Oh, you want to add something?
Yeah, I want to add something. Yeah, using that form is like a head kick for all users. And the API is like super useful. And something that we further worked on as well, a lot of users were just asking like, it should be even easier than waiting for a dApp to propose me to add such a network. Like if I already know, if I install MetaMask and I'm looking for this different network, I should be, like MetaMask should help me do that. And so that's something we also do, like focusing on more on the like unexperienced users that are using MetaMask as well. We now have a feature on mobile and on extension that you can look at the network and you see a list of the most popular ones, the most common networks that people are adding, and you can just click that, review the information, and add it. So that was something that many users were asking for, and we shipped it recently as well.
Nice. The night mode. Also, this is a cool UX one. Yeah. But yeah, I need to shout out again, like how the Snap's interaction with the users and with the developer, how transparent is what basically like the Snap is doing. It's listed exactly what's happening, because I think a lot of people are definitely like like suspicious of what actually the Snap is doing in the same time. But maybe something that we are not speaking a lot is mobile. I don't know, like how many of you guys use mobile MetaMask? Cool. Okay, nice. No, because a lot of people are underestimating also like, or they even don't know there is MetaMask mobile, right? But just one thing, so like maybe this is a newbie question, is mobile on the API side using the same as the extension? Or I don't know, like do we want to talk about a little bit like how mobile is interacting on the API side?
Yeah, so on the API side, as far as the Ethereum provider goes, mobile and the extension ought to be identical. There's some of the architecture that we're still working on making completely identical between the two platforms, but like from the provider API perspective, it should be exactly the same. And then, and likewise for snaps. In terms of like snaps and mobile, like the goal with the platform is that the snaps execution environment should be able to run in the chat like on any platform that we ship MetaMask to, and the snap will not know if it's running like on a mobile device, on someone's desktop computer in the browser, like wherever.
Nice, cool. Yeah, speaking about snaps, I remember the slide from Christian. It was amazing on the use case. Right? Are you guys excited about a specific use case? Like those past Friday, Saturday, Sunday at Bogota, we saw many people shouting out the messaging and notification snap, or like the multi-chain snaps. I know we shipped the Starknet snap. I don't know, like, do we want to talk? What are you excited? Any specific use case that you want to have the community build first?
Can I jump on that first?
Of course.
Yeah, I'm very much biased, but like I'm so excited about transaction inside snaps, because I feel like everyone, and I get that question a lot, and I know others do as well. Like everyone wish they could change something on our confirmation screens. Like why are MetaMask saying these transactions like that? Like why it's not giving me better information? Why it's not making like human readable? It looks like code. So it's really an amazing way of being able to do it in a scalable way, and that the developer can build such an experience that meets their audience, what the users are looking for, what they're expecting to see, and how the users will be more confident on going forward. And it would definitely help us a lot on helping users stay safe. So calling out malicious transactions and doing all sorts of different mechanisms behind that to identify possible malicious actors as well.
I mean, transaction insights, that is that's exactly how I feel about transaction insights as well. And it goes to this like whole thing that like there's no way for any one team to keep up with everything that is being built on Ethereum, or let alone in everything in Web3, because it's like you can do anything with a smart contract. And like when you have a confirmation in MetaMask for a contract that we don't know about, well, I mean, we literally don't know, and we can't know about like all of the like however many thousands of different kinds of contracts are deployed on like mainnet and now all of the various layer 2s. And so transaction insights is a way for people who have that domain expertise to just be like, oh, I know what this transaction is. Let me display information about this transaction in the MetaMask UI. In addition to that, I mean, we have like protocol snaps like Starknet and Filecoin and Arweave and a number of others that have been published, transaction insights. I'm personally excited about like things that like I don't know anything about, like the things that I don't expect are very interesting to me, because Snaps is itself like a very powerful, JavaScript, WASM, you can do anything. And so we have people who have done, like in particular, a lot of zero-knowledge cryptography using WebAssembly, and it's like with these new exotic CK primitives that like they're experimenting with and trying to figure out like use cases for, and that to me is like really exciting, because MetaMask is like one of the few like sort of generic platforms where like you as a CK developer can just like get someone's private keys and use that as input into your like proofs and stuff, which is otherwise like very hard to do in the CK space.
It's very strange to see Eric that doesn't know something, by the way. But yeah, speaking about the future, like before we open up the question for the public, I think we have another 8 minutes or something. I mean, we are here because of alphas, right? So what are the next features that we should know, or the public will like know, that we can talk about, or some trends that we see that we want to solve in the future? Difficult question, huh?
Well, I think all the wallets that I've like observed, or like if I talk to their teams, everyone is trying to go multi-chain right now, like both like better multi-chain experiences just within the Ethereum ecosystem, and also across like different protocols like non-EVM chains. And the way that we're pursuing this is snaps in order to add support for these different networks. And so we are going to be shipping a lot of things over the next year that will like improve the multi-chain experience in MetaMask. Not just like on the Snaps team, but like the entire team is working on that in various ways. The other thing that I'm excited about is like our custom UI feature. Because as you observed, and like may have observed in Christian's demos that were here earlier, like most of the Snaps user interface like lives on the website right now, and there isn't like that much you can do inside of the wallet. Like we've had the custom confirmation, and now we have transaction insights. But one of the big features we're going to be shipping over the next several months is like a rich like custom UI API where you can create like forms and like display images and like other things in the user interface, and so you can really like create these like rich user experiences directly in the wallet, and not just like in a website.
Yeah, Eric has been the biggest multi-network advocate within MetaMask. So if you're looking forward for that, definitely thank Eric for driving the conversation and project forward. On the transaction side, something that I'm really excited about, we just formed the team recently and started working on it. And our main goal is like helping users stay safe. Like how can we prevent people from losing the funds whenever they sign a transaction? MetaMask already shows tons of user information on that screen, but like for the average user, the new user, it's too much sometimes, and they don't know what they need to verify, what they need to check. And we're taking the principle of making like those interactions consentful. So the user should be informed, they should understand what is being requested for them, and they should consent, they should approve it for it to happen. And a change that we are doing right now and will be shipped, I think, in the coming 1 month or 2 months, is a new token allowance improvement. So what we see happening the most is people giving infinite allowance to every single dApp. And we did a ton of user research on that, and what we realized is that most users don't even understand what is a token allowance, what does it mean. A lot of people were telling us, oh, I thought that was like how much money I could swap in this protocol, and not that actually a contract would be able to like withdraw and have access to that amount of funding in their wallet. So we're really taking the path of like educating the user through this flow, and then they can consciously make a choice between like, do I want to set a custom spend limit, or no, I trust this contract and this dApp, and I want to go with what they are proposing. So this is coming out soon. Also, the new improved version of the NFT allowances as well, the set approval for all, and the single NFT allowance as well. We're taking the same approach of educating users through the flow, really telling them what's going on, and helping them make a good decision on what they want to do.
What about lava mode?
Oh yeah. Lava mode is a supply chain security system that we have in production and use in the extension. There's still some work left to do on mobile for like React Native capability, but essentially what that does, it's a response to an existential threat against the wallet, essentially, which is a particular kind of attack called a supply chain attack, where, for those of you who remember in 2018, there was the Copay wallet attack, also known as the event stream incident, where a wallet called Copay it had a dependency that like someone the authorship of it like changed of one of the dependencies that they used in their application. Like every wallet that uses JavaScript has a ton of dependencies developed by third-party developers, and the new author of this package did a targeted attack against Copay to basically inject malicious code into the wallet so that when it ran on like users' devices, it stole their private keys and sent them to a malicious server. That attack basically like destroyed that wallet. And so what we do at MetaMask, and our founder Kumavis who is now like our head of security research, spent multiple years developing Lava Mode, which we also did in concert with Agoric, so that we can basically put each one of our distinct dependencies in a sandbox and prevent them from using APIs that they're not supposed to have access to. So like even if a dependency were like changed in MetaMask and like made to like send private keys to a malicious server, it wouldn't be able to do it because it had network access, which is what happened in the Copay wallet attack. And that is like really at the forefront of JavaScript development, like the stuff that Kumavis is doing with Lava Mode, and we also use some of the same technology to sandbox snaps when they're running in the application.
Nice, nice, very cool. I think we have a couple of minutes. So this is an opportunity to ask questions, anything related, not just to snaps, but mobile, UX, transaction insights, API playground. There is a lot of like questions you guys can do.
Thanks. I have a couple of questions, one for Barbara and one for Eric. Question for Barbara. It's not really a problem of MetaMask. Every wallet is susceptible to the same attack. It's just you have the most users, and scammers assume every person's got a MetaMask, so they go after that. And so sometimes people see a screen pop up in front of them, and it looks just like MetaMask, but it's not. And back in the days, Dan was entertaining the idea of a unique identifier so that, for example, if someone hands me a phone that looks like my phone and I try to type in my password, I'm basically giving them my password, but my phone has a sticker on the case. It's a unique identifier. No, it's my phone. Are you going to add something like this to the design? And question to Eric. Are you working on account abstraction?
Yeah, that's a great suggestion, and something that other have suggested as well. On the transaction seams, we're not looking to do it right now, but it's something that I definitely think it's being considered by the security team within MetaMask. Yeah, I don't have much information to do, but it's definitely something we will look into.
Yeah, I actually remember Dan making that suggestion in the past, and I don't know, someone from the security team would be better like able to answer that question, but yeah, because that phishing remains, even though like you know, lava mode addresses like existential threats that like if it happens one time, it's like cut to credits, but phishing is like and scams are like the sort of day-to-day greatest source of like user fund loss. But we can follow up after to try to like answer that question. In terms of account abstraction, I am like we are not doing any direct work on account abstraction. We're sort of like there are, you know, as there are multiple competing like EIPs like that are doing account abstractions in different ways. We think that it's a really powerful feature. I believe that one that like Dan Findlay is strongly in support of is 3074, and so but we. In my understanding, like none of them are likely to land soon. Like the word is that like the next two hard forks are like roadmapped and planned, and account abstraction is not in either of them. So we're sort of like in kind of like a wait and watch mode to see like what the like researchers and the EIP and like core developers choose to do. But we would really like to see it because we think it is a would be an extremely powerful way to compose different ways of like managing your keys and your authority in the wallet. So we're very strongly in support, but I think yeah, the community needs to figure out like what path are we pursuing.
We have another question there. I don't know this person, by the way.
Yeah, so not quite a question, but more a comment on account abstraction. So ConsenSys sees it as like a hugely, hugely valuable thing, and so we've got the, you know, the core devs and researchers sort of really looking into that and increasingly looking at how we can bring that forward because you know, it's one of the things I think opens up a whole bunch of really powerful things at that, you know, at the wallet layer, and you know, we want to lean into that, while still thinking that, you know, probably withdrawals is probably pretty important. The proto-dent sharding is probably pretty important for the ecosystem. This probably sits up maybe like really close behind those.
Another question there by another stranger.
First of all, congratulations for the great work you do. So my question is about NFT support. So what's your plans to better support NFTs inside of a MetaMask?
That's a great question. NFTs, currently, right now on mobile, NFTs are already supported. You can see your NFTs. I believe on Ethereum mainnet, if you turn on the toggle settings, you can, your NFTs are loaded by default, and you can see there. On extension, it's a work in progress. We'll ship sometime soon, maybe still this year. But something that we just recently launched, and I don't know if everyone here is aware, is the portfolio view. If you go to MetaMask now, and I think we even saw when Christian opened his MetaMask, there was a pop-up like, this is new, check out our portfolio view. And if you click on it, you can see your portfolio, and that includes NFTs as well. So you can see it's now as a shortcut to having NFTs on extension in the meantime. But it's coming.
Cool. Let's take the last question there.
Hello, thank you for this space. My question is related more about the user experience, because I feel most of the apps for crypto are designed for experienced user, and I am a user of MetaMask, but in the last years I've been trying to explain, took people to get into crypto, and they will, when I start to explain, you need to open a wallet, you need to save your 12 words, then I almost lose them because it's a little complex when you never tried before something like that. Then, for example, my mom, she started to interact with protocols and etc., but I see how hard it is for her to start to use the wallet. Then I would like to know what is doing now MetaMask to improve the experience for no coiners or for people who never interact before with different protocols or web wallets, etc. And last question is related with the same. How you are working to the process of recovery seed phrase. Yesterday I was in a conference when Vitalik was talking about social recovery, smart contract wallets, and etc., and different ways to try to help people recover their seed phrase. And okay, that's it. Thank you.
That's a great question and very timely as well. Just before this, the presentation started here, we were having a similar discussion outside with the team. I think we have three other people from MetaMask here: Alex, Owen, and Guto. I think they just stepped outside, but I'm happy to introduce you to them. They are part of our key management team, and they are looking into exactly that, like what are the alternatives that we can do to help users. Users have different preference. Someone wants to really likes the experience of having like a secret recovery phrase and storing, but like the person that is just onboarding is a lot of friction indeed, and another solution might be more efficient. So they are looking into that to allow for those different experiences as well, and they can probably tell you more. But I think there is a lot that we can also unblock with snaps too, and with that queue, I'll pass it to Eric.
Yeah, so I think you're absolutely right that the user experience is like generally like not good enough for true mass adoption. And I think, you know, and to me, like the recoverability part of it is one of the most important pieces of that, because it's really not, you can't, like, for the same reason, like, that we like built Lava Moat to prevent like a single like supply chain attack, like destroying the entire wallet. Like, it's not really an acceptable model for most people to like lose like what, their entire like all of their like wealth, all of their savings if they lose their seed phrase. That's no way to live. So that's like one of the reasons like why we're strong believers in account abstractions, and that's like also why we have our key management team that is like looking into all of these different solutions, including like MPCs, smart contract wallets, or accounts, social recovery, and so on. And recently at like one of the hackathons this past week, someone built smart contract accounts and added them, like support for them to MetaMask using snaps. So it's absolutely something that we're looking for. You know, we like simply haven't had like the resources in the past in order to like pursue like explore all of these different options for managing keys. Like, most wallets have tended to have like a single like key management solution, but we're really now like looking into like expanding the options for the users, adding more recoverability, and then just like generally like for UX, like that's always something we're always working on that and always trying to get it better. And it's something where like the entire space, like we need to figure out like what we're doing and how to build like easy to like intuitive abstractions for people to use in the UI, and that's just like a very long process. And you know, and when we don't like display hexadecimal like addresses in the UI anymore, maybe we'll be closer to that goal.
Yeah, I can also answer a little bit on the community side, like what we're doing also to gather much more feedbacks. Just to example, like we did this. I mean, just to say that we're not underestimating the onboarding process. Like we did that UX hackathon, was actually one of the first hackathon in terms of like spinning and onboarding of wallets. And you know, it was very interesting because the Guardians onboarding was extremely important. And also the visually impaired onboarding on wallets. Like just two things that are just very interesting to see. And we also saw the, what was that, actually during this hackathon, that was very similar on the onboarding side. yeah, but yeah. I think like we just need to really move on. So sorry about that. But let's thanks our panelists and feel free to speak later outside. Applause. Cool. So let's move on. I will invite Rob Dawson on the stage. Again, big applause for Rob. Cool. And while we wait, yeah, Rob is not just an amazing CTO of ConsenSys, but is, oh, the thing, I can give you mine if you want. But yeah, go for it, go for it. Yeah.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? ¿Hablo español? ¿No? ¿Necesito inglés? Hey, welcome to this event. It's great to be talking to you. I'm going to be talking to you about scaling Web3 infrastructure, looking at it from very much a Infura-centric sort of lens, but actually really talking to you about all the different bits that fit into it. And really, I'm not here to sell you Infura. I'm here to talk to you about some of the challenges and some of the things to think about when you're building your Web3 app and where some of the scaling challenges are going to be. I've seen this in a few different spots, from, I guess, building out things with Infura, building out apps on top of Infura. And I was also really involved in helping to set up the Palm network and helping to think about the infrastructure and everything that needed to help support that as it scaled. And so I have had good opportunities for thinking about the challenges that are there. And so I'm going to be sharing some of those lessons that we've learned through that over the years. So I guess the starting point really is scaling your Web 2 infrastructure. So I guess as you think about it, I've seen a number of times, I guess a scary number of times, NFT drops that just fail because you haven't really thought about actually it just needs to scale in terms of Web 2. So thinking about the things that are going to happen, you're going to have viral launch if it's what you really want to have happen. Are you thinking about the web scaling? Are you thinking about the load balancing, the scaling groups, all the different elements to sit behind that to make that work? Are you actually making sure that if you're sending out emails to people that you've configured your transactional email provider to be able to handle the scale that you might want to need? Are you actually using a transactional email provider to do that? Are you not just trying to send it from a local host? So I guess really the first point when you think about your Web3 scaling is making sure that you're scaling well for Web 2. I think the thing that I've got sitting there as well as a bit of a question mark is queues. And I think that's a huge part for really thinking about it. Making sure that you're not just going to flood the network with a whole bunch of transactions. And I'm going to dive into that first as our first sort of thing to think about. So really thinking about the transaction pool. And so when you think about Ethereum and you're submitting transactions to your network, the first thing to think about is really the place where your transactions go is into that transaction pool. And so thinking about how do I make sure that I'm not flooding the transaction pool? How do I make sure that we're not going to end up dropping transactions? How do we make sure that it's ready to scale and work well? And there's a few different things I think just want to flag as sort of strategies for thinking about this. First, thinking about the TX pool status. And so I'll dive into this in a moment. It's one of the JSON RPC methods that's there. It gives you that ability to get some insight into what the status of the transaction pool is. And so if you're running your own node, you'll be able to know how many transactions you can have and configure that to be inside your transaction pool. And so then use TX pool status to keep track of what the availability is inside your transaction pool to make sure that you're not adding too many transactions at any point in time. So following on from that then, you probably want some sort of queue that's sitting like above the Web3 layer. And I guess I'm really thinking here around the applications where your app is submitting the transactions on behalf of a user, or it's maybe an initial sort of launch that's sitting there. So keeping a queue of how many transactions you've sent, and again, then making sure you don't flood the pool. Put in some sort of filter that helps you slow down and rate limiting in place to make sure that, maybe you're allowing everyone to sign up and that ends up having transactions that are created, have it sit in a queue before they actually are sent again into your Ethereum network. The third thing that I want to sort of flag as an idea for thinking about this is using multiple accounts. So if you have all of your transactions being sent by one account, if for some reason your nonce, you end up dropping a single transaction, all the transactions that are sitting behind it are going to get blocked as well because the nonce isn't going to be right. And as it starts to execute them, they're going to fail. So starting to think about using multiple accounts to help keep that working well and making sure that you're not running into that problem of your nonces being out of whack. So that's, I guess, the three sort of really things to think about as you're scaling your Web3 app, thinking about respecting the transaction pool. So on that transaction pool status, it's simple, the way that the API looks there, you can see that it's got the simple, just send the method of txpool status with no params. You get a response back, which will have a list of the pending and queued parameters, the pending and queued transactions that are sitting in your transaction pool. So if you're running your own node, do that and make sure that it works. Again, it's not perfect. Don't just think it's made it into my transaction pool or my local sort of node that still for all sorts of reasons might not get mined. So just keep on top of whether your transactions are really making it through. You need to keep that watch and that monitoring happening there. The next spot for thinking about this, again, like I was talking about, maintaining this off-chain pool of transactions. Having that queue that's sitting there, that's holding your transactions ready to be submitted, keeping track of if they have been successful, and then you're able to keep moving forward without dropping those transactions. Again, that final idea of using multiple accounts. So instead of flooding the pool with transactions from a single account and running the risk of getting a nonce that throws everything out of whack, use multiple accounts, fund those multiple accounts in advance so that they're able to submit the transactions and you'll be able to go through. This is kind of one of those spots where things like account abstraction starts to get exciting to think about helping with you in the world as well. Okay, so we talked a little bit about respecting the transaction pool and thinking about that sort of scale. The next spot that we can start to think about is scaling nodes. And it's just that, that idea that you've got lots of transactions that are going into your transaction pool. The ones that you're paying higher fees are going to stay in, the lower fees are going to drop out. How do you make that better? Well, it's kind of noddy. Simple thing, increase the size of your transaction pool that you've got. You're scaling nodes. The first point is, the way to scale is you just throw bigger hardware and make that work. It's the rawest kind of solution that sits there. The next thing to think about is pooling nodes. And I think the thing to keep in mind with this is that not all requests are created equal. So something like an ETH get block number, super lightweight, easy thing for your Ethereum node to be able to process. Things like an ETH send transaction, ETH call is more expensive, ETH get logs, the amount of CPU that you need to do it and process these different types of requests are going to be different. And so if you think about this idea, then maybe you can start, and you're sort of running your own node infrastructure, you want to start then thinking about how do you route those requests maybe differently. Maybe you have different pools of nodes that are there with different properties to help do that. And so that, I think, is the way to start to think about this and start to do that mapping and make that work well. The other thing to think about with your network is not all requests are as frequent. And so I've pulled out the information from our looking into and monitoring of Infura, and you can start to see that here's kind of our top 10 different requests that start to sit there. So ETH call, being able to query and look up state is, not surprisingly, the most popular sort of request that sits there. ETH get block number sits up actually maybe surprisingly high. And then I guess the least frequent there, that ETH send raw transaction for being able to submit transactions to the chain. So if we start to think about that and start to think about this in terms of maybe the architecture that you might put in then behind this, and as you think about that scaling sort of approach, there's some of these methods where you'll be able to cache them. And so this is kind of the infrastructure that Ethereum has behind the scenes then to make it work at scale. And so you have the cache, you have the specialized indexes and cache layer, which are able to handle a whole bunch of the requests, and then it comes down to your core sort of Ethereum nodes. So if we go back to this chart that we were looking at, that near head cache obviously is going to be able to do things pretty well, like ETH block number. The getting balance maybe is something that might get cached. As you start to go further through the stack, looking at the logs and being able to pull out that kind of information sits in there, and you can sort of cache and start to think about how that gets well done, having the indexes to collect that information. And so it's all about making sure that you understand the traffic that your dApp and that your application is generating, being able to think about the types of requests that it has, and then you can start to scale your infrastructure based off that. So you can sort of use that generalized approach based on the broader sort of patterns that are there, or maybe you can tailor it more to what your actual application starts to look like. Lots of pretty animations. And so that's really, I think, the core things as you start to think about that. The next thing that you can really start to think about is what are the tools out there to help you think about scaling your app? And a lot of these tools start to be things that actually keep it from hitting the network layer itself. The first that I want to highlight, I mean, obviously, for people who've been building, actually, maybe I'll just pause for a second. Who's actually building dApps and building things on Ethereum? Cool. Who's used the graph? Okay, so who's actually used DeFi apps and done stuff with DeFi? Okay, who's done something with like Uniswaps? So anyone who's used Uniswap has done stuff with the graph behind the scenes. It helps, it's what Uniswap uses behind to help make it work. There's a whole bunch of different, the dApps and the architecture of Web3 often uses the graph to help you do it. So I think using tools like the graph helps you think about the scaling, because then actually the requests aren't going into the actual underlying node most of the time. It's able to have that index that's making it available and making it easy to query and work with. So using stuff like the graph is a great tool for thinking about how you start to scale your Web3 application or infrastructure without actually needing to have infrastructure that you're scaling yourself. Another thing to think about, and you'll notice, like early on when I was talking about these monitoring transactions, making sure you're not flooding transaction pools, making sure that you're watching the state of transactions. There's a whole bunch of work that you can sort of do manually behind the scenes there, but using a tool like howl.xyz to really sort of help with that is really useful. So it does a lot of the monitoring and notifications of transactions, and it has, I guess, the two sort of views of the world. It has tools for helping to chain things together at sort of an application layer or a user sort of layer. Then it also has a bunch of really powerful APIs for being able to do the notifications and monitoring of things. So that sort of approach for being able to scale and make your application work well is really useful and really powerful to think of. Finally, sort of one more thing. When we think about scaling infrastructure, one of the things that we're looking at is decentralizing infrastructure. And so Infura is working towards creating a decentralized infrastructure network. There was a great talk by EG in the main sort of DevCon area earlier today. I think it's an awesome sort of technology that we're looking at and making available, and really would love to have people engaging with it. We think it's we're all about decentralization in this sort of world. And so thinking about that idea that, okay, now you've got this centralized bit of infrastructure that everyone depends on, moving out to ways of being able to do better ways of decentralizing is really important. And so for people who are interested in this, we're really early in the research with it. We've got some great internal white papers that we're working through, some designs that are starting to be there for how this can look and work. We're looking to really find partners to work with making this a real thing and removing the things that you think about maybe when you're thinking about centralized infrastructure. So, as various degrees of degens, we all kind of had that idea that we want to decentralize. We want to make sure that we're removing the central points of failure. We want to make sure that we're creating this Web3 spirit of collaborating and working well together. That's the world that we want to live in, right? And so I think Infura understands and wants to be a part of that world and wants to help empower and make that world happen. And that's always been, I guess I'm getting onto my Infura soapbox and I'll get off, but I'll finish for just one sort of thought there. It's really about Infura has been centralized to start with to really make it so that people can use and start building well. And I think as we move forward in our evolution, it really is getting that decentralization all the way from your dApp to the infrastructure that's supporting the network to the fact that we actually have the proof of stake and everything that's sitting there with it. And so it's really exciting to think about how decentralization can happen all the way through that stack and make things work well. That is our whirlwind run through thinking about how we can think about decentralizing our infrastructure, how we can think about scaling Web3 infrastructure. Thank you so much for the time together, and it's been great to talk to you about our decentralizing infrastructure and scaling Web3 infrastructure.
Well done, Rob. Any question for Rob? Oh, look, another stranger there. We have questions? Yeah, I just want to say, you guys definitely check it out, like the EG talk also on Decentralizing Infra. I think that's a very interesting part. Or let me just give you the mic.
Great talk, thank you very much. When talking about decentralization for the infrastructure, are we talking about expanding collaboration with other node providers? And how to maintain the quality and the performance of the service if we're going to decentralize the...
Yep, and so it's a great question about how we think about the quality and maintaining that network. I think definitely working with other providers is a core part of this and really making sure that it is not the centralized world that we know today. As a part of the architecture that's being proposed, there's monitors of the network that will be watching. There'll be potentially some incentivization sort of things around that. And in doing that, monitoring the network, they'll be able to see providers that maybe aren't providing the level of quality that's needed for that. And so if you're not providing that level of quality, you'll stop receiving traffic. And so there's that sort of feedback and incentive mechanisms around there.
Thank you. I'm an Infura user. I wonder which client do you use behind the scenes? Also, do you use a kind of a pool of different nodes?
Yeah, so it's definitely different nodes that are there. I don't know if I'm meant to say, but it probably would start with a G and end with an ETH as the main provider. The other sort of API providers have had different issues over the years, and so there's been, depending on 2017 to now, there's been different nodes that have sort of come in and out of the architecture. I know that I guess the leading three for us would be Geth, Aragon, and Hyperledger Besu. I have my voice out for being one of the devs early for that.
Awesome. Other questions?
Hi. As you're moving towards decentralization, what are your thoughts on open source as well? Because if you're trying to decentralize, but you can at any time cut off access to, the actual source code. How do you see that, working with moving towards like the centralizing infra?
Yeah, so I think definitely as that decentralization path happens, the open sourcing of that key sort of infrastructure for helping to run nodes and provide them is going to be super important as well. And so I think that's a key part of that decentralization path.
Other questions? Cool. Big applause for Rob. Awesome. Yeah, I just want to say that literally the last 4 days I'm hearing only scaling infrastructure and security and privacy talks, and that's amazing to be part of this wave. Awesome. Thanks, Rob. I would like also to welcome our next speaker, Mudit, to speak on bridge security. Nice. Yeah, I mean, the long story short is really like we wanted to have more a collaborative setup with also other companies, and it's amazing that you accepted the talk and you're here to speak about bridge in general. Big applause for Mudit.
Thanks for the intro. That was great, everyone. I have a mic already, but sure. So here to speak about bridge security. I don't have any fancy slides or anything, just you can see my name, my avatar there. I'm CISO at Polygon. I lead security there. And Bridge is obviously one of the core components that Polygon does. Polygon's Bridge is in fact has the most TVL logged by far. It has about 40% of overall TVL across all bridges. So that's super nice. When it comes to bridge security, honestly, there are 3 types of bridge models, and every bridge model has different security concerns. I'll try to break down the 3 types of bridge models, and then we'll go one by one across every model. So the first one, the most simple one, is a centralized bridge. So for example, just using Binance, you deposit USDC on Ethereum on Binance and withdraw it on Polygon. That's one type of bridging technique. That's the most basic one. The security concerns for it are purely TradFi related or Web2 related. You don't have that much of Web3 components in there except securing their hot wallets, but that's day-to-day activity for an exchange. There is no smart contract risk because there is no smart contract involved. So if you want to secure this type of bridge, you just hire the best traditional security experts, the Web2 security experts, and they'll get the job done. You don't really need Web3 expertise for this. Then the other second type of bridge, which I'd say is more interesting, is like the proof of stake sort of bridges, where there is a set of validators that listen for transactions on one end and then bridge them on the other end. So these are like one of the most common types of bridges. Example, the multi-chain bridge or AnySwap, the Ronin bridge, Horizon bridge, the Polygon POS bridge is sort of proof of stake as well. So all of these bridges depend on a set of validators to move assets or data or messages from one side to another. So these bridges have a set of contracts that you can use to, that you will need to use to move data across. So like on one side, you will create a proof or you will log the tokens on one side. Then the validators will listen for that locked transaction and they will go to the other chain, and on the other chain, on the smart contracts, they'll tell the chain, hey, this person logged the tokens on the first chain, unlock the tokens or give them tokens on this chain. So when this happens, the bridging basically, like the smart contracts on the other chain waits for a consensus from majority of validators. If there are like, the system might be 5 by 9 validator, like in case of Ronin, or a system of 100 validators in case of Polygon. Multi-chain has, I think, 21 validators. So when a majority of validators have voted for it, they basically, the other chain will release the assets and users will get the tokens on the other chain. Now, the security concerns on this are both on the traditional side, because you have validators involved that have private keys and are passing messages, signing messages. So you need to make sure that all of these validators are secure. If you don't keep your validator secure, then you'll face the same consequences as Ronin or as Harmony. Both were compromised because their keys were compromised. There was no like Web3 specific attack. They just lost access to their validators. Plus, these bridges also have a set of smart contracts. So you have that smart contract risk as well. So you need to make sure that the smart contracts of the bridge are secure as well. Nomad comes to mind, which was a recent example where the smart contract had a bug and got exploited. So you need to make sure that in these type of bridges, not only your traditional security is up to mark, but also your smart contracts. The saving grace here is that the smart contracts required for these sort of bridges are relatively easy to make compared to the third category, which is completely decentralized bridges. So for this category, although you have multiple attack vectors you need to secure from, every attack vector is relatively easy to secure. Traditional security key management is something we have been doing for decades and decades now. If you get anyone with like Web2 cybersecurity experience, they'll know what to do. There are best practices and everything established, so there should really never be validator compromises happening. On the smart contract side, obviously, nobody can guarantee that a code is 100% secure, but the simpler or easier the code is, the like higher chances that it's secure, it doesn't have bug. As code complexity increases, the chances of bugs also increase. So in this case, since the smart contracts are not too complex, the chances of having a bug are lower, and getting proper audits done, first testing, and extensive like reviews and everything, you can have good amount of guarantee. You can never have a guarantee, but you can sleep safe at least that your contracts are secure. So to like summarize, for these type of bridges, you need to know what you need to secure, because there are multiple things you need to worry about and secure, but securing all of them is relatively easy once you know how to do it. And this is why this sort of bridge is the current choice of bridge at Polygon. Most of the volume goes through the POS bridge. Although Polygon also has a fully decentralized plasma bridge, but POS is used most because it has a lot of UX benefits compared to decentralized bridges, and has practical security, which is better than the practical security offered by plasma, probably due to the complexity. Then the third type of bridges are decentralized bridges, or basically roll-up bridges. So you basically, the security of these bridges completely depend on the main chain, not on a different set of validators or a side chain or anything like that. Examples would be Arbitrum's roll-up bridge, Optimism's bridge, Polygon's plasma bridge, in fact, IBC to some extent, and BSC's BNB bridge between Beacon Chain and Binance Smart Chain, which recently got hacked. That was also sort of a decentralized bridge. So in these bridges, the way they work is whenever you do an action on one chain, they generate a proof that you did this action. And then anyone can take that proof, give it to the other chain, and the other chain, without depending on any other validator or external source, they can verify that, hey, this proof is valid, which implies the person did that action, or this proof is invalid, which implies the person lied and did not do the transaction, so you shouldn't like do anything. So these are the most complex to build, because first, the proof generation is not easy, but more importantly, verifying the proof is super hard. And even when verifying the proof, not only you have to worry about the good case, that you always verify the right proof, you have to worry more about the negative cases, which people sometimes forget, that someone shouldn't be able to verify a wrong proof. That's super important and super hard to actually practically build. So theoretically, these bridges are the most secure because there is no validator involved, there is no third party involved, there is just code. If the code is 100% secure, these bridges are 100% secure. The practical issue is writing 100% secure code has not been invented yet. Maybe in 50 years down the line, we have some automated AI that can do it, but humans can't. Humans make mistakes. And we can see that in in practice as well. So all of the examples I said, Optimism has paid a double spend bug bounty, like $2 million. Arbitrum had a bug found a couple months ago, paid like I think 500K or something. BSC got hacked for 600 million. Cosmos, IBC, they just literally today released a patch. All of IBC was vulnerable. Some of it they are still patching it. Polygon has paid $1 million or I think $2 million bug bounty for a edge case in Plasma Bridge. So basically, like every decentralized bridge I can think of really right now has had bugs after going into productions, which have been fixed in most cases and exploited in some. BSC just got unlucky in that case, that it was a black hat that found it, not a white hat. So practical security of these bridges is still limited. And one concern here is that there are maybe like 6.5 people who actually understand how decentralized bridges work. So your like audience of auditors, reviewers, white hats is very limited. So at least at launch, this is also why it takes a lot of time for these bridges to get hacked, or has taken time. The BSC bridge has been live for over a year, if I remember correctly, and just now they have been compromised. The bug was there since the start, but the reason they got compromised now is only now was someone with a malicious intent able to actually figure out what exactly is going on there, understand it properly, and find an edge case that can be exploited. So it is super hard to understand the whole architecture. It is super hard to secure. So although the practical security, the theoretical security is 100%, it's decentralized, it's secure, but decentralized does not translate into practical security always. For me, I always care about the practical aspect. Theoretical security does not matter, except maybe for transferring blame or legal liability, but practical security is what matters the most. So what we are doing at Polygon, we understand that really we need to increase our like practical security to the theoretical max. So we are working on ZK bridge, which will be launching very soon, which will be fully decentralized, but we are taking our time on it. We are not rushing to the market with it. We don't want to be the first one launching it or whatever. The bridge is being tested extensively. In fact, the ZK EVM testnet went live a couple of days ago. You can go play with it. And the bridge being built on it is being like heavily tested right now. We are working with formal verification tools. We are engaging multiple auditors, multiple independent reviewers, and like getting feedback from the best experts in the industry to basically know like how to make sure the bridge can be as secure as possible. Plus, adding to that, we are also working or exploring certain external, like additional factors that can prevent some categories of hacks. For example, one thing we are exploring is adding like a 30 minutes delay between the bridging transaction. So depending on amount, maybe like we bridge like $1 transactions immediately, and $1 million transaction have to wait for 30 minutes. And the reasoning behind that is with that 30-minute gap, we can figure out off-chain that if the transaction is legit or not. Even if there is a bug on-chain which might cause an invalid transaction to pass, if we can detect it off-chain that, hey, this shouldn't pass, like our code is saying this is wrong, there is a bug on-chain or whatever, then we have 30 minutes to react and maybe pause the bridge and then figure out like what we need to do. So yeah, like in general, there are multiple things we can do. We are exploring different paths. We'll see like what turns out to be best, but at the end of the day, decentralized bridges also need a lot of security like focus. It's a big concern really in decentralized bridges that there can be a code bug. So don't be fooled by anyone saying that decentralized bridges are inherently secure compared to proof of stake bridges. It all depends on the execution of the bridge. Then these are the 3 types of bridges and basic concerns you need to follow. But another thing I'll quickly add is these concerns were really on the implementation bit or the code bit or the bridge itself. What people forget is that the way people use bridges is not just interacting with the blockchain directly. There are other steps in the layer. If you are bridging some asset, you will likely open the website of that bridge and do the transaction from there. So people not only need to secure the bridge on the blockchain itself, but you also need to secure the gateway to that bridge. So you need to secure your website as well, which is where the Web2 attack vectors and Web2 security concerns come into play. In the recent times, I've seen a lot of people have started focusing on code audits, but people have started ignoring the Web2 stuff, which is super bad because, again, like, it's all about practical security. If your gateway or your website is not secure, then your bridge is practically insecure. So some things people need to focus on is, number 1, DNS. Use a proper DNS provider. Don't go for the cheapest solution or the most shady solution just because it supports crypto. It won't go well. A practical example here could be Curve. Curve is by far the biggest, maybe UniV3 has more TVL, but I think Curve is one of the biggest exchanges, DEX on chain, and has probably one of the best developer teams I've seen ever. They did the small mistake of using a small DNS provider because that DNS provider, I think, supported crypto payments, and it's hard to find DNS providers that support crypto payments. And what ended up happening is, like 3 months ago, their DNS provider got compromised, which means their DNS got compromised, and which implied the Curve's website got compromised. So if you were using Curve's website while it was compromised, you might have been losing money rather than exchanging money there. So even the biggest protocol can fall for it, and we have seen this multiple times. A lot of DNS websites have been hacked. A lot of domains have been transferred. That comes to mind. Not BZX, but Badger is also another example that made similar mistake. But another common attack vector is getting your domain compromised. So if you are using Namecheap, for example, as a registrar, or something similar, which is a registrar built for mass service, not for dedicated security products, then what can happen is their security team is trained to help their users to basically help users get out of tough situations. Like if I'm a user of Namecheap and I set up some wrong settings in my website, then their support is authorized to help me fix my settings. They do this because of better UX. Most of the customers, their target audience basically is customers that do not have like professional security experience or whatever. The downside of this is if the support agent is compromised, they can, instead of fixing my settings, they can just make them worse, take over my website, do anything with it. So if you are using any provider like Namecheap, GoDaddy, or any of the big names, then your whole website security is dependent on any of their support agents. And like support agents usually in India, Bangladesh are not paid too much, can be easy to bribe or hack or whatever. And that's obviously not great. So you need to make sure you use a trusted, secure DNS registrar or even domain registrar. My choice right now is Cloudflare, and even in Cloudflare there is a hidden setting you can go and you can, the setting basically says, do you authorize Cloudflare support to help you in case you do something wrong or not? If you know what you're doing, if you have professionals working on your domain, uncheck that setting so that Cloudflare support cannot take over your account or do anything with your account, even if something goes wrong or even if you want it. So it's all about managing your risk. Do you want to take on all liability or risk of managing the account and none of the liability that the provider gets compromised? Or do you or do you not have confidence enough on you and allow the provider to sometimes help you? For bigger companies, obviously the clear choice should be that they take the responsibility, they don't depend on the provider, and they'll be fine. Other things, for example, like as we are talking about bridge security and practical concerns, another concern I'll throw in is 2FA using mobile numbers. A lot of times people for their DNS, for their domain, whatever, will use their mobile number for two-factor authentication, which is super insecure. Why? Again, vendor risk. Your mobile number can be SIM swapped by just any like worker or support agent of the mobile provider you are using. For example, it happened with T-Mobile very recently. People just, like the attackers just walked into the T-Mobile store, showed them ID of a bunch of crypto people and said, hey, this is me, my SIM got, my SIM is no longer working, I need a new SIM. They made some cute face or some crying face and convinced the support agent working in the store, making minimum wage, that yeah, they are the right person, and the support agent just transferred the SIM and gave them a new SIM. Which meant the attacker now had full access to the mobile number of the actual user. And if you were using the mobile number as 2FA for something, you were compromised. Your Telegram was compromised. Your WhatsApp was compromised. Everything was compromised. So depending on mobile numbers for security is a very dumb idea in my opinion. Never do that. For chat as well, I know our whole space depends on Telegram, but don't depend on Telegram, please. Use Slack, even that is better than Telegram. Use any other like institutional tool. If you are into the Microsoft ecosystem, you can use Teams, you can use Google Chat or whatever. Just avoid Telegram for critical things, or maybe double verify or confirm that something you see on Telegram is real via email or messaging someone on Slack or just hitting them up or something like that. So these are some practical concerns I've added. And beyond this, like once you start doing all of this, your deployment, at least now you can consider, is, let's say, secure. But that is not where the bridge security lifecycle ends. The other very important aspect is monitoring, alerting, and then acting on those alerts. So no matter what your product is, if it's a bridge, if it's a blockchain, anything else, there are always theoretical scenarios that can go wrong. There can always be a bug in the smart contract that can drain you. So what you really need to do is be prepared for those scenarios. Hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. So hope none of that ever happens, but always have playbooks that if this goes wrong, I will do this, and that will help me either recover funds or stop losses or whatever. Because the thing is, like, if the bridge hack or whatever actually happens, you will be left really in shock state, and you may not be thinking clearly that what actions you need to take. If you have that playbook ready, that you need to do this, it makes your life much easier. You just follow those steps and you will be able to react much faster. So always have those disaster recovery plans and playbooks for it. Also practice them sometime so that you know that you can do everything. After that, monitoring, super important. So we don't want to be in a situation when you are running a bridge and your bridge faces a $600 million hack and you don't know about it for 6 days till someone posts a message on your Discord. That's not a very reliable way of monitoring. You need to set up proper monitoring on all of these things. So always, for a bridge, for example, you need to monitor that any transaction that is going out from the bridge has a corresponding incoming transaction on the other chain. There should not be any outgoing transaction if there is not a connecting incoming transaction. So this is for security, and for additional monitoring, you should also have checks like if someone throws in an incoming transaction, there should be a corresponding outgoing transaction within 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever time your bridge takes. So this, if someone throws something in and can't get it out, it's not a big security concern, but it's a big product concern, or it can lead to, it can signify bugs in the code that in this case, that bug maybe didn't lead to loss of money, but in some other cases or edge cases that might lead to loss of money. So monitoring is super important. After monitoring, alerting is also super important, and actually checking those alerts. So I've seen a lot of times people set up hundreds of monitoring scenarios and whatnot, throw all of the alerts in a Slack channel, and everything is like, they alert on basically everything from very small things to very big things, and what ends up happening is everyone just ignores that monitoring or logging channel, because there are like tens of hundreds of messages coming in every day. Even if you get alerted on time that, hey, there is a critical thing happening, everyone just ignores it because the alerting pipeline was not set up properly. Nobody's gonna read hundreds of messages every time. So you need to set up proper like priorities for different types of alerts. For normal things, maybe a Slack message or something is fine. If it's something critical, then increase it to maybe like a text to your mobile, Telegram message, a ring, or pager duty, or whatever you're using. Just make sure that people actually get to see the things that they have to see. And the less critical things, it's nice to monitor them or log them, but you don't need to actively like engage with them. For critical alerts, you need to actively engage. So always have that in mind. And with that, guess I'm running out of time. So I'll end the talk here. And thanks for coming in.
Cool, thank you. Close, thanks so much. Any questions? Obviously.
Great talk, very comprehensive. Love every time listening to you at the conferences. On the validators of bridges, you know how in a multi-sig, it's on one side good to know who the signers are, on the other side it's good not to know who they are.
Yes.
And like with validators, you know, there's this term, know your customer. Like, do protocols know their validators?
So theoretically, we don't need to know our validators, and in fact Polygon does not know all of the validators, but the reality is you need a lot of Matic tokens and stake to become a validator. So whenever someone is trying to become a validator, in most cases they reach out to us for like tips, guides and whatnot. So we have a good idea of who every validator is. We know maybe 90% of them. 10% of them just went on their own, started validating. It's a decentralized network, anyone can do it. But Polygon does know most of the validators. So in case something goes wrong or whatever, we can send out messages and ask for help and coordinate. We don't control those validators, so we can't force them to do anything, but yeah, we can ask them to do something.
Cool. Any other questions?
Sorry, forgot to add, like, do you know that they're unique?
Yes.
Yeah, like, or
Yeah.
not the same entity?
Yeah, so again, like as people reach out to us, at least out of those 90, we can say they are unique. Someone from like Coinbase is reaching out, someone from Lido is reaching out, and so on. So you can make sure, or not make sure, but have certain guarantee that they are unique entities. But at the end of the day, it is a decentralized network, and in the future, 10 years down the line, we may not know that. The Polygon Foundation may not even exist. It might be just a community-run project. So in that stage also, I don't think it's a concern, because in proof of stake, if you are becoming a majority stakeholder, then you by default have a lot of like skin in the game. You already hold a lot of Matic tokens and whatnot, so you have very less incentive to really harm the network. And the other thing is, to actually get all of those Matic tokens and have that big of a stake, you need a lot of initial capital. And whenever capital is involved in a hack, it gets much easier to track down who is doing it. If you're pulling off an attack with $1 billion, there are only very limited people who can actually pull that off, and you can figure out via traditional finance mediums that who did it. And then like it just doesn't make sense for anyone with that much capital to pull some sort of this attack. So it may not be like economically secure, but it is secure by laws and regulations and whatnot. One example is Mango market hack that happened very recently. That attack required about $5 million in initial capital. The person got doxxed within 12 hours of doing it, because it was super easy to trace where that $5 million came from. Now they are claiming it's a code is law, so they are not liable or whatnot. But code is not law. Law is law, so they are liable, and they are now settling up whatever with the Mango team.
Cool, I think we have another question here.
Hi, I'm Nikita from Chain Patrol. I wanted to ask about, you mentioned SIM swaps, and there's also a lot of other things where, like, you know, an admin of an organization might be compromised, and what are some effective like tactics, like what's the first thing you should do like when you realize that's happened, and what are some effective like either tools you've seen or approaches people take to mitigate the disaster that happens?
Yeah, so there are two things. One is things that you do before a disaster happens, and the other is things you do after a disaster happens. So before a disaster happens, one, have a playbook of what you'll do after the disaster has happened. But more importantly, you need to limit the impact of any disaster. So people are people. People will be compromised no matter what org you are running. So like, you just need to make sure that even if the key people in your org get compromised, they can't take down the org completely, or they have limited privileges. They can't just like make everything vanish suddenly. For example, even the founders in Polygon do not have access to a G Suite or whatever. So even if the founders get compromised, the laptops are compromised, in worst case scenario, the person will get access to their documents and their email, but not the company's assets or emails or whatever. Plus, we create isolation that all of our wallets are hardware wallets. We do not have any keys we do not use any hot wallets. We use MetaMask connected via like Ledger, but not MetaMask directly. So that way, even if the laptop is compromised, the ledger is still secure. So you're still like adding layers of security. Even if one thing goes wrong, the impact is not critical. So you can add multiple layers. Security is always about layers, and reduce the impact. Now, after an incident or a compromise, a person compromise has happened. Let's talk about that. So first of all, the first course of action in our playbook is to revoke all of their access. We do not, at the first stage, we do not try to even triage what can go wrong, what the impact is. We hear, hey, this person has been compromised, they are logged out completely. Doesn't matter if like their personal SIM is compromised, which has nothing to do with our stuff or whatever. We just take precaution first, lock down everything, and then we start triaging like what is the impact of this. And then depending on the impact, we take further action. So for a SIM being compromised in Polygon, we do not depend on SIM cards or mobile numbers for anything in our org, except Telegram, which is only used for external communication. Any internal communication is happening on Slack or emails. So if a mobile SIM is compromised, first step is to tell the person, like we log them out anyway, it doesn't matter. We hear someone is compromised, we log all of their assets out. The second thing we do is we tell them, like we reach out to at least the key partners. So we record like where, or at least try to record, it's not 100% because of practical things, but we try to record where every person is in a Telegram group or which partners they are connected to. So like if, let's say someone named Max is compromised and we know Max is in Telegram group with these 15 partners, then we'll reach out to these 15 partners and tell them, hey, this person has been compromised, do not listen to their messages or whatever. That is one step. Secondly, we then reach out to the mobile operator that, hey, like this incident happened. Can you answer us why this happened, and can you fix this? The why bit is important from a legal point of view. We need to have records of why it happened, because we, at this stage, we are also treating it as an internal threat, because if some malicious messages are going from a Telegram and the person is telling you, hey, my Telegram is compromised, it's most likely that they got SIM swapped and their Telegram got compromised, but there is that 1% chance that they are just being malicious and sending out the messages themselves. That is why we also ask for details from the SIM provider that, hey, tell us what happened, why it happened, and so on. And once we have the confirmation from the like telephone provider that, hey, this happened, was a mistake, or they try to pass blame or whatever, whenever we are like, we have certainty that the person is not malicious and now their SIM is like safe, we start restoring the access back slowly after making sure there's no impact. So that's our like playbook for SIM swap. There are some more minor details that I skipped through, but we have similar playbooks for every scenario we think can go wrong.
Cool. I think we're getting there. So big applause for Mudit.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you, man.
So awesome. While we're adding 2 chairs, I will ask also my next panelists to come on the stage. Check those profile, guys. Like, we literally say to ourselves, like, we can't have a multi-chain panel discussion without having different companies on stage. And yeah. Cool, man. Pleasure. Fine. We can have the microphone.
More specific.
Yeah, no, as you want. Big applause for our panelists. Just come. What's up? How's it going? You can have both if you want.
Testing.
Cool, cool. So welcome everybody. I didn't want to spoil up introduction, but let's start with Fina. Like, should we quickly introduction?
Sure. Hi, my name's Faina. I lead the Layer 2 tooling team at Truffle. Yeah, that's me. Hello. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. I'll try my best.
How was Divinity yesterday?
Huh?
How was the party yesterday?
Amazing. I went to Ensueño. It was really cool.
I'm Nader Dabbit. I'm the founder of Developer DAO, and I'm currently the head of developer relations at Lens Protocol and Aave, and previously with Celestia.
Hey everybody, my name is Luigi Denorio de Mayo. I am the head of DeFi over at Ava Labs. Been in the space for a long time and excited to be here with you all.
And my name is Alex Shevchenko. I'm the CEO for Aurora Labs, the company that is responsible for building and development of the Aurora protocol. This is the AVM compatible chain that is working on top of the scalable neural blockchain.
Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, now that that everybody's here, I don't know, we can just start with a couple of few questions, like, you know, introducing a little bit like the layer 2s. I don't know, what are the latest, like, I don't know, announcement, how it's going. Yeah, also like explaining on Truffle, yeah.
Sure. Well, I can take a moment to talk about sort of what I do. So I build developer tooling at Truffle. That's what we do. And so I sort of, at the start of the whole layer 2 discussion, maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, started looking into what Truffle would need to do to be more welcoming to developers who want to develop on layer 2 protocols. And so we have several Truffle boxes for particular protocols. That's basically boilerplate code to let people get started building toward a particular protocol. And the reason I'm on this panel is because a lot of the things that I do for layer 2 are also actually relevant to multi-chain and alt layer 1s as well, because the idea is sort of similar. If it's EVM compatible, if it's Ethereum JSON RPC compatible, then, or compliant rather, then you should be able to use Truffle, and we want to help people do that. And then some of the problems that we're seeing also relate to multi-chain as well as layer 2, such as deploying to more than one network at once, maybe needing to make changes to your configuration setup to address the fact that you're using more than one network in your project, things like that. So I'm happy to sort of share my experience and thoughts as we talk about that stuff here.
Yeah, maybe for you, Nader, like, I love all your latest YouTube videos on Lens. Like, I don't know, like, I don't want to like going around, but for the developers out here, where is Lens deployed? Like,
where does Lens what?
Deployed?
Oh, currently it's deployed on Polygon, but it's just a protocol, so anyone can just fork it and deploy it wherever they like. But I would say for this discussion, for this topic in particular, one of the things that I kind of have been talking about and thinking about and working on, I would say, previously to joining Lens and Aave, mainly kind of like with Celestia, but also with just general, I would say, just helping developers within Developer DAO and try to figure out what they want to do, is that I think when I first joined this space, I was stuck within like an echo chamber, and you kind of get involved with one community and you think that that's like the only way to build, and you don't really kind of like explore other ecosystems. But I think that like coming from a more traditional tech background like myself, working at AWS, where we had applications that alone were using infrastructure that was handling hundreds of millions of operations per second, for example, Amazon Marketplace. And then you come into a place, an ecosystem like the blockchain world, where scalability is often looked at as a few thousand transactions per second. It's kind of like looked at as, you know, pretty good. But in reality, if we want to actually build the types of applications to reach what we keep saying, oh, we want to reach the next 100 million users or 1 billion users, well, we're orders of magnitude away from that currently, right? So if we kind of like take the perspective of a single execution environment being shared by all these applications, it's not going to actually happen that way. So therefore, we need to take into consideration that we will be building for a multi-chain future, and I'm excited to be talking about that topic today.
Sounds good. Yeah, actually one of my question when multi-chain lands. That's very cool.
When I will be what?
Multi-chain lands.
Oh, multi-chain lands.
I have the same question. I have the same question. I said I have the same question.
Wow, okay, gotcha.
Cool. And on Avalanche, like just for developer out here, what are major difference with the Ethereum, like Avalanche versus Ethereum?
Yeah, it's a good question. So Avalanche is really a holistic network. I mean, I think the chain that many people have interacted with is the Avalanche C chain, which is the EVM compatible chain that Aave is deployed on, and Suji and other apps like that. But Avalanche in its entirety actually has this notion of subnets, which allows for the creation of different chains for horizontal scaling of the network. We have about 2 live now, and we've recently had a new upgrade go live called the BAMF upgrade, which allows for elastic subnets, which are effectively a way for you to do permissionless validation on the subnet level. What's really cool about that is people can build their own blockchains. They can actually share the validation from the primary network, and I think we're going to see like this app chain thesis really start to take off. Whether that's EVM or custom VMs or WASM-based VMs or whatever that is, still remains to be seen. But we are packaging a really nice like subnet EVM SDK because we do believe that the EVM at this point in time has the most tooling, the adoption, and the mind share. So that's what we're excited about.
Nice. When an Avalanche snap,
Avalanche. Oh.
Snap. Yeah.
That's a good question. You tell me.
Yeah, let's speak. But hey, Alex, on Aurora, like, can you tell us a little bit, like, how Aurora is used today? Like, how big is the ecosystem? Right. I'm a big fan of Near, but maybe you want to give us some insights.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So Aurora is a pretty big network at the moment. We are processing around 3 million transactions per week, which is approximately around 40% of what Ethereum is what happens on Ethereum. In terms of the applications, within just 1 year of operations, there are more than 200 applications deployed on Aurora, the ones that we know of. So it's something like 1 application every 2 days, even more than that. We are trying to minimize the dumb activity on the network. So, for example, usually, like one thing is when people are trying to arbitrage and are sending lots of arbitrage bots are sending lots of transactions, and only the first one executes correctly, and then all of the other ones are actually failing, but they still consuming some space in the blocks, right? So from that standpoint, we have a solution. It was announced on the NearCon the previous week. The previous month. How we are actually alleviating it and making sure that the spam is not hitting the network. We have all of the major bridges deployed to Aurora. We have all of the major protocols deployed to Aurora. Everything is good. But I do believe that it is very important for all of the EVM compatible chains that are kind of moving forward and trying to solve some problems, to have something unique, to have a reason to exist. For us, our reason to exist is the user experience. So everything that we are doing, we have a laser focus on this. And the architecture for Aurora is, it supports all of this stuff. And one unique thing, pretty technological, I would say, is that all of the transactions that are happening on the Aurora, these are gasless transactions or meta transactions, as people often refer to them. There are no kind of native transactions on Aurora, which means that it allows us to separate the payment for the execution of the transaction from the actual authorization of an action. And this would lead us to the future when people do not need to own crypto and buy crypto and do the KYC in order to transact on the blockchain. And the business model of the protocol can be hidden inside of the business model of the dApp that is using this protocol. Which means that blockchain will eventually go multiple layers down the stack. It is not going to be, thrown in the eyes of the user. This is one of the important aspects, besides launching multiple networks, multiple EVMs, in order to get to that 100 mil or 1 billion. Because the people who we are competing with, it is not different ecosystems presented here. The people who we are competing with are the Googles and Facebooks of the world. And in order to disrupt them, we need to deliver at least the same user experience as they are delivering.
Maybe on the topics, and feel free to jump in anytime, right? I don't need to just ask questions. But do we think that, layer 1 chains will try to become layer 2? Maybe one question for you, Fina. Because right now, what I'm hearing is, especially on Vitalik talk, a couple of days ago, he was mentioning, we really build it as being a low-level infrastructure to scale layer 2s. But at the same time, I'm hearing a lot of narrative that the layer 1 want to try to become layer 2s too. Anything to add on that?
Well, I think there's something to be said for the security of Ethereum and Ethereum having been around so long. And I think part of what I really liked about additional chains over the past years is that it gives you that space, kind of like what you were saying, to innovate and to change the user experience, to make it better, to find new architectures and all of that sort of thing. And so I think in the beginning with layer 2, it wouldn't have made sense to put a layer 1 on a layer 2, because then now you have to be within that protocol. But with some of the new things that I'm seeing coming out from the layer 2 space, specifically layer 3s in the ZK rollups, I think that it would be really possible and really cool, because you could still innovate. You could run your chain however you want, have whatever architecture you want, have it be EVM or not. Doesn't really matter, as long as you then settle up to the layer 2 and eventually settle on Ethereum. So you could get basically Ethereum security for free while also benefiting from all of that innovation and everything else on your chain. So I'm a big advocate of that happening. I think it's still very early times. There's not actually an active layer 3 available to even test on right now. But I think it would be cool to see. I'm sure we will see it. I don't know who will do it first, but I think we will see it.
Yeah, I would like to comment a little bit on layer 2s. Maybe this is kind of an unpopular opinion here. So the advances in the layer 2's development are great, but please let's not forget that tons of things are not yet solved there.
True.
Sequencers are centralized. In many places there are no fraud proofs. Everything is upgradable, right? So let's not kind of forget about the values of Ethereum and in general of the blockchain that we are bringing in, and that's of all of this ecosystem. The values are decentralization. The values is censorship resistance. The values is that the people are able to actually do things that they want to do and not other people are telling them to do, right? So from that standpoint, the layer 1s, Avalanche, Aurora, Polygon, where Lens is deployed, right? They are kind of in a much better position at the moment. Though I fully support, especially development of the ZK rollups. We are also taking active position here, and this is the tech that is going to change our lives, right? But for now, it is in the research stage. And in case you're launching a research in a production, it may cost you lots of money. And it is good if it costs you and not your users. So, yeah, let's be cautious and let's not change the narrative.
Yeah, I think I echo some of that in terms of some of the shortcomings of layer 2s at the moment. I think they're clearly progressing with that in mind, and the goal is to have decentralized sequencers. Even at that point in time, it still remains to be seen kind of what the trade-offs are of that, and having your own sovereign L1 or something of that nature. So I think everybody pursuing different strategies as it relates to scaling is just good for the space. Sort of along the lines what you were saying about layer 1s, I think that's also a very good thing. People taking different approaches to research on consensus, on data availability, all of these types of things is just good. A lot of times we get the feedback of, why pursue another L1? Ethereum's already here. It's like, well, if we don't compete and we don't push the bounds, then how do we even know where we're going to end up? So we're excited about pushing that, and we're also excited about pushing a different scaling solution, that it can actually be composable with L2s. Like a subnet, for example, is really just a subset of the validators of the primary network. You could have an L2 deployed on a subnet whereby those subset of validators are the decentralized sequencer. So these technologies aren't necessarily going in opposing fashions in a lot of ways as well.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned earlier the app chain thesis, and I think that one thing that we've seen most everyone focus on up until somewhat recently, at least for the most part, is kind of like scaling, almost like the vertical scalability aspect of a blockchain. And therefore, we're trying to make faster and better execution environments and kind of just make the shared execution a lot faster. But if you go build an application today, if you want to compete with Google or Facebook, like you mentioned, on AWS or something, you're not going to go find a server that everyone else is using and share that. Instead, you're going to spin up your own virtual machine. You're going to have your own environment that you can build your application in. So I think that, as we continue to think about scalability, we are now starting to see people take both horizontal and vertical scalability into consideration. And there are a lot of challenges around taking the app chain thesis around sharing between other chains. But yeah, it just seems to be a good thing that we're heading in that direction. And again, working at Celestia was really cool to kind of be part of some innovation that was happening in that space.
Yeah, I think modularity is really cool, and I feel like that's a path forward that's really starting to become more clear in a way that maybe even 6 months ago wasn't as clear. I think that there's definitely a world where alternative layer ones function in this modular way, and maybe users or even dApp developers get to decide, does this settle on Ethereum ultimately? And I think that the layer 2 space is also moving in that direction. I think with Optimism's Bedrock and Arbitrum Nitro, they're both set up to be modular, to allow for those sorts of things. And so I think that there's a world where not only do we coexist, but there are still architectures that haven't really been felt out yet that we're still getting to. So I think that there's definitely a lot of harmony available to find within like the layer 1 protocols and also the layer 2s still, especially when it comes to modularity. I think subnets are really cool. Celestia also very cool, the way that they're doing modularity. I think that's definitely like a path forward that we shouldn't forget. So I guess it remains to be seen still. But I also wanted to say I lose sleep over the centralized sequencer situation. Like it really bothers me.
We have Near as our decentralized sequencer.
Well, I think that's great. I think that's great.
Yeah, I mean, the decentralized sequencer has sort of a lot of different layers of issues. One being regulatory. I think that's one of the largest issues. The other one is really the composability between L2s in a lot of ways in a world where third-party bridges exist. Actually kind of invalidates a lot of some of the shared security you think you have. Because people can pull funds out at any time via third-party bridges, they can like sort of drain the pools in DeFi. That actually is an issue that remains unsolved for now. So I'm really excited and intrigued to see kind of how that development goes forward.
I also think that there is sort of a developing theme discussing shared state and shared proofs in layer 2, specifically in ZK rollups. I don't think that's coming to the optimistic ones anytime too soon, but I think that will somewhat address your concerns, but also maybe there's a world years from now where there's a shared state with an L1 that also shares a state with an L2. That could be okay, so.
I would like to take an additional, I would like to do an additional take on what Luigi was saying about the shared security. And a kind of a practical thing, right? And though we are very deep technical people developing great technologies, there are also some things that are coming from the just ordinary world, and let's also not forget about this. So just one simple example. There is this notion of professional validators, or the validators that are usually validating multiple different chains. And these validators are obviously securing the chains that they are validating. And in case we're thinking that, okay, we have these professional validators that are validating this particular chain, and there is not enough of these validators. And so it means that the security of this chain is low. Well, in fact, in case the attack is happening on this chain, these validators are losing their reputation everywhere on the other chains. So literally the security, so because it means that they are going to be excluded, right, and all of the stuff, right? There is no point in attacking of a single chain right now because of the social kind of setup of the world that we have. Because the majority of the validators are, that's not true for Ethereum, but for alternative L1s, many of them, they do have these professional validators. And many of them do have this shared security on the social level. So, and though there are no technological advances that kind of connect these blockchains together, there are these kind of generic human types of things, like the reputation of the companies that are running these validators. So there are additional takes here that actually unites the blockchain ecosystem. And again, just want to reiterate on this. Let's not compete. Let's unite and kill Google, right? Let's do this instead of talking about differences in
Yeah.
approaches.
My actually question was, I mean, big shout out to modularity building, but maybe taking on a step further about this title is about like also end users. Do they care that we will be multi-chain? You know, how easy, what are the most important parts for the end users to be accounted, right?
Alex, I've never listened to you talk before, but I resonated so much with a lot of the stuff that you were talking about around gaseous transactions, around user experience and things like that. And people actually don't care at all. Actually, they literally don't care. The only thing that the average person, like we care about this stuff maybe, and maybe a tiny percentage of people care about it, but the average person wants a better experience. And like there are a lot of components that blockchains have to offer that can give a better overall experience if they're integrated in a way that makes their complete experience better. So, I mean, a good example of that, in my opinion, is the fact that you can kind of take this idea of open source software and apply it to data and infrastructure. So not only can we share code, but we can also share data and backends and applications and stuff. Right now, a lot of the use cases that we have in place are around payments, NFTs, and DeFi. But if we think about the average user in the world, they are, 4.5 billion people, I think, are online. What applications do most people use? Well, I think gaming and social media applications far are above what DeFi and NFTs are, right? So how can we kind of like bring a better user experience than what something like Facebook is doing or TikTok is doing, make it accessible for everyone in the world so they don't have to go through the whole process of KYC, going to their bank, transferring tokens, exchanging tokens, getting a wallet, all of that stuff is actually a massive barrier to entry. So I guess what I'm basically trying to say is, yes, we need to do a lot of this stuff that Alex was talking about, and we can't just provide an equal user experience. I think it needs to be a better user experience. And there are a lot of people like Alex, obviously, and teams around that are building with that in mind. And I think that, again, that's one of the reasons I joined Lens. I think that what we're doing there is also pushing some of these ideas forward.
Yeah, I think that's a great segue into kind of this multi-chain future. Like, I think a lot of, like, at least today, a lot of people think of it as like chains talking to users directly, whereas actually I think that's a developer's choice in terms of how they actually, which chains they deploy on, whether it's multiple, whether it's one, how they want to handle that. Because at the end of the day, like, if somebody's building an infrastructure stack in Web 2, the user doesn't care whether it's built on like AWS or DigitalOcean, right? That's a developer's choice. I think that's going to be the same situation for blockchains as well. And it should be the developer's choice. They're much more, I guess, technologically savvy to actually make that decision. So the user shouldn't even know if they're interacting with the blockchain, which one it is, and why. They should just be using it.
An additional thing the good thing that for us, as a blockchain vertical, it is great that we are a runner-up for the Web 2, because we can learn lots of stuff from Web 2. And let's not be in our teens when saying that our parents from Web 2 know nothing. Let's just take the best practices and apply to them. And one of the things that I'm specifically talking about is, for example, Web3 RPC. This is a pool-based RPC. Like, like if you will talk to any ordinary web developer, they are not using pull-based RPCs. They are using push-based RPCs when notifications can come and stuff like that. Let's propagate together into better future using all of the experience of the Web 2. Let's not be that arrogant that we are not learning from them.
So
let's take the best practices and make it even better.
Yeah, I like where we're going. So what are the other lessons that we want to get and use for Web3? Like one question for Nader is also like, when I'm looking at Lens, it's extremely like low level for developers and very far away for end users. And there are other players that are trying to feedback loop from the user side. So what's the lesson here? How we are dealing with that? Because like you see a lot of products that have a good developer adoption, but sometimes they are not reaching the end users.
Well, the first point of that question, like what are some of the good things? Well, we had, there was a panel I think I was watching, and the founder of Bankless was there, and he wants to make his company like a Web3 company and actually use Web3 products for his company. But he said he's not going away from YouTube because YouTube has a recommendation algorithm that allows his content to be viewed at the top and for him to be able to get people to watch his stuff, whereas there is no good blockchain recommendation algorithm. There's a lot of, I think, examples of stuff like that. But as far as how can you make better, was the question around building better experiences using a protocol like Lens or something like that? Yeah, so I mean, to me, it's all about, again, using this idea of open source and being able to compose and share each other's code, but now being able to apply that to data infrastructure. So back in the day, we used to have Twitter API, was really great. People were building multi-million-dollar businesses on top of it. Twitter realized a lot of the value extraction was happening away from the platform. Maybe they were losing advertising dollars or whatever. They decided to shut down a lot of those more valuable pieces of the API, and those companies shut down. But I think a huge value proposition with blockchains is that you can kind of have an API and data that you know is going to be there forever, and you can actually build products, and you can build front ends on top of that. And you can kind of have now front ends that are competing against each other. And as a developer, you don't have to worry about building the full stack. You can only have to worry about building the client side. And therefore, you kind of have a lot less work to do. So if you provide a very high quality protocol that enables people to do a lot of things, then you have now a lot of developers competing with each other to build out either competing same experiences or new experiences. So I think one of the really exciting things again about Lens is that we have this social media protocol that we now have hundreds of front ends that are being built, and a lot of them are examples of applications that we see today. So there's like a Lens Tube, which is like YouTube, there's like a Twitter clone and TikTok and so on and so forth. But there's also a lot of new ideas. We have mobile clients, we have all types of stuff that's being built there. And if it was just a protocol, I don't think we would have seen that much, but we also have built a GraphQL API that is very approachable, like you were talking about, to the traditional web developer. There's only 20,000 or so blockchain developers. There are millions of developers. So what if we can give them the exact same developer experience that they're used to? They literally copy a GraphQL query, throw it in their application, and they now have a social feed. And it's like a no-brainer. They don't have to learn anything about blockchain. I think those are the types of APIs and experiences that people need to be building in order to actually bring about more competition on the client side and bring about better and better user experiences, implementing things like gasless transactions, but also dispatchers that allow users to not have to sign every single transaction. They just are able to like and retweet and do all the stuff that they're used to without having that really terrible user experience that we see in most blockchain apps.
I do think that Lens is really cool in that way. I've used Lenster, I think it's called, to post stuff at like Twitter, but like on Lenster, right? And Francesco asked me earlier what chain it's deployed on, and I didn't remember. And I was like, well, that's good. That's a good thing, because that's kind of what we want, right? We want people to interact with the front ends and to onboard even if they're not technical, because I think a lot of our users are currently technical, so they are able to understand sort of what's going on and switching networks and all that sort of thing. I think Bridge UX is really the big problem there. As far as if you're doing anything that costs any money, you really need to bridge your funds, and that's just not figured out yet. You can't really abstract away which network you're on versus which one you're going to. I'd love to see more bridge architectures that might make that possible, but I think that's kind of the big blocker right now for making this multi-chain future easier for non-technical users.
Yeah, I mean, the multi-chain future is quite young too. You know, I think it's probably a year and a half now, maybe 2 years since really other chains actually got any adoption. So I think people weren't even like thinking deeply about building bridges for a long time, frankly. And so I think we're starting to see some real innovation on that front. And hopefully, I mean, we've also seen a lot of setbacks as it relates to the hacks and whatnot. But a lot of those were clearly preventable, as per the last talk. But I think now that we'll start to see people push that sort of bound where you're on chain A and you're doing an interaction on chain B and you don't even know because the developers already pre-programmed that interaction between the two chains. Like I know there's like Axelar and Layer 0 and many other bridges that allow for that type of facilitation.
And just to maybe also reiterate on this thing, but from the other standpoint, take a look at Web 2 companies, IT Web 2 companies that get to the success. All of them were executing on getting lots of users. For some of these companies, these users is a way to upsell different products that they have, right? For the others, they are the product. But independently from this approach, from the type of the approach, the way how these companies were becoming big, and I'm talking here about Amazon, I'm talking about Alphabet, Apple, Alibaba, from any type, from any place in the world. They are all about the users, right? And we really need to focus on this stuff on two pieces. One is the user experience. Second is scalability. First one is more making things for nice looking, and another one is actually scaling stuff. So let's do it together.
Yeah, Vijay. So no, those are great lessons. I think those are extremely important. I think like we have a couple of minutes left. Any questions for our panelists? No questions? No multi-chain questions? Cool. Any I don't know, any key takeaways? Oh, there we are. Let me just do some fitness.
Hey there, I love the idea of you experience and bridging this like not technical and technical world. It's like on the table right now. I would love to ask you like how do you build your teams to achieve that?
I can start. So the core value of Aurora Labs as a company is extreme ownership. Everything that people are getting, once they get in a task, or there is no they are getting the task. They are proposed to own something, and this ownership means that they are not just executing the thing that they must execute, but they also need to think about everything around, communicate properly, and so on. That's the core value, and this is how we're building things. And because of this, we're able to get to the position when we are relentlessly delivering things in the market, and these things are not failing.
Maybe one thing I can add also, like trying to hear really what your community does and build a very, I don't know how to say that, like a very developer relations-centric company that is really like getting feedback from their developers and is literally like communicating on a top level. I think a lot of companies that are, creating roadmaps internally and they're not really leveraging the power of your developers in prioritizing features. So I don't know, I'm a big fan, of course, Nader, also like everything you're doing on the DevRel side. We had like different panels on how to build developer communities. And I think that's exactly how you scale fast and you actually reach like the right tolerance for your products. Any other question out there? Cool. I think we are done for the panel today. Big shout out to our panelists.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you can leave. Cool. It's awesome. I think yes.
I was there.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. I think we can, yes. How many of you guys use MetaMask on mobile? Cool, cool, cool. I think I asked already this question, but you know, more people in the room is great. And how many of you guys know that we launched the MetaMask SDK? Cool, cool, cool. I see some strangers in the room. Cool. I just would like to welcome Edgy, and please take it away. Come on, big applause.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ezgi, first of all, Francesco. I'm a senior product manager in MetaMask, and it's going to be very quick before lunch, so bear with me. I'm going to talk about our new product that we launched today, the MetaMask SDK. As you know, many people use MetaMask extension, but not many people are aware of MetaMask mobile app. So MetaMask SDK is a product to connect both worlds with dApps. So dApps connect to MetaMask extension through desktop browser and MetaMask mobile app through in-app browser. However, native mobile and desktop apps, games that are built on several different game engines, such as Unity, Unreal, and web apps, have been struggling to connect to MetaMask wallets. We decided to build the MetaMask SDK so that we can provide a secure and seamless connection between MetaMask wallet and the dApps. And it's really easy to integrate, and it just redirects the user to connect to MetaMask wallet very easily. Today we launched JavaScript SDK, which supports dApps that are built on all these platforms, web apps, React Native, Node.js, and React Native iOS and Android mobile apps. So how does this work? It's very easy. When user clicks on Connect modal on the dApp, the connection starts between MetaMask wallet and the dApp. It's supported cross-platform connection, so you can either choose desktop and connect to MetaMask extension, or you can scan the QR code via your mobile phone and connect to MetaMask mobile app. When this connection starts, dApp creates key pairs via SDK, and then let's go to the next one. And then MetaMask wallet also creates key pairs, and they exchange public keys. During this exchange, encryption happens, for which we use ECIES. And after that, every connection, every activity between the dApp and MetaMask wallet is encrypted. We use deep links, so if you don't have MetaMask wallet available in your device, it would also redirect you to the right place to get the wallet. That's a fun one. We are also going to launch Unity SDK very soon. What does that mean? I think 90% of all mobile games are built on Unity, and 80% of all PC games are built on Unity engine. So this SDK will be a way to connect Unity games with MetaMask wallet and contribute the Web3 adoption of gaming. We are going to launch this very soon. We are working together with the Unity team, and we're planning a way of natively distributing this SDK through Unity. It will be great, I think, because especially gaming market is very big and very saturated, so game developers have been looking to get into Web3 a little bit more, especially mobile game developers, which is not very common. And through this wallet SDK, they will be able to do it seamlessly. As I mentioned, we support cross-platform connection, so you can actually connect your mobile dApp to MetaMask mobile app as well through this SDK. And if you don't have the app, Deep Link would redirect you to the App Store so that you can download the MetaMask mobile app. So what's next? We have a lot of plans about this SDK. This is just the beginning. As I mentioned, we are going to release Unity SDK very soon. And after that, it will be followed by native iOS and Android SDK. And lastly, we're going to release Unreal Engine SDK so that we can support majority of the gaming vertical. For this SDK, we use Socket.io for our communication layer. It's based on Socket.io. But what we want is to be able to provide different options as communication layers to our developers, especially decentralized options. So next step for us is to support Waku as communication layer. If you want to learn more, scan the code, and you can go to our documents. Our JavaScript SDK is already out, so you can test it with your dApps. And let me know if you have any questions. Thank you. And Francesco is gone.
Get it started so we get more people in the room. How was lunch? Are you guys excited about the afternoon? Are you guys excited about the afternoon? Hey, okay, cool. I would say let's start, invite our next round of panelists. Barbara on stage. I think we need Hassan and Nick. Oh yeah, there you are. Cool. I will give you the words and yeah, enjoy the panel. This is all about debugging and transaction insights. You had a good intros this morning, but yeah, let's keep going. Oh, big round of applause.
Hey everyone. So we are kicking off the debugging and transaction insights panel. The idea is really to be a conversation with all of you. So please feel free to ask questions. I will start with mine, but first of all, I'll ask our guests to introduce themselves and tell us a bit about your story. Nick, do you want to go first?
Sure. So I joined the space in 2017. I've been working on Truffle pretty much the whole time. I currently lead our engineering efforts and some product decision making.
Cool. Bogdan joined the space trying to do a blockchain project with a couple of friends. We had trouble figuring out why a transaction fails, and that's why we started Tenderly. And yeah, we have been in the space ever since, trying to help developers reason about on-chain things.
Hi, my name is Hassan. I am a senior engineer on the Snaps team. Before that, I was working at AirSwap, and I am from Brooklyn, New York.
Fixed it.
A true debugger. Cool, thank you so much. So as a first question, actually, I didn't introduce myself. I was here earlier today, so you might have known me already, but I'm Barbara, product manager of MetaMask. I'm currently working on transactions, and I'll tell the exact same thing I said in the morning. Whenever you're using MetaMask and you see a confirmation screen for transactions or signatures and things are working well, remember me and the transaction team. If you find a bug, that was not us, definitely not us, don't tell us. But cool, as a first question for our guests, I would like to understand what are the common challenges that developers are facing in this space and what solutions are there to help them?
Understanding what transactions are going to do ahead of time is probably the biggest one. Understanding what they're signing.
Blind signing, DAOs doing very big governance proposals and not knowing anything what's going to happen. So I'm guessing reasoning what happened, what a bad thing happened as well, but also simulation. So what will happen if we send this on chain now, or if we change some historic parameters. I think testing and monitoring around that is a very important topic right now for developers.
Yeah, as I can't speak for developers, but I can definitely say that the Snaps team has been targeting end users for this transaction insight API. The idea is to create a user experience that is better than we have now and inform users as to what they're interacting with, and reduce phishing attacks or any sort of interaction where they can be duped or anything like that.
Yeah, that's definitely an issue I can empathize a lot. And being a product manager at MetaMask, I do a lot of user research, talk to users, and the main thing is what I'm approving. I don't understand. I'm relying mostly on the app. And something that came up when we were discussing earlier today about MetaMask, there was a really nice improvement that was done, was transaction insights, and allow you to give a better sense of what is happening and the first step there. I would love to understand how the story behind it, how it was built, if you could share with us, Nick.
Yeah, so transaction insight, the feature came out of the 2021 ConsenSys internal hackathon. And I worked with Dan Finlay, and we were just trying to add features to MetaMask. Originally, we wanted to add our debugger into MetaMask and a visualizer, but we realized there was a lot of room for improvement with call data decoding, like transaction decoding. And so Truffle has a number of libraries that make this easier. And so we put the feature as the new data tab, and we will read the source code from Sourceify or Etherscan automatically, and then use like Truffle decoder to basically produce nice-looking React components to kind of show, oh, this is the transaction, right?
And I want to say that I don't know how it came to existence, but I think it's a very important feature. I think we also have a long way to make it even more normal for retail, but it's definitely the first step. And I'm probably going to say all multi-sigs and all other wallets should do the same thing. There isn't a valid excuse not to do these things now.
Yes, definitely. And simulations are also something huge for in this space as well. Being able to actually run the transaction and see what's going on. Do you all want to comment a bit on that as well?
Sure. So I actually, when we started and when we did simulations, it was interesting because it's not something that's possible actually in Web 2. So it's an interesting fact what you can do with all of the data being readily accessible. You have dry runs with some things, but I think why it's important, not from a developer perspective, but from an end user perspective maybe, I'm going to use a very real life example of something that happened 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, something like that. I was buying the new iPhone and I wanted to buy it for a normal price. And my credit card company didn't give me a good currency exchange ratio because the Serbian dinar isn't the strongest currency that's in existence. So I ended up paying $150 additional dollars over the phone's price because it didn't say what the currency exchange ratio was going to be. Now, if I was using Web3 and there was a magical snap, for example, where I was buying the phone in crypto, wink, wink, nudge, nudge for the snap thing. But if it existed, I could have seen the currency exchange ratio being very crap and at least publicly shame my bank. So, yeah.
Yeah, I've been there. Problems with currency happens a lot.
Yeah, simulation is very important because like even the initial release of the transaction insight feature in MetaMask, right? That's only call data decoding. That's only like you telling the smart contract in the smart contract's language what you want. That's not you telling the smart contract what you want in your language, right? You don't necessarily know what this structured data means. So being able to simulate a transaction, you get so much more information, right? It's like this will be the result.
And just to take it a couple of years into the future, another thing, imagine if we start having simulations as like these huge forks and somebody wants to onboard to Web3. You could basically make them, if everything is decentralized, use completely gasless and try out Web3 without actually risking any funds. So you can like go on a joyride around, okay, I go to Uniswap, I do this swap over here, and then I put that money into Aave, and this is all cross dApps, and I think the correct place to integrate that is the wallet. So.
Cool. And another question, how do you think multi-network looks like for this as well? Are there any challenges with multi-network or opportunities that your guys are chasing that?
Well, many networks adhere to standards, right? Like the EVM and the Ethereum JSON RPC do a lot of work for us, that they do a lot of heavy lifting. I mean, flaws aside, it basically means that there are a large number of public networks that require no extra work. But of course, now with the addition of Cairo and Fuel and all these other different architectures, I think we're going to see a challenge of maintaining individual tools that support all networks in perpetuity.
Yeah, I can speak to like the multi-chain view as far as transaction insight snaps goes. So we are looking for a multi-chain future, and we've designed the API to allow for insights for multi-chains and not just EVM chains. As of right now, we're only supporting transaction insights for EVM chains, but we've exposed something in our API called a chain ID, which follows a CAPE 2 standards, which is from CASA, which stands for Chain Agnostic Standards Alliance. And we're expecting Snap developers to be able to parse this chain ID and provide transaction insights for different chains.
And I also think users shouldn't care about on what chain they are. I mean, right now you need to care, but
yes.
At some point it definitely shouldn't. I know talking to our users, they like the fact that you just put the transaction hash and we figure out where it is. I mean, it's literally a SQL lookup. It's not hard to implement. It's not like we're doing some magic thing there. And I think wallets should make it completely opaque to the user on which chain they're working on, bridge assets automatically. So all of these things completely abstracted away for the user. Same thing like they use when they use the normal internet, the olden internet.
Yeah, definitely. So this chain ID is definitely not going to be exposed to end users. It's just something that's internal to the extension. So once we get into our multi-chain, network for MetaMask, we're going to be, passing in those chain IDs internally, and there's going to be no sort of like extra cognitive load for a user.
That's really great, because MetaMask would have a very hard time maintaining all chains forever, but by allowing snaps to kind of take some of that burden, I think that's really great.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I do think like right now we're kind of like in the transition phase. Users are still dealing and being highly aware of the networks, and we're trying to figure out like what is the UX that might look like to abstract that away. And in the meantime, there are also a lot of security challenges. Like if you abstract it too much too soon, then you might be creating a security vulnerability for the user. So yeah, it's definitely a tricky thing to do. But thankfully, we have big brands working on it. And I wanted to ask a follow-up questions on snaps. Do you see snaps being used also developers building for developers for tools, or more developers building for end users experience?
As of right now, we have been focusing on end users, but I can see there being room for this for developers. And speaking to Nick, I think it would be cool at some point to have like a truffle snap that can handle like local development. So yeah, we haven't like designed for anything as of yet, but we're open to that idea.
Yeah, we're very excited about making a truffle snap. Because in addition to transaction insight for users, developers having a better understanding of their application is kind of paramount, right? And so a truffle snap could give you a debugger inside MetaMask, right? You could deploy your application, interact with it, and then get like up close and personal, see this happened, this happened, this happened, right? Like without leaving your local area network. Well, perhaps Infura aside.
Yeah, I think it definitely allows for faster iteration as a developer.
Do you also see a future with a possible tenderly snap happening as well?
Yeah, that was the wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I think Hassan and I spoke too much about all of the cool things that can be done. Simulations is probably the first one that we would be doing. It's the most straightforward one and probably brings like 80-20% of the value both to users and to developers. But I can definitely envision a future where you can have, all of the debugging, everything, time traveling around the smart contract, so reversing transactions, moving through the blockchain's history. So I think there's definitely a lot of space. I think there will be a lot of innovation happening there as well. And taking this modular approach, when I heard about snaps, I was ecstatic, because once you put it in the hands of people, they will probably misuse it, but I mean that in a good way. I mean that in the best possible way. And then figure out like what the developers need, what the users need to actually do it.
Amazing. And also following up on something you said about like innovations and things that are coming up, is there anything on our radar that might be coming up in the next like 6 months that excites you, and that's for all of you?
For snaps or in general in life?
In life.
In life. I'm looking forward to the new Call of Duty. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Thanks, Rob. You're keeping me alive here. But anyway, yeah. So definitely, I think in the space, monitoring is becoming very important. It was always. The thing I'm excited about from a development perspective is something called invariant monitoring, because right now what teams are doing, they're reacting to things happening on chain. So this event was emitted, this function was called, this state has changed. More teams are doing research around this is how a system should look, and then notify me if it doesn't look like that. So that's invariant monitoring. I think we're going to see a lot of that. That's one part, and then hopefully, more developer tools popping up in general for these things.
Yeah, for sure. As far as snaps goes, I think I'm excited to integrate UI into our extension as far as snaps goes, and then perhaps having that UI work with our Transaction Insight API. So say, for example, a user is interacting with a contract and a Transaction Insight snap determines that, this is like a phishing contract. Maybe there could be some sort of indication in the UI that shows this is a dangerous contract. Or even like expanding our API to maybe allow for a transaction to be canceled like automatically based on certain insights that are returned.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, Snaps is really driving a lot of Truffle's development right now. Like more and more, we're moving our libraries to be browser compatible. And so something I'm very excited about is taking all of Truffle's functionalities and making them more accessible, like in the front end, in our VS Code extension. Like I'm very keen to, Transaction Insight right now in MetaMask does data display. I would love that data display functionality to be available to anyone, right? Like if you're building a front end, it should be very easy to display Ethereum data. Right now, I mean, you deal with a lot of hexadecimal and you can decode it, but you may lose information. And providing like a packaged up solution to, just, oh, here's the data. Here's the simulation, right? Like you can run Ganache in the browser, fork automatically, and get a lot of, human-friendly, display to your users as a front-end developer.
And I want to follow up on that. I think what we're calling right now everyone, myself included, human readable actually isn't human readable, even if it's like mint and then ID, whatever, but adding semantical context to that as well. So if you're calling a mint function, the wallet, transaction insight, or whatever the correct place for that is, can say, okay, so we know minting is usually you're receiving an NFT, you do the simulation, but in the simulation you see an NFT leaving your wallet. So you can actually tell the person, hey, are you actually sure that you want to submit this transaction? And all of those things with simulations is very interesting. It's going to be a bunch of heuristics for a very long time that people will need to implement themselves. But I truly believe if we come up like with a public database of here are common on-chain interactions and here is what they should do, and then warn users with transaction insights and all the other things about that not being that, I'm extremely happy about that future.
That's really interesting though, right? Because if you have this library of heuristics and the wallets, all wallet software like displays when your call data doesn't match the expected heuristic, right? Pretty soon, I think it eliminates the need for such heuristics because you can't get away with you lying to your users. So that if we can go down that path, I think that would be extremely beneficial.
It would be amazing. It would be literally be amazing.
Yeah, I can definitely agree. Especially thinking me as a user, I would love that to be available. Cool. And you're saying about Truffle working closer to MetaMask, making everything available. That also applies to Truffle Decoder?
Yeah, well, so we have two main packages that are powering Transaction Insight right now. There's Truffle Fetch and Compile, which is responsible for getting the source code from Etherscan or Sourcify. And then Truffle Decoder is our powerful decoding library that can decode all Solidity variables, all ABI variables, and it produces machine-readable data, which is less useful for end users for now, but more useful for tools developers because the data that our decoder produces is suitable for any purpose. If you are MetaMask and you want your, the decoded results to look really nice, you want an address to have a hover link. You want to know it's an address, right? Well, our decoder tells you it's an address. Our decoder will tell you what kind of contract it is. Maybe MetaMask wants to display different kinds of contracts differently, and having machine-readable data can really provide that. Of course, it's harder to integrate, and that's why we're looking at like prepackaged React components. Like we already have some React components in MetaMask today, and we're looking to take those and make those a widely usable library so anyone can get nice-looking data.
Yeah, and it's interesting, for example, because for the first time ever, you have financial primitives and other things at the programming language level. So now we're at the point where we can use programming tools to bring value to the end user, not by building the product, but actually using decoders, simulations, and all of these things to actually give them, okay, so this is a loan, this is a swap, or whatever, because again, because everything is machine readable and not some fucking piece of paper in my bank account or closed up somewhere behind closed doors. Sorry for cursing, it's part of my personality. But basically doing that in that way, we can bring much more value that it could have ever existed in Web 2. And yeah.
Yes, definitely. I hear a lot of users asking why doesn't MetaMask know already what I'm trying to do and show me that, and why didn't it show me like that? So yeah, I can definitely see. We're approaching the last 10 minutes of our panel, so I would like to open for questions from the audience. Does anyone has a question that would like to our guest to answer? Oh, I see a hand there. Oh, he's bringing a mic. One sec.
Yes, Hassan does have the best image here.
Okay, thanks. Is there any plans to display the amount, the value on EIP 712? The value currently is in decimals. Is there a way to show that in the typical format the user sees on the app? Because now we have to format that into 6 decimals or 8 decimals, or and then the user is confused, especially users coming from Web 2. They see a different value on that rather than what they have on DUI.
Yeah, so this is also a problem that requires heuristics. And I'm not sure if it's released in MetaMask yet, but our strategy for Truffle Decoder and TX Insight is if you see a to field or some kind of address field, and you recognize that that address is a token, and then you see a field called amount, well, you can ask the token contract for the number of decimals, and then you can make sure that you display the amount with that correct number of decimals. But of course, there are so many different ways of this pattern would appear. It's kind of like a game of whack-a-mole, right? You have to, Uniswap does it this way, Compound does it this way, right? Different applications, we have to handle them kind of separately, right?
I think Nick is one of the rare people aware how much heuristics go into Truffle and Tenderly and all of the other things for it to actually function. So supporting proxies, tokens, and all of these things, it feels like AI, but it's like 2,000 if statements trying to figure out what's going on. So, but it's a very hard problem to tackle, even though it sounds extremely, extremely easy, and that's why I have huge respect, for the Truffle team, so yeah.
Yeah, we decode multi-calls. There's 5 different ways of doing multi-call.
And the call data isn't the same when it's internal and top level. Right? Yeah, okay. Sorry. This is like an AA meeting, but for decoding, yeah.
Oh, it's fun, though.
Cool, thanks, Roxy. There is another question there.
Quick question to the panel. Do you think there is a way we could think, for example, the transaction insights to enable a paranoid mode where people will only interact with whitelisted contracts, for example, and that would, could be enabled toggle on or off. I think it could reduce or help a lot with the phishing attacks. So what is your?
That's where I say it's outside my expertise. But no, that's a very big challenge, right? And there's been some conversation around the idea of are global names the right way to do it, right? Should we maintain a local database of names, or should we have, one global registry? And of course, there's value to both approaches, but MetaMask already has an address book, and I think leveraging that more, you're interacting with this new contract, are you sure it's whatever? And then it will add it to the address book. I think that would really help, because decoding is not useful if you don't know what contract you're talking to, right? If you're talking to a malicious contract, well, the decoding could be correct. But of course, that's also why simulation is super important in the absence of kind of an include list.
Yeah, I thought you were going to talk. Were you going to answer something as well?
I thought of a stupid joke, no, but I wanted to say make a snap yourself, I guess. That's the thing. Snaps now enables you to be able to do exactly the paranoid mode yourself. The only thing when I think about whitelisting anything or allow listing anything is who maintains the list, and then it's a point of censorship. So it's always a touchy subject in this space, but yeah.
Yes, it's definitely patterns that we see happening in other places, like token lists, they exist. but it's also challenging of figuring out like the censorship and the centralized aspect of it as well. You ended up answering exactly what I was going to say. Like, I feel like Snaps is a great way to do it and to allow for different approaches to the same solution as well.
Yeah, I think if we approach the problem from both directions, right, like having a good solution to the trusted allow list and then having really high fidelity simulation, I think it should cover most of the problems in the ecosystem with that.
Just to add to that, you can definitely write a snap for yourself that creates some sort of whitelist, and transaction insight snaps aren't meant to be like a be-all, end-all. We allow for multiple transaction insight snaps within the confirmation screen, so the whole process is modularized. You can choose whatever snap you want to use, or use multiple snaps at one time and get different sort of insights from them. So we're not going to like pigeonhole anyone into one thing.
You could, now when I'm thinking about it, sorry, my brain started working in the background. You could technically aggregate how many people are interacting in which way with certain contracts, and then if nobody flags, you could even actually do it on-chain. You could on-chain then tell people report that it's malicious, and then that could be read. So that could be kind of crowdsourced and censorship-resistant-ish, maybe.
This feels like the perfect moment to do a plug to Dan Phillips' MobiMask, but I won't pretend that I know how to explain, to tell about it. So Google it or find the Twitter thread that Dan wrote about it. It's very interesting. I see another question here.
I'm not too technical myself. I hope I won't ask a crazy, stupid question, but it's more about Tenderly. Would it be possible for protocols to do monitoring of the type of the transactions that are about to be executed and have like a preset list of possible malicious ones and try and prevent one from happening?
So there is a checkbox in the Tenderly dashboard where if you check it, it says pending transactions. So we are simulating the whole mempool right now, where you can actually see if you're monitoring a smart contract in Tenderly, even though if it's not in the to field, so it's not the direct contract that's getting the transaction, but it's participating somewhere internally. Because we have the whole mempool simulated, we can know that it will be touched probably during that transaction flow. And then we started thinking about, can you put monitoring, as you mentioned, on top of that to basically prevent an exploit or something else coming in. The most galaxy brain example is you having a DeFi project. You see that there's a huge withdrawal that you don't expect coming up, and then you front-running that with a pause to the protocol to actually pause it. The only problem is right now is that most of exploits and things are happening through MEV, so you couldn't actually, or they could front-run your pause, and then that could happen. That's kind of problematic itself. I am excited about mempool monitoring as a thing for non-trading purposes, so not to get an edge or do sandwiching, but to actually see how developers can utilize it. And I mean, we'll definitely be shipping a bunch of things around that and see what people do. So, yeah.
Cool. Oh, there is another question there.
Hey guys, what's the hardest part about building transaction insight tools? Is it the multi-chain aspect? Is EVM isn't always EVM? Is it something different?
Solidity versions?
Yes. Source maps, solidity versions, and the optimizer, I guess. Those things are very hard. Again, coming back to those heuristics, the Solidity compiler it was built to ship things on chain. It's very good at that. It wasn't built that well to build other things on top of it. And I know the Solidity team is now working hard on making it much better. So also looking forward to that in the next 6 months, I guess. But how the EVM works, how different EVM works as well. Now we have Arbitrum and Optimism doing some of their own things, especially with internal transactions. So finding all of those edge cases and porting them over to a decoder, virtual machine, or whatever, and trying to do it. But yeah.
Yeah, I remind the Solidity team every chance I get that every feature they add, we will have to support forever.
Yeah, so that.
Yeah, but I think, well, multi-chain is hard beyond EVM. Like the EVM differences, yeah, they do pose a challenge. I wouldn't that challenge doesn't bother me. Like, I think that's like within the realm of acceptable, divergence from standards.
Cool, thanks.
Thank you. We have time for one last question. Oh.
Hi. As we have transactions in MetaMask, are you thinking maybe have invoices? Because, for example, in a retail company, I have to give invoices when someone buys something. Or maybe when we use the normal bank, like in Web2, they always give us transactions, like the invoice of the transaction, because we can send like the proof of the transaction. Maybe it's possible, because now we have snaps, add that feature to MetaMask, then every time we make a transaction, if I have a company like a retail company, I can give the invoice to the client, or I can have the records of the invoice. Because I'm using MetaMask, I have all the records of the transactions. Maybe it will be nice to have that in MetaMask.
Yeah, that's definitely a snap that you could build out. So with the Transaction Insight API, you have access to unsigned transaction payloads. So if you want to, create some sort of invoice based on that and send that out, over the network somewhere, you definitely can. So we have a permission-based system for snaps, and in order to do that, you probably just need the Transaction Insight endowment and network access endowment to make that possible.
Awesome, and we're very much at time, so I just want to ask for a round of applause for our amazing guests. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you so much for hosting us.
Yeah, and thanks.
Thank you, Barbara.
For coming.
Cool. Great panel. I think we're just waiting for one more chair, and then we can get kick-started the next one. Well done, Ja. Well done, guys. Cool. I think obviously everybody know the merge. Probably let's. Oh, awesome. Let's invite on stage James, Chris, Sarah. Awesome. Vasily. Cool. Yeah. I mean, the reason why we're doing also this panel is not just because of how the merge was and how everything happened, but it's also trying to understand what are the next steps in terms of future roadmap, who and which person played which role. And yeah, I think that's also a great opportunity to get also your question involved and understanding which company played which role in this monumental event. Cool. Go ahead. Welcome. Like this. Cool. Welcome, everybody. I will start with quick introduction. If everybody want to introduce yourself, we can start with Sarah. You can get this one.
Hello. Oh, hi. Hi, I'm Sarah. I'm a product manager at Infura. I joined the Web3 space before it was called Web3, back in the end of 2017.
Hello, mic check. Hello. My name is Chris Anatalio, and I'm a platform advocate for Infura.
Hey, I'm Vasily from Lido.
Check. My name is James Beck. I'm Director of Content and Communications at ConsenSys.
Cool. Yeah, we had this puzzle to test out the skills of a real speaker.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I don't know how we want to start. I think just let's define some merge landscape, what happens, how things were going, and how was the preparation. I don't know what was your highlights on basically on merge preparation. If anybody want to start to take that. I know, James also, you were, you know so many stats. This guy is really all the numbers that's getting is amazing.
I hope people, don't quote me perfectly, but I know the general stats. So ConsenSys this time, we ended up focusing a lot of attention on preparation for the merge. I mean, ConsenSys has an R&D team. We have 2 client teams, so you build Hyperledger Besu and also Teku. And the R&D team was really influential in deciding the merge spec. And so Mikhail Kalinin came up with the executable beacon chain proposal back in late 2020, which in my mind was one of the key things to actually accelerate the timeline to turn on proof of stake. So anyways, this year we were thinking, okay, it's going to be maybe sometime in July. And around May, Danny Ryan and other core devs indicated that it would happen in September. And then after a successful Gurley testnet merge, they set the date, or they set the block total terminal difficulty. And from that moment, ConsenSys' marketing team, which I'm a part of, we decided that a lot of the world who were skeptical around Ethereum, especially around its environmental use, would be paying attention at this one moment. And so we had this one moment to sort of capitalize on the attention of a lot of people given to our ecosystem, and had an opportunity to counter some of the negative perceptions around the fact that Ethereum uses about a country's worth of power. Some estimates were proof of work is using the Netherlands and worth of power just to run the network annually. And so we went big. We created a new website called consensus.net/merge. We did a research paper with the Cryptocarbon Ratings Institute to actually fact check and understand how much CO2 reduction was possible. And what we found was even more than some of the estimates that the Ethereum Foundation had provided. The amount of CO2 we're reducing is 99.992% more energy efficient. So we're talking about taking the entire country of Chile's power, removing it from verifying transactions on Ethereum. And I think it was pretty successful when we were celebrating it. We also had a free NFT mint. We were really saying, like, you can now mint a green NFT, and 327,000 people minted an NFT using our minting engine, which ended up being behind ENS. It's the largest public mint on Ethereum, so that was pretty exciting. But mostly we wanted people to learn more about how the merge makes Ethereum more sustainable, secure, and sets it up for scalability in the future.
Yeah, while this process, while the end users never really were almost aware about it, right? Also on the infrastructure level.
Yeah, the total energy consumption of the world was reduced by 0.2%, right?
That's what I believe Justin Drake said,
okay.
And I thought that was a really powerful way of putting it overnight. And so, COP27 is happening in November, and there are a lot of groups, increasingly as proof of work is becoming politicized around the world, and especially in Europe where energy prices are increasing and there's a war that's causing, there's a lot of problems and a lot of focus on energy prices. So politically, proof of work is becoming sort of hard to defend. And proof of stake came really at an important time. And yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot to be proud of too, just in terms of the coordination among teams around the world and working in this decentralized ecosystem. It is pretty incredible that everyone can work together and figure out how it works through the entire ecosystem. It could be considered the largest decarbonization event of any industry.
Yeah, a single event, just reducing that carbon footprint by orders of magnitude. It's crazy. Yeah, so it's been crazy. We've been saying when merge for 5 or 6 years, and it's amazing that it just happened and was so uneventful in the best way possible. It was this international distributed database, and we changed the engines on the jet while it was flying. And yeah, it's really an amazing thing.
I think to add to that, I mean, we've all spent the week at DevCon, right? And I think, having been before, I definitely think there's a different atmosphere in the room. I've been to a couple of 3 DevCons before, and there's, when merge, and they show various different architectures that they've come up with that's different from the last time, and everyone's like, cool, okay. Whereas I feel like this week there's a real sense of resolve and purposefulness that people are moving forward. They've proven that it can be done, which is really important. And I think the energy consumption, the drop in that is amazing and definitely something that should be celebrated.
100%. And Vasily, how you live this experience? What was the role that that Lido played during the merge.
Yeah, I guess like what was the role Lido played during the merge?
Yeah. So Lido is a liquid staking protocol. So what we do is staking, and during the merge, the Lido role was basically to make sure that all the node operators in Lido are up to date and are ready to go through this with like no hiccup, and if something happens, we are here to react, and everyone is here to address the problems if they arise. So that's what happened. Yeah, when it went through without like only minor hiccups with like some clients that were very quickly fixed, it was like such a good feeling for me.
Yeah, I think it was smoother even than the girly testnet merge, right?
It was smoother than Bellatrix upgrade.
And regarding, like, for example, Infura users, like how the experience was it? I don't know, like, what did they had to be aware of things? Because I remember, like, you build also the narrative about deprecation specific. Yeah, I don't know. Is there something to add? What was the experience on the Infura and users side?
Sure. I mean, solo stakers had some things to keep in mind. You know, they had to, we had a big educational campaign and outreach to teach people how to like spin up their ConsenSys and their execution client, you know, set up their, you know, address and their JSON web key, you know, and all the specific implementation steps, you know, so that they're not at risk of being slashed or have their rewards go to like a black hole. So yeah, we definitely had this outreach campaign to make sure the transition was as smooth as possible. And as far as developers, really the only change is the deprecation of the legacy testnets, Ropestein, Rinkeby, and the movement towards Sepolia and Gurley. That's the main thing. And then, you know, from a naming standpoint, we renamed some of our products just to better align with, you know, the current post-merge environment.
Yeah, and we actually we focused quite a lot on communication, as Chris was saying, as well, with the outreach to make sure that people knew what steps they had to take. But we also made a really evil decision to do a takeover of people's screens, that they had to click through several buttons just to really hammer it home that there were some things they actually needed to do. And so they couldn't claim that we hadn't told them. So sorry about that if you had to click through that, but we did it on purpose.
Cool. Yeah, I think we spoke a little bit about like what was the past, what was the preparation, like just moving slowly to the roadmap and the future. Like for example, I wrote like a Twitter threads about the misconceptions about the merge, right? You know, like I know you guys like have specific like misconceptions that maybe people had perceived, like, you know, transaction fees, solo staker, miner, you know, is there mining possibility, or like specific like misconception that you think like people still today need to be aware? I don't know, like I think like scalability is one of those. People think, like I got this morning like a question about are because of the merge that the transaction fee are extremely that low right now, or because of like the network traffic, right? Any misconception that you guys think like the live streamers and the public need to know?
Okay, I'm not going to blame Coinbase on this, but they did. So initially when you staked on Coinbase, they called it ETH2. So that kind of sent this misconception that there was going to be a new token launched. So that kind of set the stage for scammers to come in and be like, oh, hey, you have to transition your Ethereum to ETH2. You have to bridge it to this new network, when that was, in fact, not the case. It's an upgrade to the existing mainnet, you know. So that's the most common.
Yeah, can I just add to that too?
Go ahead, please.
Our most popular article 2 years leading up to the merge, because you know we write a lot about future Ethereum protocol upgrades, and we had a whole ETH2 knowledge base. But our most popular article was, what happens to my ETH after ETH2? And I agree that the added confusion of seeing this derivative ETH2 token on Coinbase made a lot of people think, do I have to do something? Do I have to, bring it over to the proof of stake chain? And so we did, the title was What Happens to My ETH on ETH2? And we said, you don't have to do anything. And so a lot of reminding people that this was going to be a seamless transition for users, and please don't fall prey to scams that are saying, send your ETH to this contract address and we'll steal it.
Yeah, our ConsenSys Discord reached around like 14,000 users during that phase. And I think in the merge channel, 1 out of 3 questions was always about what's happening with my ETH, should I do something? And also I think like, will the transaction be faster and cheaper? So yeah, I don't know, I think it's the perfect moment to say, okay, what's coming next? Like, I know like the EF now got like 1 week, like they rested a little bit, I hope. But yeah, looking at what Buttering like talks was about, I think like the roadmap is quite packed.
Yeah, it is, and they've got better at marketing actually. There's a catchy rhyme, I guess. So we've just had the merge, and next there's the surge, which is around layer 2s and roll-ups and that kind of thing. And after that, there's the Verge.
The Verge. Vertical trees. Yeah.
Purge and it's splurge?
Verge, purge, splurge.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Verge is around, I believe, allowing more data to be into blocks with vertical trees, V, hence Verge. Purge is tech debt, removing a lot of data and things like that. Purge, getting rid of it, not like the horror film, The Purge. And the splurge is a nice little bells and whistles and additional features like account abstraction and things like that.
Yeah, I think the surge was also focusing on sharding, right? Yeah, because initially sharding was prioritized over proof of stake, but then you had all the L2s coming up, and we had the roll-up-centric roadmap. So now we're trying to move towards sharding, where we're like spreading out the work to. I've heard the figure up to 100,000 transactions per second. I'm taking these words from Vitalik, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, that was during Vitalik's ETHCC presentation, so okay. I've been quoting that too. But yeah, it's basically taking the, I think many rollups are doing tens of thousands of transactions per second, Arbitrum optimism. And, with shard chains, you're creating a parallelization, and so there's even more throughput, potential throughput. But
yeah, maybe James, like, because you're very close to the EF, you know everything what's happening around. But those are steps, and that's what I understood like before his talk. But then he tweeted out, for example, that those are also parallel steps. So like maybe there is already things happening on the scalability side. Like, do you have some insights of if there are some challenges right now, or if everything is going smoothly?
I'm not as aware, and it would have been great to actually have someone from our R&D team to be able to answer that. But you're right in that, as I understand it, it isn't necessarily a linear progression, although it is a catchy rhyme and it helps us remember. But I think a lot of these work streams are happening in parallel. So, it would be nice if we could, I think actually one of the things that a lot of people are waiting for is the ability for Next to withdraw from the beacon chain. And so I'm curious actually from Lido's perspective, since you have a liquid staked ETH token, is there demand from users to withdraw, or?
The liquid staking tokens have a very interesting dynamic, where they don't have a demand for withdrawal because people like stake for a long time. But given that primary liquidity of Ether against stable coins is not versus the stake token, it's versus the native token. When people are stopping being long Ether, they also stopping being long staked Ether, and they want to exit. And to exit, they have to go through the Ether path, and for that they have to get Ether of staked Ether, and that creates a demand for withdrawals. That's the most probably important economic consideration here. The other reason for withdrawals is when people want to change the way they stake. So either they want to unstake, usually because they want to sell Ether, or because they want to change the way they stake. Like, for example, go from liquid staking to solo staking, or solo staking to liquid staking, or from one liquid staking to other, or maybe staking on change. There are multiple options for people to use different kind of staking. So that's why people withdraw as well. So to change the protocols, you need to unstake.
Cool. Yeah. Any question from the public? If not, I will just ask if MEV is bad. You know?
Oh man. I think inside every validator, there exists two wolves, right? You've heard that metaphor. You know, there's like a dark wolf and like this light wolf. And, you know, on the light wolf, you know, like increasing yield and distributing it in an equitable manner, you know, it increases incentives for validators to, you know, perform in, you know, how they should without like misbehaving. And it also increases the incentives to keep your ETH staked, and the more ETH we have staked is better for security, right? But then you have the dark side of MEV where potentially you have censorship, potentially you have ordered transactions for nefarious means, right? Like sandwich attacks, front running, that type of thing. So I think it's about aligning incentives, right? And like just hoping people are good in general.
Yeah, well,
hopefully.
It's nice to hope that people are good. But I think the one thing that we can say with certainty is that people will game the system. We just don't necessarily know how upfront yet. And some of these things end up being this emergent behavior. And actually, I came to this conference thinking MEV is bad. But after listening to a couple of talks, and in particular one, and I can't remember his name, unfortunately, but looking at it from a sort of pure fundamental game theory perspective, kind of looking at, there's, I guess, a number of objectives around game theory, and one of them is the kind of general health and well-being of the network, and the other one is winning. You know, there's a winner and there's a loser. And I think if you, it's probably fair to say that we want to maximize the objective of the health and well-being of the network. I think that's a fair assumption. So, you know, if you have an average, there's some people that are below the average and some people that are above the average in these kind of things. So I think what something like MEV does is it highlights and shines a light on areas that can be gamed, and as we know, the areas that can be gamed will be gamed. So I think what that does is it kind of increase the layer of transparency of loopholes that can be closed in future iterations. So it's kind of interesting. I don't think it's either bad or good. That's really up to the intention of the person that's actually, you know, participating in MEV. And yeah, sometimes it's bad and sometimes it's good. But overall, for the network, I don't know.
I'd say the right way to frame this is to say that MEV is a fact of life. It's not something that you can say is a good or bad. That it's just denoting the fact that there are certain transactions that can extract value from the systems where they can happen, and whoever gets them first, when you have power of ordering or like some kind of other power of block production, you can extract the power, and if you don't have this power, you might not be able to. So the question is what to do with it, not rather like it's good or bad. It's like the weather. It happens. It exists. And in fact, most of the MEV is entirely arbitrage, which doesn't harm anyone. Like you could say that it harms the LPs on DEXs, maybe, but like there is a reason the LP, maybe they getting the value other way or something like that. And the MEV that is people really don't like front running, sandwiching, etc. It's like a very small minority of MEV that actually happens in the wild. Most of it is arbitrage. So the question is what to do with it and what like the good or bad way to handle it, rather than is MEV good or bad. So like we have to evaluate the strategies of dealing with it rather than the fact of it existing itself. So.
Cool, awesome. I don't know, I think you guys are too comfortable, so I will start with the spicy questions, so anyone is not sleeping anymore. But this is actually for you, Vasily. Like, I have a tweet here. Like yesterday, I was running this panel, and there was one of the Lido colleague that mentioned around the solo staking topic, right? He spoke about like we think the most of stake shouldn't be managed by professional operators. Most solo operators are not rational; they just do it for fun. So my question is, do you think that the community needs solo stakers? Or like, what's your opinion? Like, not only for you, I'm also asking like, do we think that the community really needs solo staker or not?
I think I should start with that, right?
Sure, man.
Yeah. So the thing is, so to provide a bit of context, the question I was answering was like how Lido could deal with solo stakers. Currently, Lido is a protocol with an allow list of operators that are selected among professionals. That is due to the model where we do bondless validation, so there are more risks than in modern models, but it allows for faster growth. The next step for Lido should be, in validator sets at least, should be allowing solo stakers, but it can't happen in one go. Like switching all the professional validators to solo stakers, that can't happen, and I think professional stakers are important, and solo stakers are important as well. They maintain the different, like professional folks are kind of like fair weather folks and like the regular problems folks, and solo stakers are disaster recovery mechanisms. So like when, or like rather if there is a majority collusion on Ethereum, they are the ones that will carry on the fork that will fork out the majority collusion. So that's how I see it. And it's also part of the culture. So of course they're important for Ethereum and important for Lido, but for Lido this next step is one step. It's not the jump all the way. That's one thing. The other thing is like that's saying that people are not economically rational is like a really ugly way to say that people are not doing it for money, which I'm being shouted at Twitter. Like I disagree with it, and I don't. The most solo stakers are doing it like because they love Ethereum and they want to do it because it's fun and exciting for them. I didn't expect this to be controversial, honestly. That like people who are staking their own like small nodes, they are doing it because that's a good thing to do, and not because it's giving them a lot of money, because like it really doesn't.
Got you. Anything to add on solo staker? What's your view, James or Chris or Sarah?
Well, I think I'll start with maybe more of an abstract impression I had of Ethereum before I even joined ConsenSys in 2017. So between 2008 and 2012, I was really active in various peer-to-peer file sharing communities. That was sort of the golden age of, people using torrenting websites. But I was a part of a community called what.cd. It ended up being, by some estimates, the largest digital compendium of music. And it's because they had really interesting incentives. And this was all before even anything beyond Bitcoin. But they had these point systems where you had to seed a certain amount of megabytes or gigabytes in order to take gigabytes. So there was sort of what you're saying is there was both a gamified version of needing to provide this public good of basically seeding your files. And people can argue, is this theft or copyright infringement, and is it a public good? But in a lot of ways, this community ended up having way more music than Spotify, Apple Music, because they were incentivizing people. So when I was first thinking about joining Ethereum, I thought, hey, I'm going to run a node. And I'm not that technical. And it actually ended up being a little bit more difficult. And I was at first, this was in 2018, I was experimenting and I didn't have a computer just to be running at home. So I think the idea of solo staking is, to me, the sort of like ethos of the community. And I think over time, with light nodes or easier setups too, it should be possible for a lot of people to be even running validators on their phone. And I think that's, there's obviously all sorts of people. So certain people prefer using Coinbase, and maybe some people will always take the easiest option, what is most convenient. Other people are very into the ideology of decentralization and wanting as many different validators on the network. And there's a lot of people in the Bitcoin community who critique proof of stake as being too centralized, but I think a lot of those people are also not realizing that mining pools and proof of work are extremely centralized. So there's a lot of consolidation that necessarily happens because of capital and convenience. But yeah, it is an interesting thing, and I think I met a company called Styrium, which make it pretty easy to set up your own solo staker on your computer. So I may try it out again.
Yeah, that's super cool. What was the shirt again? You should show it. But nice.
Styrium, is that?
Yeah, Styrium. They have mushrooms. I think Styrium refers to a type of mushroom, but it's a small European company that helps people set up, staking at home infrastructure. And I also encourage you, if you are curious about solo staking, Coogan Brennan from ConsenSys Academy wrote a 4-part guide. It'll take a little bit of time, but it's a really clear way to set up your own validators. Or you can use, Lido or Rocket Pool or eventually Coinbase. I think in general, the more ETH securing the network, the more secure the network is. So.
Nice. I think closing with this is amazing. Any question from the public? Anything around the roadmap, merge? Oh, there you are. Yeah, I also want to shout out, I think, Tom from ConsenSys, you run different campaigns on solo stakers. I think they're really easily digestible. Please. Did you have questions somewhere? No? What is it? Oh no, the guys was just running around. Okay, cool. If we don't have any other questions on the merge, what are the last closing words that you want to have the live streamers and the public know about what's coming next, how we can prepare, how we can educate ourselves on the next, few, not just join the core devs calls, but what else?
Just as a closing remark, if you are interested in just keeping up to date with the Ethereum roadmap, Ben Edgington, who leads the protocol, ETH2 protocols group, I guess we're not calling it ETH2 anymore, he writes a great newsletter weekly called What's New in ETH2, and that's where I find a lot of information, and he's kept me quite informed. And then the other closing remark is that it used to be, a few years ago, you could just talk about Ethereum, a single protocol, and nowadays you go to a DevCon and you have so many different layer 2 solutions, so many different approaches. You now have groups like Celestia doing data availability. I think increasingly it's going to be hard in the future for one person by the year, maybe 2025, to be an expert on all the parts that make up Ethereum. And so I sort of imagine Ethereum in the future being not just one protocol with one set of upgrades, but a sort of constellation of different networks, and using Ethereum to sort of as a base settlement layer. But it's going to be, it's already just amazing how much it's expanded in all these different scaling solutions. So,
modular infrastructure, I think is a big change. Yeah. Any other closing remarks?
Yeah, I guess just as a kind of close off to the week really at DevCon, just kind of reiterate what I said earlier about just seeing such a change in atmosphere. Everyone seems very calm and quietly confident, which is great to see. And you can see people solving really hard problems like privacy, using cryptographic solutions. And, next big beast to solve is identity. So watch this space.
I just love the energy and the passion that I see at these events, and coming from the Web 2, like legacy tech, environment, it's just so refreshing to like really see genuine, interest and passion and feel like you're really making a difference. So it's just really cool.
Cool. I think, yeah, thanks so much for your time and for responding to those questions and piping up the merge ecosystem and the future roadmaps. Yeah, big round of applause to our panelists. Cool, awesome. Thanks so much. Nicolas, please welcome Nicolas on stage. Let's do a round of applause, come on. I know it's Friday, but yeah, we have a couple of more sessions going on. And by the way, the story, while we're doing this setup, like the story that about like this session was about like 2 months ago I discovered, yeah, basically Nicolas will speak about, but we have since yesterday our ConsenSys research page. I don't know how many of you guys know that ConsenSys is very active in research. How many of you guys did you know that we had a big research team? Yeah, nice, 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 very good.
Very good team.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. Yeah, big applause for Nicolas and welcome to the ConsenSys.
Thank you, everybody. So I'm going to speak about the future of ZK EVM rollups. So, introducing myself, I've been working at ConsenSys for 5 years. I've got mostly a background in distributed systems, and I'm now leading the R&D team, which is actually an applied research team. That's what we're doing. And we do have a website since 5 days. So, straight to the point. We want to discuss about ZK rollups and why. It's back. Why do we want ZK rollups? It's because the layer 1 nodes are supposed to execute the transactions. And to execute the transactions, they need the state. And the state is big, so accessing the state is expensive, so it is slow, so it does not scale. So the main point is, we still want the L1 node to be able to verify the transactions, but instead of re-executing all the transactions, we are going to verify a proof that the execution is correct. That's the idea. And to do that, we're basically reusing this technology called zero-knowledge proof, but we're using it for something different. We don't care at all about the zero knowledge. What we care about is the proof itself. So that's why when you hear ZK rollups, it's not actually about privacy. It's just about scalability. And you can have privacy with ZK rollups, and what is often used is this vocabulary ZK rollup, which is basically zero knowledge inside the ZK rollup. So that's for this part. Okay, so if we summarize how it works from a technical point of view, a ZK rollup is a kind of sidechain, if I insult a little bit the technology. And you will send the transactions to this rollup. It will be batched, it will be proven, and it will be sent to the layer 1. That's how it works. So just one point as well, so you can see what you're going to have. You're going to update the state from the previous state to the next step, and it will happen only if the proof is valid. If the proof is not valid, the update does not happen. So when you access the state, you know that the state is correct because there is a proof for it. But from a layer 1 point of view, you didn't have to execute the transactions. You just verified the proof. So now, what about the ZK EVM? And the point of the ZK EVM is, okay, we say that we're executing the transactions in the layer 2, in this rollup, but what transactions? And historically, actually, because the ZK technology is complicated, the rollups that we had were very specialized. They were doing payments, mostly payments, and nothing else. But if you want to use it for scalability, your point is the transactions that you are running today on the layer 1, you want to run them on the layer 2. And you want something that was working for 5 years, that has been working for 5 years on the layer 1, you want to take it as it is and to migrate it to the layer 2. So in order to do that, what you want is basically a bytecode compatibility that will allow you to use all the existing tools, Truffle, MetaMask, Solidity compiler, directly to develop on this rollup. So, and this vocabulary of a ZK EVM. So inside the ZK EVM itself, we have actually 3 components. So the ZK EVM, it's about executing the bytecode exactly like any EVM. So it includes just something to execute an Ethereum client node. Then you want to be able to prove that the execution is correct. To prove that the execution is correct, you're going to arithmetize it. You're going to transform the execution traces in a set of data, and this data will have to respect a set of constraints, and this set of constraints is basically, defining this set of constraints is actually the hard part of the arithmetization. And after this arithmetization, what you have is a huge matrix, a few millions, actually more, of cells. And the prover is, I lost the sound, sound is back. The prover is there to show to the layer 1 that at a point we had a set of data that was respecting this set of constraints. That's the final step. So that's how we divide ZK EVM. Now I've got some Larsen. Okay. And the point is, when we say that, we still have a few challenges to look after. Do we have a sound? Yes. So the first point is the EVM was defined a few years ago, and it was not defined with the idea that it will one day go into a prover. Okay, it was defined to be a generalized execution machine, nothing else. So there's a lot of complexity in the EVM that is there and that we need to manage. And well, parts of it first try to have an arithmetization, but this arithmetization, given this history, is going to be complex. And it's a critical piece of software, so if the complexity is just too big, basically, that's broken. It's a solution that is too complicated is not a solution. Let's say that we fix that, we arrive to auditability. So we've got something, but can we actually audit it? Other question. If we're there, we now have to fix the performances. The idea is, okay, we've got a system that is working, and someone has been able to validate that it was doing what it is supposed to do. But now the point is, what performances are we going to get? We want to be able to improve the system, to make the system faster than before. So we want to prove very quickly the execution of the transactions. But in a ZK context, it's actually complicated. And once we're there, we have this decentralization question, which is okay, but we want something that is decentralized. I mean, we can have centralized solution reasonably easily, but how are we going to get something that actually works and is not requesting trust all over the place? Okay, that's the last point. So let's look at them. So can we fully arithmetize the EVM execution? And the answer to this question is actually yes, we can, because we're very close to have done it, actually. Okay, we published at the beginning of the week a specification that covers, I would say, 90% of the case. And there's a very nice thing about the EVM is, as it's standard, it comes with a lot of tests. So you can check your arithmetization against those unit tests, like any Ethereum client, and you can see where you are. And that's where you are, for example, at this point. On all the tests, actually, we have 0 failures, which means that we don't have a contradiction. And we do have a few tests that are not covered, but it's mostly actually around the pre-compiles, and they are not a real challenge for arithmetization. It's more an execution one. So this, we're reasonably confident. The complexity. So the spec that we published, it's 250 pages. And it's going to grow a little. It will reach around 300 pages when it will be finished, something like this. It's not only detailed explanation. There's as well the why it is there, the explanation of why we're doing this. But still, it's complicated. So the way it is solved for us is, as usual in software engineering, you try to have independent modules so you can analyze the modules one by one. So that's what we're doing here. So the EVM is split in modules. Some of them, for example, are responsible for the mathematical calculation. Some of them are responsible for the memory. And we can analyze the modules independently. So it's still complicated, as you can see on this picture. But it's divided. So that's this. Auditability. So the way we solved it was by having a single source of truth. So what's the problem? You're describing what you want to do with this specification, again, 300 pages, and you want to be sure that the implementation is going to match. But the implementation, actually, it's partly in the arithmetization, it's partly in the prover. So at the end of the day, you have 3 references. You have your specification, already huge, and you have 2 different implementations. So the way we do that is by having a single description in a Lisp-like language that we use to generate the specification, the prover, and the arithmetization. So we are getting to the, so far so good, I would say, we're getting to the hard points. And performances is basically where we are right now. But it's quite important to have good performances because at the end of the day, that's what you will be paying for. If we take 300 computers to generate a proof, it means that you need to pay for the 300 computers when you send your transactions. And the fastest you can be, the better. But to get there, people are using complicated and often new cryptographic tools, and they are composing them. So for example, you're going to say SHA-3 as a hash function, it's not good in a zero-knowledge context, so we're going to use something different, Poseidon, MIMC, and others. There are some curves, again, cryptographic stuff are better than others, but we can play there. We can have many polynomial commitment schemes, many proven schemes, you can compose things, you're playing there as well. And you can go on the hardware as well. So clearly that's where the challenge is. And all this game about using very new schemes, very composing things that have never been composed, has this type of impact, which is we go on very fancy tools, and we say, oh yes, we will have an audit. But an audit for something that is very complicated is not going to find all the issues. We can be quite sure that when you audit 200 pages, when you audit very complicated mathematical functions, that you're going to miss stuff. And worse than this, the bugs can be critical. I mean, we're generating a proof of correctness. If I can create a false proof, it means that I can, with some luck, and a lot of work likely, but from a theoretical point of view, I can still do it. I can basically extract all the funds from the roll-ups. So that's not very good. And the way it is solved today is actually by impacting the centralization. Is, okay, as I've got a proof, but I'm not 100% sure that my proof is totally correct, I'm going to say, oh, on top of that, I'm going to say, for example, that I'm the only one who is allowed to send the proof. So this way, I'm pretty sure that I'm only myself, actually, can extract all the funds. And then you will have to trust me, which is not really what we want. So that's reasonably pragmatic, and it makes the systems today reasonably secure because you know the people, so we're not going to do that too much. But it's absolutely not a long-term solution. So we do have this issue. But what would we like actually to have at the end of the day in terms of decentralization? So that's a possible, let's say, hopefully perfect solution. What you want is basically you're going to divide a little bit the rollup. You're going to actually in the rollup, I've got one function which is receiving the transactions and putting them in a batch without execution that will go to the Ethereum mainnet. And the name for that is a sequencer. It's been discussed for a while. And the idea is that you can have multiple sequencers, and anyone can be a sequencer. You just have to write your batch of transactions to the Ethereum mainnet as raw data. And that's it. And then you will have multiple provers, as well any prover, that can send proofs to this Ethereum mainnet. So they look at the batch that was inserted on the mainnet, and they say, okay, I'm going to execute it and to prove the correctness of the execution. And when you do this, basically you're having to this logic of, thanks to the sequencers, you don't have any censorship issue, because the sequencer, they just have to write, anyone can write on the mainnet, so it's fine. They can force the transactions execution because the transactions are executed in the order they are written. And as anyone can update the state, we are good. The problem with that is the contradiction with what I was saying about, yeah, but the proof can be broken. So what do we do? And there's a solution that was proposed by Vitalik very recently, is instead of relying on a single ZK EVM implementation, we should have multiple ZK EVM implementations. Okay? So when you want to update the state, instead of having a single proof, you will have a proof from multiple independent ZK EVMs. With, for example, you have selected 4 ZK EVMs, and you will ask for a vote for 3 of them, for a proof for at least 3 of them. Okay? This way, if there's a bug in only one EVM, you're reasonably fine. So actually, Vitalik was getting even wider than this. So I said, oh, actually, you can mix, you can have a part, a ZK EVM, plus an optimistic ZK EVM, plus a governance, which is basically a set of people voting to do the update. So you can go quite crazy, and don't know yet what will be the best solution, but that is approach that is getting there. So it's quite interesting because it increases a lot the security of the system. Again, let's, with this example of 3 ZK EVMs and requesting a majority of 3 to do the update, it means that if a single prover has an issue, the rollup continues to progress. You will have updates and everything will be fine. And if there is an issue that is impacting multiple ZK EVM, worst case is basically if it's less than the supermajority, so for example 2 when you have 4 ZK EVMs, the rollup won't be able to change the state until the problem is fixed, but the funds will be safe. So the huge impact it has is, as we need actually to use newer schemes in terms of cryptography, as the arithmetization is new, it means that you can be quite, well, much more confident about how safe is the system, because the probability that you have a bug in multiple independent provers is reasonably low. And it's actually an incentivization to use different schemes, because if there's an issue in one Gross 16 or whatever scheme, if everybody's using a different scheme, the probability that we're touched is quite lower. So that's quite good. And the main point as well, so when you're having this approach, it leads to an approach about diversity and security, which is exactly the same as the layer 1. On the layer 1, you have multiple client implementation, Bezu, Get, mixing execution and ConsenSys stuff. And you will have exactly the same logic there, with basically a common specification, so yellow paper or actually the execution specification that is being done, and you will have different implementation of this specification. And it means as well it's going to increase a lot the trust in the system, which should allow, after a few years, to actually use this technology at the layer 1 level. So the rollups will be kind of validated at the layer 2, and it should be possible to have this logic of proving execution at the layer 1 level as well. Yep, let's summarize. So ZK EVM rollups are nearly there. Performance should improve in a safe way because of these multiple ZK EVM stuff. We will have a decentralization with this EVM specification, multiple implementations, sequencer, and provers divisions. And something, as we say, ZK EVM, and it's not about privacy, ZK rollups are going to be very useful to lower the price of the transactions. Okay, the idea is the transaction price is going to be divided by a huge factor. The target is around 5 cents of dollars per transactions. And it's going to trigger a lot, hopefully, a lot of use cases that are much more oriented to the end users. And for example, people will be really able to buy stuff on a daily basis with this type of technology. And when you go there, you want some privacy. And the fact that we have cheap transactions will mean that we have use cases used for everybody, which means that we need privacy. And it will be, I will not say easy, but it will be possible to add this to the ZK EVM as either an extra layer, either extra functions. There are many, many options around there. And the question is just, let's do the ZK EVM and let's add the extra layers. So, to be more concrete, I mean, we say, okay, they are nearly there, these famous rollups. And how could it be deployed? So a possible way to do it is to say, okay, you've got the user or the dApp, and the dApp is going to speak to the rollup. And the rollup can be decomposed in the sequencer provers I was showing. They will be using a layer 1 interface, so it will be for an application point of view, speaking to the rollup would be exactly the same as speaking to a layer 1. This rollup, its role is to send the transactions to the Ethereum mainnet. That will be done. It is possible as well for the end user to have a node that is a rollup node, because L2 node is very similar to L1 node. So you will have a transfer from the mainnet to the rollup local node, allowing the dApp or the user to access locally the state. And the dApp will be able to verify the proof by checking with the Ethereum mainnet. Okay? So that's a very reasonable deployment, very similar to what you will do in full layer 1 stuff. You will basically have saying, oh, I've got my layer 1 local node next to my application because I can connect. And I'm speaking directly to the mainnet. I just have here this in the middle, this L1 rollup that I added. And then, yeah, so on ConsenSys side, we're implementing this. We're going to have a testnet, I would say, available soon. If you want to try it, you can fill the form there, just a few questions, and you will receive a mail when it's ready, and you will be able to check that it's as efficient and as layer 1 oriented as I was saying. Any question? Well, yes, please. You have a microphone, Francisco? Oh, there's one here, actually.
First of all, thanks for the presentation. My question is, what's the difference of this rollup you are creating that from the Hermes, Polygon Hermes rollup? What's the difference?
Specifically Hermes or more generic? Specifically compared to Polygon Hermes or compared to all others?
Because the architecture is very, very similar. And because they have secrets, they submit the transactions in batches. So is this, in terms of architecture, is it similar?
Yes. So Hermes is implementing a ZK EVM rollup with exactly the same target, which is, okay, it should look like a L1 node. So from a user point of view, you can speak to it like if it was a L1 node, and you should send bytecode like you will be sending to Ethereum mainnet today. So from a feature point of view, I would say that the target is to be as similar as the layer 1, so we're both implementing a kind of layer 1 specification. So it's going to be very similar. So then, about Hermes themselves, they chose, from a very technical point of view, there's a difference. In our case, we have basically the full EVM opcode as a single layer. So there's a single layer, and there are all the EVM opcodes in this layer. Hermes went for a different solution. They have what they call, I think, ZK ASM, so it's assembly with less instructions, and then they implement the opcodes as a set of calls to the lower level instructions. So they have 2 layers. 2 solutions on paper are good. We're going to see when the performances will be improved and so on, if something is better than the other. That's one of the things that we will be learning by doing this. And that's why I think it's useful, again, to have this kind of compositions, because they're going to do the same thing, so we should have a roll-up calling our implementation and calling their implementation. And if one of them, the proof is not generated, we should stop the roll-up until we solve this issue. That's how I see it. Francesco, there's a question there. Oh.
Cool. Thanks so much for the talk and the education. Does that mean we need an even more finely granular ZK EVM typing chart, and not the one released by Vitalik 2 months ago, where we would also see the difference towards scroll?
Yeah, so very good question. So Vitalik proposed a decomposition, I think it's 4 tags, maybe there's a type 2.5, so it's likely 5 at the end. And scroll, Hermes, ourselves, we're all targeting type 2. And the type 2 allows you to have, again, it's exactly the same interfaces from a user point of view, but you can internally manage the state as you want. In the yellow paper, the state is supposed to be stored with Patricia Merkel tree and Chafri. And nobody does that in the ZK world because it's incredibly expensive, and people have tried to make it work, and as far as I know, everybody decided that it was not possible. And if we want to have a single rollup with multiple provers, we need to have an agreement on the state. We can't have Hermes using Poseidon with something, someone using MIMC, and someone with reinforced concrete, basically 3 hash functions. We will need to converge on the way we represent the state in order to have the same state evolution. Yeah, I think it's quite possible, at least on our end. I actually discussed this with both teams, and they're less happy about changing the way they represent the state. But I don't see it as a major issue. Maybe it will take time until we actually all agree that there's a good way to represent the state. Today, all of us are trying different options, and we don't know. But I expect that the agreement will get there at a point or another.
Any other questions? Oh, I see there.
Thank you, Nicholas. Currently, this seems like the use cases for ZK rollups are in scalability and privacy. Do you see a third major class of use cases coming up, or is this the limit, theoretically?
No, it's really around scalability. That's really, I mean, and privacy as well, yes, you're right, as the extra layer. Yeah, that's the main advantage, is you can have basic target is 5 cents per transaction. So, and you got that because of scalability. What you will get as well, I hope, is more constant prices, because the fact that I scale, but if the price of a transaction differ by 10, depending on the day, on the market condition, and so on, it's painful as well. So I think that for many applications, it will be useful to have a kind of price to be expected. And that's what I hope that we'll be getting this from rollups.
Any other questions? If not, I have one general question. Like, you're leading the R&D team. Like, what other departments are in the R&D team?
Yeah, so ConsenSys R&D has 5, 6, I don't remember, units in it. It's not that big at the end of the day. It's 25 people. And there's a part of it which is around cryptography. So when you do a prover, you have actually 2 layers. You have a low-level cryptography, and you've got the protocol itself. So cryptography team works a lot on the ZK knowledge components. So you may have heard about this GNARC library, which is one of the fastest library available on the market. So that's one of the things that we're doing. We do have, on the other end of the spectrum, a lot of work around formal verification. So we do contribute on the formal verification of the Ethereum protocol. We work as well on the formal, trying to find a way to write bug-free smart contracts. which is something else. And I would like actually to involve these teams in the formal verification of the ZK EVM, but it's a work in progress. We are not clear on how to do that. And then we have a team working on the Ethereum protocol itself. So Michael Kalinin, for example, in this team, and delivered, contributed quite a lot to the merge. And we have a team working on cross-chains and bridges, and a team working on scalability and rollups directly with the others. And I hope I haven't forgotten anyone, because it will look bad.
Awesome, awesome. Thanks for your answers. Big round of applause for Nicola.
Thank you.
Cool. I think now I will welcome our next panelist and moderator, Emily, the famous Emily. She gave an amazing talk. Yeah, I should not? No. Okay. You introduce yourself.
Hello, I am the not famous Emily. I do DevRel for Truffle, but I guess I'm not the only person on this panel, so please join me. Yes? Yeah. No, I mean, I can represent all of us, I guess. Okay, I'm going to choose you first. Oh, well, Tony's so far away. Smart. Should I call you Tracy? Oh, sorry.
It automatically goes on. And oh my gosh, are you wearing indoor slippers?
Okay, are we good?
This is how they know
yes?
I'm a tourist.
Okay, cool. Thanks for attending, guys. I am the not famous Emily. If you want to make me famous, I will not say no to that. But maybe we should go down the line and then everybody introduce yourselves.
Beautiful.
I guess I'll start, Tracy. Hi, everyone. My name is Annie Park. I'm a proud co-founder and funder at F3 Ventures. F3 stands for Funding Female Founders, so you know exactly what our thesis is. We are the first team to put on the all-women's conference in Web3 that happened earlier this year in July in Vancouver, British Columbia. It was called F3 Festival, or Festival. Emily was there. ConsenSys was our leading sponsor. And during that experience, we welcomed more than 1,000 women into Web3, introducing them to their first wallet, which was MetaMask, and even dropping their first crypto into that wallet.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tracy Bowen. I am the founder of HerDAO. HerDAO is a women-focused developer DAO. We're not exclusive. Anyone is welcome. We just concentrate on women because that's the biggest kind of gap right now. We have a community of over 1,000 builders and devs, and we give away money. We give away travel scholarships so women can get to conferences. We enter a lot of hackathons. We do very well at hackathons. And now we're concentrating on the other side of the funnel because we've noticed we're creating a lot of tech founders. So we'll be supporting tech founders with our own global program of startup houses very soon.
Hi there, my name is Jenny Nguyen, and I am a part of the ConsenSys Academy team. I work in ops, and we currently have 2 offerings that you can find online. One is Blockchain Essentials, and then the other is our Blockchain Developer Program. We do have some things that we are super excited about announcing soon, but some other initiatives, and we also work with a lot of different organizations in terms of onboarding Web 2 devs into Web 3, but really hoping to expand those tracks of learning.
Hello everyone, my name is Tony Orlando. I'm a senior education solutions architect at Polygon, which is under the developer relations team. I'm also an early member of Developer DAO, which is currently I think 7,000 members. Also founder of Web3 Africa. Well, co-founder of Web3 Africa, which we have about 500 members spread across Africa. And I'm on the core team of Afrofuture DAO, which is a DAO that works with African NFT artists. And we work with the premier NFT artist, Osinachi. And we've had some of our works displayed at Sotheby's and various other notable galleries. And yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks so much. What a stacked panel. I'm so honored to be here sitting next to you guys. I guess we can just start with our first question, right? Before we dive into building inclusive Web3 teams, can you guys define it? Starting with Annie.
Yeah.
How do you define inclusive?
Yeah, inclusive means well represented. I think the word equality and equity and how they differentiate is really fundamental here. We often talk about equal opportunity, equal processes, equal et cetera, but equity, there's actually a beautiful like meme on Instagram of, I think, a father and two of his sons looking over a fence at this beautiful grass view. And equity in this scenario, or equality in this scenario, is if each one of them stood on the same wooden box, right, the same height. But equity is where the height of that box is sort of dependent on how tall or that it needs to be in order for everyone to see over that fence. And I really feel like inclusivity is the embodiment of equity, the importance of having perspectives, ideas, lenses from really all parts of the world, all parts of, the ecosystem. Oh my gosh, that's my husband, okay? He'll be like that all the entire time, so I really apologize ahead of time.
Can you tell your husband to treat us equitably?
Yes!
Oh gosh, so cute. Oh, we need more of that in the world. Yeah. Okay, so inclusivity, to me, accessibility is the thing. So everybody needs the same amount of access. For me, I kind of always start with the question, what do you need? So if I'm, working with somebody or like a group of people who I think should be included, I always ask, like, what do you actually need? And sometimes these things are really practical things, because we want people to start their Web3 journey, but someone may not even have any kind of house, or they might not be able to afford any food or electricity, or we're asking people to code. Do we even know if they even have a computer at home? So it's kind of addressing those things before we start kind of saying, come to my Web3 onboarding class, right? So it's about being mindful, I think, and ensuring everyone has access.
I absolutely agree with that, and I think just building on both of those points, education is a big component of it, and not just the topics or the tracks or what's being learned, but how it's being learned in terms of if you have a computer, if you have a desk to sit at. So I absolutely agree with those two topics.
Yeah. Sorry. I really apologize for getting in the way of your applause. Come on, sir. So for me, I think, in addition to what has been said before, I think one of the most important aspects, it is listening, it is understanding people's needs, it is ensuring that everybody feels welcome, and also a very important component that, for me, is safety. Is making sure that people feel safe inside of that particular space. And what safety looks like is that people feel like they could be themselves and they could be their authentic selves, and they will be heard and they won't be judged and they won't be, sidelined because of anything about them. So safety, I think, is a really important component of building inclusive web teams, in addition to what my other panelists have said.
Okay, I'm just going to say no more applause until the end, because we have a limited number of time. But, I mean, I love, I was a little worried that it would become one of those, what do you call it, to echo what she said, to echo what this person said, but you guys gave a really, I think, great comprehensive view of, inclusive view of what inclusivity looks like across, all axes. So I'm very glad that I didn't choose one person to answer that question. So moving forward, I guess kind of diving in, now we know what inclusive means. The title is Building Inclusive Web3 Teams, right? So how does that translate into a company, for example? Maybe just in the interest of time, I know both of you guys work very closely with founders, right? What is an inclusive, well, at first, high level, right, inclusive team, but then I think secondary to that, there is also the idea of an inclusive founding team. Right? How do we shift this mindset of building inclusive Web3 teams to the left, in a sense? That was a lot of questions. Let's start with the first one, which is basically how do you build an inclusive company?
Yeah, okay. I'm going to use a part of a conversation, if you don't mind me starting first. I had a conversation yesterday at DevCon with a gentleman who, and I feel like this is a common conversation I have, is oh, we're trying to get more women on our team. We're trying to find more founders to fund, well, female founders to fund. It's a recurring discussion, and I think it's a great conversation to have, a great question to ask. And I responded to him with this. As somebody who's been at events for over 10 years, that's how I built and scaled communities, I know how much things cost. So you can all sort of assume what the cost of DevCon is, right? We're in the millions of dollars here. Millions of US dollars. How much of that do you think was spent on alcohol? Right? Okay.
Not enough.
Okay. Not the answer I was hoping for, but to add to that, how much of that do you think was spent on childcare? Exactly. Okay. So when you're looking to build environments that are safe and inclusive, we think about equity, how hard is it for a mother to leave her children at home, or a father to leave his children at home, and come to something like this. We're already talking about privilege at a different level here, and it's that fundamental. So I feel like when I think about our team, we're looking beyond our sphere, our own periphery, and imagining what a life for somebody who doesn't look like us looks like. And so, yeah, that's my favorite example to give when this question comes up.
That's a great answer. Yeah, making it easy for people to participate. I think, as Annie said, it's actually quite difficult for women with children to actually enter this Web3 degen lifestyle. Because, I'm always on the road. Obviously, I've got a particular job to do, but even when you're a dev and you have deadlines and even hackathons, we're kind of generally always hacking into the night, into the morning. These sorts of environments, we have to be kind of mindful that people can join these environments. And I think maybe the whole Web3 kind of working culture is probably a little bit toxic. So maybe we can do something with that so more people can feel like they can join, and they can actually take up a developer job without having to be on call all the time. I haven't switched off my phone for months and months. That's not really that good, is it? So, but somebody said that I should go to Aruba for 2 days and switch off my phone, which yes, amen, yes, and that's probably what I'm going to do. But yeah, less toxicity in work environments, more kind of inviting and welcoming environments for women, especially with children. That's what I would say.
And To add to that, in terms of just finding communities that you are looking to hire, thinking about meeting them where they are. So if you're going to put an application out, where are you putting that application? Is it just on a generic platform like LinkedIn or I don't know, Indeed, but not focusing on the actual group and meeting them in the groups that they're already in. So really meeting with them where they are.
Yeah, this is something that for me is very, I guess, emotive, especially because I talk to a lot of African developers, and we know the barriers that we faced in Web 2. So because I have a funny sounding name, my resume wouldn't pass a certain stage, and it will be automatically filtered out. Because you come from a particular location, people feel as though you deserve to be paid less. So it actually goes back to the quality of empathy that you're building inside of your company and the quality of representation, even at levels where decisions are being made. What is the level of representation of women, of people of color, of people from diverse backgrounds? And it takes intentionality to build that kind of a culture and that kind of an organization to ensure that somebody like me from Africa who has a terrible passport could still be able to travel. And I think one of the most interesting, I guess, aspects of this is that we were trying to organize a side event, like a whole side event, similar to this for African builders at DevCon. And we had about 8 out of 10 African builders got their visas rejected. And so we could not have a side event. So we just had a talk earlier today. So it comes down to who is at the table when these decisions to host these events are being made. Who is looking at the actual visa application process? Who is supporting? And I mean, I found that even when people try to host these events at different kind of locations, nobody pays attention to what it takes for persons from the global south to actually participate.
Right.
And so getting an invitation letter is like pulling teeth, right? And I need an invitation letter to apply for a visa. You build a whole fancy website. I just want a button that I could click and download an invitation letter. You have all my information. Why can't you build that? So it comes down to the level of representation at the decision-making level that needs to be more inclusive.
Wow, that was amazing. I feel like as we went down the line, like you started with childcare, because I mean, not that I'm having children, no way, not yet. But like that is something like I think about on my mind, kind of moving forward as I progress in my career. I do DevRel. I'm basically always on the road. I am a self-professed workaholic. I have also never turned off my phone. But then I think as we've gone, and especially, Tony, you mentioned like this entire new aspect of like how we should think about hiring, how we should be reaching out to people that I just like had never even thought of. And so I'm really glad that you bring up the point of just like having representatives in the places where we are making this decision, because they are the only ones who know the problems that we're facing. So, nice.
Can I add one thing to that?
Add to it.
Okay, so this is more of a marketing thing than anything else, but if you do the math really quickly, I think there's less than 1 billion people on Twitter and Discord collectively. Yeah. So if you're looking to meet people where they're at, it's most likely not Twitter or Discord. Yeah, especially if your goal is to onboard that next 1 billion users. All right, so I feel like people forget that a lot. And so to your point, you really want to meet people where they're at. And Tony, I never thought about that before in my whole life. Like, why is it that we just expect to pay less because they live somewhere else in the world? How crazy is that? How crazy is that? Yeah, so.
Can I say something? On that point of meeting people where they're at, right? So a lot of people complained that like this conference or DevCon was in Bogota because it was unsafe, but like Miami is way sketchier, right? Like, come on now. So I wasn't feeling that at all. So I was like, it's great that we're here, first of all, but then, like, you know, thousands of us kind of decamp into Bogota, right? How much connection do we have? You know, we spend hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars, you know, even people staying in this hotel, you know, it's just ridiculous. But like, what do we do with the local community? What sort of connection are we making with the local community? We're just decamping in, having our good time and like just getting out. But like, we could actually be having more of an impact with the amount of money on our phones, the amount of crypto that people have got on their phones, right? You know, we could be doing something with that. Basically, there's real poverty here in Bogota and Colombia, and we could be doing something. So, you know, I always try and think about that when I fly around the world, you know, having a huge carbon footprint. That's another thing that I need to address. But yeah, I just try and think about that, like, you know, could we be doing more whilst we're here for the week?
Totally. Yeah, that's awesome. I skipped a question that I think is actually pretty crucial. Is, you know, I think we're just operating at this level of like inclusive teams are important. Like, what are the consequences of not having an inclusive team?
Oh, I'll start. Yeah. You know, this is the thing about diversity. Whenever you start talking about diversity, people are like, oh, this is some woke shit, you know, and actually it's not, because we're not doing this just to be nice, right? Well, I'll speak for myself. I'm not doing this just to be nice. You know, it's literally when you have diverse teams, you'll probably make better decisions. You will probably have a competitive edge. You'll make better products, and then you'll probably make more money. Like, who doesn't want to do that? That's literally, you know, the essence of business, right? And so when you put it in those terms, I think people can get with it, right? But like, there's such a lot of kind of like misinformation about why we're actually doing this. Do you know what I mean? Like we haven't got anything better to do. Do you know what I mean? But this will be, diversity is better for the ecosystem, better for the culture, you know, better for revenue. Like, it's like a no-brainer. So, you know, everyone needs to get with the program.
I could not agree more. It's just like good for business. You look at as the data shows, when women are in leadership positions, companies outperform those that do not. Just Google it, promise you. Okay, even on Shark Tank, the best performing companies are mothers, female founders that are mothers. Like, why? Because they give a shit about who they're building products for, their children. So I think it's just not just good for the world, which we all want to be a part of, but also good for business and things that are, you know, they're thinking about not just sustainability, but regeneration. They're not just thinking about what happens the next 10 years or in their lifetime, but the next 7 generations. And so I think for that reason, if for nothing else, diversity is like fundamental. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess for me, I think one of the most important perspectives is just ensuring that you have a bias-free environment, right? And bias is a very difficult thing to filter for, to actually like tangibly like recognize that you actually are biased about something. For instance, America's had 528 mass shootings this year and an attempted coup last year, but people on Twitter talking about Bogota being unsafe.
Right.
So that is bias.
Right.
You know? So filtering actively for that bias and making sure that you're able to recognize that happens when you have people in your organization who are of a different perspective that allow you, that afford you a different outlook and lens, and it means that you have a more empathetic and people-oriented culture.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love those perspectives. I think the way I think about it a lot, and Okay, I can get into that later if you want to talk about it. But anyways, what I wanted to talk about is like when you don't have inclusive teams, you get into an echo chamber, and you lose diversity of thought. And like why, I think I like to compare it against to why Agile, maybe as a process, is so popular in the tech industry. It's because you build fast, break fast. If you just keep building in an echo chamber and never understanding whether or not you have product market fit, then your product will fail, right? And so I think the spirit of Agile methodologies also just like applies very strongly to the point of when you are constructing a team, make sure you have different perspectives so you don't build in an echo chamber. And that's kind of where I sit, and I love like, you know, this whole thing of like business value and biases, and yeah. So unless anyone has anything to add, I will move on to the next question, specifically talking about like community builders. So a lot of you guys are involved with building communities. What are some like of your effective or top strategies, recommendations? I can't think of another synonym, but for doing something like that.
I think for HerDAO, I think the reason why we've probably grown so fast is that we're actually an organization of networked communities. So we partnered like crazy, like real early. Like our first initiative in East Denver, where we had a women-led like hacker house, we probably had like 20 partners for that, you know, and we'd literally just come out the gate. I think it helped that we gave away $150,000 to women to kind of, you know, we kind of YOLO'd $1,000 to 150 women and said, come to East Denver. That helps for community building, but like it really gave like a really great kind of like injection. And most of those women are still on the road now. They're like building and like entering hackathons, and like they have their own startups. So like that little intervention there actually made a ton of impact. But I would say, yeah, community building is probably all about networks, you know.
I definitely feel like the word here is grassroots. It's always, always grassroots. I don't know, like I worked for a Web 2 company doing events, or Web 3 company doing events before founding F3, and you know, I was at the bull run. So it's like, here's $500,000, do whatever you need with it. They had already committed to $100,000 speaking slot. I was like, what the are you doing here? Like that's the total opposite of how you do things, right? Like if you're looking to connect with developers, you have DevRel, who go around, and your job is to actually build meaningful friendships, relationships, partnerships, and it's like a human thing. I think we forget often that sometimes community building is not scalable, maybe outside of partnerships, and so you got to do it sincerely with an intended effort to actually care for the people who you're interfacing with. And so whether it was F3 and really just, actually, there was somebody in the audience who had came up to me yesterday and shared that like they had followed us along the way from inception, which was just like a Medium blog, and throughout the months getting to festival, like seeing that everything we promised, we fulfilled on, right? Everything that we intended to do, we actually did. And I feel like they even had a watch party for festival in New York, which is just like blows my mind to think about still. But yeah, I think it's about being authentic, having a community that you genuinely want to serve them, be where they come to where they are, and yeah, do it the grassroots way.
We have built, well, when I say we, in terms of ConsenSys Academy, the community of alumni have built just a really, really wonderful environment to interact in. And so fostering that safe place for, you know, those that have shared intention in terms of learning or sharing shared interests, being able to have a safe place to have those conversations, I think is very important. So just being able to provide that safe space, but also working with those that are really, really experienced in the world of building community. So we're currently working with an organization called WGMI, a service DAO, and where they're bringing together a ton of community managers, you know, to share their work. So just making sure that there's this wonderful, safe place that they can continue to have conversation in.
Yeah, so I'd say that's just from the context of, I guess, my biggest experience in terms of watching a community being built, and that is Developer DAO. And one of the strongest components of how we got to 7,000 members was, first of all, Nida just being awesome, shout out Nida, but also having very strong leadership and very strong values, and filtering very strongly. So everything is kind of filtered around a very strong and a very clear value set. And with that, it helps catalyze growth and development and gives a community a kind of framework within which we were actually able to consider a lot of the stuff that would have taken us either east or south or north, you know? And as we kind of moved on from those initial stages to where we are now, a lot of what we see now, even as like success inside of Developer DAO, we see a lot of people coming in and finding jobs inside of Web3 and people changing their lives, and we're seeing impact like on a massive, massive scale beyond what we thought when we minted a NFT and joined a Discord group. Is just is the strong sense of just the clarity of our values and the quality of the leadership that we had early on.
Okay, cool. We don't really have that much time left, so I just wanted to kind of leave off with maybe a list of action items, in the sense that not all of us are going to be responsible for hiring, not all of us are like, I don't know, the founder or the CTO, but maybe if you could give an example of sometime, like a time a colleague helped you like do better at your job or feel like more empowered, I don't know, but you know what I mean? Just like, you know, how can we help the people in the group? Maybe a specific example, hopefully.
I know it sounds, sorry. Yeah, I know it sounds a little cliche, but like, you know, something that sticks with me is like reimagine. Like always reimagine, like the paradigms that we live in, the world that we live in. We sort of just expect that like these are the parameters. This is like the only, like it doesn't make sense or it's illogical to do it this way. But I think the only thing that ever works is the thing that you would imagine never works, right? So, for example, F3 stands for, can I swear? Yeah, okay, it's a fuck3. So it stands for fuck3, which is the 3% of venture capital that's gone to women-led companies. At its peak was in 2021, and since then it's gotten worse. So it's like decades of this shit, right? And you would imagine that with all the programs that exist, this is a bit of me on my soapbox, but yeah, all the programs that exist, they're all incremental changes, right? So how else can we do it except for these like extreme, crazy, wild, reimagined ways? So I want to encourage everyone, when you think about hiring, when you think about growing your team, building your team, supporting your communities, like do it the way that it's never been done before and the way that it doesn't make sense to do. Yeah. That wasn't my husband for once.
What are you supposed to say? I don't know, just like give an example of maybe a time you felt like a colleague did something to empower you or like make you feel welcome or however you want to, yeah.
In fact, I'll just say what I think probably needs to be done. You know, we need to hire more women in, you need to put women in decision-making roles, basically. That's what you need to do. And you need to fund more women. You need to give women money. Those are the two things that you need to do. That's it.
From personal experience, just having someone at a table. So this is really, I mean, I think we're all coming back to a seat at the table. But if you know someone that has the skill and has the talent, and they don't have a seat at the table, that you are speaking up for them, or trying in whichever way to get them to the table. Yes, a seat at the table.
Yeah, so I'll just speak in terms of just what I've seen in terms of how protocols are actually approaching Africa. And the most important thing I would say would be stop shilling and start actually caring about the developers and their education journey and how they could be better in their lives and start to think of like listening to them, what they need, think of learn to earn models so that you could give them a UBI, and that helps settle their minds and calm social pressures so that they could actually build. So basically, the strategies that you have for the West will not work in Africa, and so you need to listen, basically.
Yes, cool. And then I guess since I kept asking you for a personal experience, I'll just go ahead and share my personal experience. I think what I find really helpful is when people kind of, how do I say it? Like, don't box you into a stereotype. Yes. Because I'm a developer relations, or like I work as a developer evangelist, right? First and foremost, that means I am a developer. It's been frustrating to go to a lot of conferences where I'll be like, oh, what do you do? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, I'm a developer relations. Wow, so fancy. And they're like, do you know how to code? I'm like, I was a DevOps engineer, man. I like stood up infrastructure and stuff like that. And I think it's just these micro things of like, approach people like expecting the best of them. I'm not saying that you're not, like, if you're not technical, you're not the best, right? But I think it is frustrating when you like box a certain stereotype of person to be a certain stereotype of career, for example. And then that also kind of makes me feel alternatively like, oh, do I not really know my shit? Like, when I'm brought into an environment already where there is a lower expectation of what I am capable of, that is a really hard place for me to feel comfortable in. So anyways, that would be my personal recommendation. But we are over time, so we don't have time for questions, unfortunately. But thank you guys so much for joining. Oh, before we end, you want to tell us how to get in contact with you or follow whatever you're doing?
Yeah, I'm F3 Annie, A-N-N-E-E. Yeah, everywhere.
You can join HerDAO on Telegram at HERDAO. The same on Twitter, _HERDAO. We'd love to have you.
And you can find us at ConsenSys Academy, and I believe that's just consensus.net.
Yeah, we could encourage you all to go check out Polygon University, which just launched with Web3 education. And I am at Tony Orlando on all socials.
Thank you, Emily. Cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you. That's so sweet. Oh, we should leave these here.
Cool. Thank you very much. Well done. Well done. I think we have one more panel before the Stani fire chat. I would like to welcome all our panelists. I think we need to add one chair, or we should be good. Oh. Someone, an headphones? Is it it's from someone? Cool. Yeah, you guys, John.
Yeah, it's crossed this way. Yeah, I'll tell you.
Oh shit, no, there isn't.
Oh, that's not me.
Yeah.
Yours is gross too.
It's so worse, man.
Mine's grosser than yours, though. Oh, wait. I need to clean it up.
Okay, cool. What are we missing? Yeah, please take a seat. Doris, there you are. Awesome. I think Matt. There you are. Awesome. So big applause for our new panelists. Let's not die on stage. Nice. Shit, it's like I cannot see you almost, Matt.
And I got
Cool.
the podium blocking me.
Yeah. So yeah, let's start with a short round of interaction. You want to start? Let's do Doris first. Yeah, please.
Yeah, my name is Doris, and I'm the founder of DP. We do APIs to manage private keys. And I am a governor of HerDAO Latin America.
Hi guys, I'm Chris. I am not the lead blockchain engineer at ConsenSys. I am a product manager in the customer success teams.
Hi, my name is Iskender Abibi. I'm a product manager at ConsenSys, and I'm primarily focused on the Village DAO initiative, a community success protocol for Web3 projects.
What's up, everyone? Matt Wright. I lead a lot of our DAO strategy at ConsenSys. Also summoned a DAO for community managers called WGMI.
Hi, everyone. I'm Coogan Brennan, director of ConsenSys Academy. We run a boot camp, and we're exploring ways to DAOify and create new connections for our curriculum and experience.
Nice, no, awesome to have you all. I would like to structure the conversation in two things, right? You have builder of DAOs and the contributors of DAOs. How many of you guys are actually building or founded a DAO yourself? Nice. And how many of you guys are contributing to a DAO? Full-time? Nice. Full-time? Kind of? How is it? Yeah. It looks like a lot of people are contributing.
Fortunately and unfortunately.
Nice, nice. But I don't know, let's start from the basics, right? What, I mean, what is a DAO? Like, how is function? I don't know, just start from there. Anyone can take it.
I was thinking about this earlier, and I think DAOs are funny. They're a bit like that definition of profanity, where you know it when you see it, but there's not actually a clear definition of what a DAO is in terms of a decentralized autonomous organization. I think there are very few that are doing that right now. So there's a little bit more of an ethos in terms of, like, I think what a DAO is, and feels very on to collaborate, and they're leveraging a number of different tools, typically Web3. But I think one of the interesting things is it's very hard to distinguish clearly kind of what actually is a DAO, and, you know, where's that line between centralization and decentralization.
Yeah, I can. So, like, watered down or boiled down to it, groups of internet friends exchanging value, and also having that value represent governance has been my kind of recent understanding. But, you know, it can get more and more complex if you look down like a gradient kind of traction of how big these DAOs get. So at the very low level, your groups of friends coordinating, but then you can enter into, you know, communities coordinating, and at the highest level, we're seeing, you know, essentially organizations operating through internet protocol with this financial layer. So yeah, to Coogan's point, you know it when you see it, and you definitely feel it when you're operating inside of one. But I think, in today's DAO ecosystem, like, we're still very, very nascent, and I think we're still trying to figure out really what do all these different types of DAOs look like, and what truly is a DAO versus, just a community.
Yeah, and to touch on that, DAOs are really awesome. It reminds me back in high school about being in different like fan clubs, after school clubs and stuff, just to a grown-up sense now, where you're with other like-minded individuals, and hopefully everybody has their own say, and everybody has their own vote, and you can accomplish some really kick-ass things with DAOs. So very appreciative that this is one of the big things that's come out of Web3.
What is Village DAO? When it was launched? Scanner.
Oh, like what is Village DAO? Village DAO, like I said earlier, is a community support platform that's actually going to be run by a DAO. So to first answer your initial question, DAOs are hard to define because they're what you make it. So if you have a dream use case in your head, you could probably find a way to DAOify it if you can find people to coordinate with. So Village DAO was born out of ConsenSys' internal effort to find ways for really the MetaMask community to kind of self-service. So when you think about customer success in like Web 2, usually you're talking to an agent or something and you're having a pretty terrible experience. But in Web 3, we're really getting more comfortable dropping into Discord, talking to members of the community, and having that engagement kind of be the customer like success interaction. So what Village DAO tries to do is empower people within these different DAOs to act as those success agents, for lack of a better term, to receive, both financial recognition for their contribution, but also social recognition. So DAOs do have financialization, but they also have like a social capital that's important as well.
And just touch on that too. the crypto and Web3 space right now is very convoluted, especially in terms of finding good customer support. I've worked in support in crypto for the last 2 years, and I've seen every angle of it. I've seen people getting scammed. I've seen people very appreciative of us helping them. VillageDAO allows and enables these new users and users that are needed to be onboarded into crypto, onboarding them to a safe and secure way so they are able to learn and achieve and soar in crypto rather than getting in there, and getting hacked right away. We're trying to onboard the next billion users, and VillageDAO is going to be a good helping hand at bringing new people on board into the space.
Cool. Yeah. I think. Oh, you want to talk to Kugan? I ask you a question then. No. Quickly. What are your top tools in theory, like for also like DAO founders, or do you see like a specific set of toolings that is a must-have for building or contributing for a DAO?
I think Discord is one of the more common sort of things across the board that DAOs are using. And then within Discord, different sort of Web3 connections. We're using Noble, which is something, noble.place, which grabs credentials from different networks and connects it with identities within Discord, which we really enjoy. Collabland is another one. And then we've also been using Git PoApps as we're sort of exploring ways that we can create community. One of the challenging parts of DAOs is typically you've had to sort of purchase an NFT, or it's typically around sort of the acquisition of something. And what we're hoping to do with Git PoApps and with the learning-based DAO is to be able to use merit and actually have people's actions in terms of assisting people going through courses or leading a study session, translating materials, contributing to the curriculum, and having that lead to DAO membership. So yeah, Git PoApps has been essential for that, as well as we're using Govern to track different activities as well.
In our case, in her DAO, we are still exploring tools. I think we haven't found like the perfect one for our DAO, and we're probably going to be building ours because of that. I mean, Discord, obviously it's the main one, but we think it's kind of hard to use, and it's like very exclusive to Web3. So we want to reduce that churn and like make it more accessible to people. So we'll still iterate, and we've used multiple of them. But yes, I'm not gonna lie, it's still a challenge in the industry. Like find that perfect tool to manage your DAO. It's still something that the industry still have to develop for sure.
Yeah, so I can. Hopefully this isn't long-winded. We just organized an event. We being WGMI DAO here in Bogota this week. It was a 2-day hacker house called Integración. It's all focused on onboarding folks to Web3 here locally in Latam. We onboarded 50 locals onto MetaMask wallets, got them some tokens, had them do some token granting, Discord chats, and then they participated in governance. It like blew their minds. Hopefully it wasn't like too much. But like those were kind of the Web3 onboarding tools, and that's at a bare minimum what you expect to use in a DAO is you should understand how to, open up a MetaMask wallet. You should understand how to participate in Web3 safely. You should understand what it means to receive and send assets, digital assets, and then also use those as permissions into those communities. And then if we want to go deeper down the rabbit hole, as a contributor, as a DAO operator, we're seeing a whole other suite of tools around, like shout out to Wonderland or Wonderverse. They're like essentially, they're more than Asana, but for Web3. So like based on the tokens you own, you can get access to different work boards. You also can, as a person just entering the space, you can see different bounties that you can do for the DAO, either being permissions or open to the public. We're seeing, treasury management tools, voting tools. I'm even excited to see like the regulatory and legal rails be built in DAOs, because as an individual contributor, we're thinking that we can just participate in this open environment, but regulators think otherwise. If you were the last person holding the buck, and for some multi-million-dollar DAO, again, I'm not a lawyer, but you have to protect yourself more in this environment because we're dealing with financial services through internet protocol. So yeah, tons of rails.
who you think like is doing a good job in terms of like governance and regulation? Like, are there any?
Workdao is doing really good in that respect. Opolis, they help protect contributors, get them LLCs. So basically, you're an entrepreneur in this environment. I think the biggest thing biggest change beyond tech in participating in Web3 is the idea of proposals. This is very non-technical, but if you go look at all the governance forums for all the major DeFi protocols, you're having to structure proposals that the community backs and advocates for and eventually makes a decision on. But in Web2, we're very used to being told what to do. And now we're entering an environment where we're like, you have to tell us how you want to see the world be better. And we all have to agree as a community to support that proposal, help it get pushed, passed. And a lot of the forums it's not revolutionary. These are like Web 1 forums that like we're writing up on HackMD in Markdown and getting people to vote on. It's not sophisticated technology. It's just changing the mental model for humans.
Yeah, and I want to kind of add something. So I'm assuming a lot of people in the room are builders and are like interested in what tools to use. I'm actually not going to shill specific tools. What I will do is shill a specific website. There's a site called DAOmasters.xyz, which is like a really comprehensive list of like DAO tools that you can use. And the reason why I don't want to shill specific tools is that you'll find two things. Like one, the space moves so fast that the tool you had is no longer the best. And two, tools tend to be really niche specific. So if you have like a DAO that is like based around financialization, like acquiring NFTs, or if you have one that's like a social DAO, you typically won't see the same tool set in the stack. And so, like I said, DAOs are kind of like what you want to make them. So you want to kind of look through all your options to build the thing that is closest to what you want to represent. I would also suggest if you want to build DAO tools, be as specific as possible, be as niche-driven as possible, and I think you can expand from there.
I know that Iskandar and I had talked about this earlier about like building your own tools versus like actually engaging other tools. And initially, like as Academy has been sort of going through this process we initially thought, okay, well, we'll build an NFT generator for people who complete lessons. But by the time we're done building that tool, it's already sort of, showing its age a little bit. And so there are a ton of really amazing tools that people are working on and that other organizations, other DAOs are using as well. So you get plugged into this larger community. And so, I was coming from a not as involved in the DAO background, and by using these tools, it just forces you to more into that community. And I always think that's sort of a great sort of impulse and a really nice motivator to get, to see how it's used in other communities, see other communities in general, as opposed to I'm going to build this ourselves and reinvent the wheel essentially.
One of the things that I want to add is the fact that, like you're mentioning, right, it really depends on your DAO is, and that's the challenge comes into play, because like you might find some tools that are doing some of the things that you want, but then half of it is not there, or like, 75% is there, but some things are still missing, which is like interesting how like still nascent the industry is, right? So it's like still early, and I think that's very important to acknowledge that it's a challenge for everyone involved.
Yeah, and if anyone's like building or operating in a DAO, I think the best way to think about it, because this was me personally, like coming into the space, in the DAO space, and then also like a lot of other people I've talked to, it's major analysis paralysis. You're like, oh my gosh, my DAO has to be this sophisticated, the most decentralized thing out there. It's literally got to mimic Ethereum. And like that's not the goal here. The goal is to get a group of people together, coordinate, and then what's your problem, like what's your priority and your problem at hand that you need to solve for, and then find the tool for that. If it has to be a Web 2 type tool for the time being until you can figure out how to decentralize that over time, then so be it. But you're wasting time by not, operating in a decentralized environment or in a collaborative environment with this group of people you want to solve a problem with, if you're just spending months figuring out which tool set to, polish and have on your website or something.
I mean, you mention all the time like tooling for the DAO builders, right? I would like to actually go on the other side. If I'm a new person in the space, I need to decide where to go. Are there actually tooling or suites like to actually make me choosing? Because right now, like I think there is a very siloed communities. And for example, I can contribute there like 3-6 months, but is there some consistency? Like I feel like rewards rewards, for example, for contributors are changing a lot and fast. I mean, I know like the industry is starting, but I know, for example, like you have a bunch of like aggregator of statistics for layer 2s. You know, is there something like that for like contributors on the other side that make me choose, hey, I want to contribute there because it's more consistent. I can be also a long-term valued person that can contribute also to the roadmap. Can I actually be part of the governance in the future? You know, these kind of things. Because a lot of time you see a lot of political games also on the other side. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I just love this topic. I'll make this quick. So, yeah, in terms of frameworks and like the infrastructure, you know, when you're like the go-to community to go-to DAO strategy is like, you know, first you need like a manifesto or like a mission. Then you're going into like chat, forum, and then you're looking into governance. Governance can be done on a forum, like open source projects. I'll like argue this for the longest time, but like open source projects have had the strongest governance that we've ever seen through internet for the longest time, and then now it's tokenized, and we're thinking that this is like the golden way, but it's like Linux has like had an amazing open source community that's contributed and had governance for decades. So it's like we're not reinventing anything new here, but yeah, chat, forum, and then governance. But the frameworks that we're seeing for governance in the DAO space right now, notably Moloch, the Moloch framework. That's an open source repo. You can go contribute code there. And then the OpenZeppelin governor contracts. So if you see any like bankless DAO or like tokenized communities, and you can go to like some interfaces and see how those communities are voting, like a lot of that stuff's on governor. And those are like the two major like verticals I've seen for like frameworks you can contribute to.
Yeah, I would actually agree with that. And I would add that like, if somebody's looking to become a contributor, the number one thing I would recommend is like have distinct wallets, like wallets for how you want to interact with DAOs, and then a wallet for like maybe if you are choosing to hold Ethereum. A lot of times you see people using a single wallet for all of these, and DAO tooling is still immature and in its infancy and is prone to hacks at times. So make sure you protect yourself by separating your wallets is one thing I would add to that.
Cool.
All right, I want to add one thing, which was that there's a great group called Tally, led by our friend Dennison, and they develop a lot of DAO tools. They did this great survey on sort of pain points, and the biggest one was just onboarding, just people understanding when they're coming into a Discord or they're finding a repo, like what is this thing? And so I'm sort of curious as to what, you know, positive onboarding experiences that people have seen in DAOs, or, you know, seeing it done well, because I think that's in some ways one of the most challenging things. You have your initial core group of folks who get it, they're all on the same page, but how do you start bringing in people in a way that is, you know, that is easy and allows them to like energetically know where to go and how to contribute?
Yeah, very good point. Village DAO, this is something that we're really trying to nail down right now. We're constantly interviewing contributors into our community, even at its infancy, about how that they see the onboarding process going, where they see the best value. We're looking to create courses for them to onboard them into the DAO and onboard them onto Village DAO as well too. So for every brand that joins Village DAO, there'll be a separate onboarding course for those users and those experts to come in and learn as much as they can and allow them to be the best that they can be for contributing in a DAO.
In our case, we do a lot of IRL interactions. That's actually the forte of her DAO, is that we bring IRL and then we make online communities. So it's very useful because you have like this network effect, because you onboarded 30 people that now they can help 100 people within the community. So combining IRL with online, I think, has been very efficient for us.
I'll give a biased shout out. I've always been a big fan of bankless DAOs onboarding. Again, like it's not super complex, but they did such a phenomenal job and they've had an established brand. If you go to their forum, like the onboarding is literally one post, a couple posts, but like it's literally a post. Like it's not like some crazy steps. And so far they've been able to onboard like thousands of people into this DAO and create this incentive model where here's how you kind of go down that path and receive these extra rewards or tokens through that path. And at ConsenSys, we started a contributor program, a DAO relationship program. We just had an announcement last week. Basically, the goal was, if we're going to decentralize as an organization over time, how do we do that? And with our 900 and plus employees, like, does everyone at ConsenSys understand what a DAO is? If not, like, how do we get to that point? And so the thesis was like, let's create partnerships with external DAOs, get our folks over there to contribute, do some work, operate in the DAO, and then in exchange, when they go back to ConsenSys, they'll have some idea of how that all works. And so we did our first partnership last week with Bankless DAO, and we're going to be shipping 50 ConsenSys employees over to Bankless to go contribute. We feel it's super important to kind of create this ecosystem. But yeah, like right now we are crafting a unique onboarding program for that interesting bridge of employees. And I think a really cool model that a lot of the DAOs have done successfully are like this cohort model where you do it in sprints. And so that's kind of what we're going to be doing. And we put out a bounty for some people at Bankless DAO to help with that process and handhold people into the DAO. Because like, we love the name of this panel because the hardest part right now for DAOs is onboarding. People get stuck and then they get like deterred and they're like, yeah, DAOs suck. Like, not interested.
For me, something that I want to add is just like, as a DAO, or it's like defining what is onboarding anyways, right? Like, what is onboarding? Like, when is your member onboarded? For us, it's that you came to a hackathon, right? So it's IRL completely, and then you'll be online. So it's very important to define what onboarding is, like what's the end goal of the community and what onboarding means to you, right? And what are like the correct tools to make that happen.
But how you're keeping up with the consistency of those rewards, right? Or like the consistency of like, giving people rewards, because like targeting bounties sometimes is something that is more like a one-time show, but I think it's also very important to maintain this consistency. I think like example for basically what Kugan has done, like you're literally like building the education program for ConsenSys, like you guys said, what, 90,000 students overall, like how you get those alumni involved in the ecosystem. Like, I don't know, like maybe you can share some secrets, some alphas that you have around here.
The alpha is that we work with Matt's WGMI DAO to do it. That's the alpha. No, the actual, luckily we have a community that has been able to, so we run these boot camps for about 3 months. And we've run it for a number of years now, and we have mentors who are already coming back, who graduate from the program and volunteer their own time without any tokens, without any sort of on-chain contribution. And that was actually the first sort of light bulb there, which was that we had a culture that we had already created, And so I think that in some ways feels like the most important thing. Bankless has their own culture, right, based around the program, and so being able to have that kind of IRL experience or these sorts of bonding experiences that will push people through what I think are, quite frankly, very painful onboarding processes. Like Web3 is not easy right now, right? And so to be able to kind of get the momentum, I think the secret really is to have those strong bonds, that common mission, and that sort of understanding, and that can be a good start, I think.
What do you guys think, or what you couldn't think, like about like those buddy system that are helping you on board, or like ambassador programs? Are you guys critics, like anything that is working right now that we can also like get inspired by Web2, like ambassador program or something that you see maybe that have a future?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think specific programs will work for specific use cases. I think the thing that I have seen, which is the most consistent in DAOs, is actually word of mouth. So today we're all on Discord, and like hopefully that's not forevermore. But like you can bounce between all your different Discords and talk about the other DAOs you're in, talk about all the other initiatives you're in, and that word of mouth can travel really fast. Crypto runs on rumors. And so, sometimes that's to our detriment, but sometimes when there's something good, that's to our favor. So I think just like being communicative about the positive things that you see in this space and making sure that you're kind of spreading the good stuff and not just the rug pulls is actually probably one of the best ways that you can onboard folks into Web3.
Yeah, and I'll, like the buddy system you mentioned, I can't remember what DAO was specifically who was doing this really well, but I will say like as even as a community manager for like 10 years, I have definitely felt siloed in communities, online communities. You know, we call this, we see a lot of people lurk in these communities and they don't actually engage and participate. And I think we get frustrated as community managers and as product owners being like, oh my gosh, why aren't they like engaging with this thing? And the role of the community manager is to instigate them feeling welcome into these spaces and, you know, being able to like say something and post in the forum, not feel like they're gonna get roasted or like, oh, like this newbie here like doesn't know what they're talking about. Like you should have a welcoming environment for people to say whatever they want in these environments. But then from there, like how do you scale that? Like you can't have one person doing that for the whole community. And so I've seen these buddy systems be like a really good tool for welcoming people into the community. You're also empowering this person to be like a good example and be like an advocate like in the space. So we're experimenting with that at WGMI. We're trying to get more of that. I think the number that you might be looking for is like number of people in your community compared to the number of people engaged. And like if your community has 10,000 people, who cares? Like if you have 1% engaged, it's not a community, it's a freaking audience, if they're even looking at Discord. So it's really important to jack up that engagement number. And you know, usually these communities on Discord, you can check your analytics. It's like 5% of your community. And if you can get that above that because you create these kinds of programs, you're gonna have more sticky engagement.
Yeah, and it's word of mouth, guys, as Eskinder said, and collaboration and engagement in the actual communities. Web3 is a very open space, just like the last panel up here. We want to welcome everybody in. DAOs are new, crypto's new, Web3 is new. This is a very open community, and we need to know as much as we can. And the best way to do that is with partnering with other DAOs, such as ConsenSys and Bankless that we've done last week. If you guys are in a DAO and you guys want to collaborate with other DAOs, do it. Like, that is the best sort of form of knowledge gaining you can grab, is by working with someone else who is already done that before you, or help other people onboard them into their DAOs, help them onboard them to your DAOs. Community, engagement, and openness, huge.
Yeah, that sparked a thought for me. So if you're looking to like build your community or your DAO, like the title is great because there really are like two verticals. There's onboarding and tooling, and they serve different use cases. Onboarding is for the new person who's attempting to enter your community, and tooling is for the like power users of your DAO that are looking to do social coordination. So when you're trying to build your Discord or whichever Discord alternative you're looking to use, like that is like a great framework for you to start thinking about how you can break out your community to like build like the loop that makes new users into power users and, you know, bring in more folks.
Cool. I think like before taking one question from the public, like what you're speaking about knowledge base, like what are for each person and for each panelist, is your top like resource app where you learn about DAOs that also like end contributors can literally learn and reach out to? Don't tell Bankless. Bankless is good, but it's general.
Yeah, I'll replug DAOmasters.xyz. I think by learning about the tooling in the space, you can learn about the use cases. I will also plug YouTube. I feel like that's where I've done the majority of my learning. So, and Reddit. Reddit is also an invaluable resource.
I would plug DAOmasters 100%. They have great resources. There is also, if you go to Missari /governor, I think it is, there's like 500 DAO tools that they've aggregated, and there's also a ton of DAOs that you can just go and look and explore. You can go to Tally, tally.xyz. You can even go deploy a low-tech, low-code DAO on Tally now with Tally groups. But you can also go see like everything that's on Governor Bravo. And then you can also go to DAO House. DAO House has like a bunch of Moloch DAOs that you can go explore.
Yeah, most of the stuff I found as well is from YouTube, and then actually from being active in communities like ENS DAO. So being in ENS was one of the big learning for me, to be able to participate and learn from. I think they do a really good job. I mean, there's still a lot of learning for them to do, but very good job that they've done so far. So it's been a pleasure to learn from them.
One way that we learn as well is asking other DAOs. Just like, hey, what tool are you using? And then we compare. I think that's been very useful. Our governors are part of bankless DAOs, so that's been useful. We collaborate with other DAOs. So we have like this consensus of like what other DAOs are using, and that is very helpful as well, because it's kind of like a curated list, besides the tools that I already told you, of course.
Yeah, I second that as well. There's sort of like a leapfrogging that happens sometimes, where like you join a DAO or you hear about a tool and then you see this DAO, and so I'm not sure. DAO Masters is really interesting. I'd not heard of that before. It's more been that kind of more organic kind of just sort of figuring out one and then the other for me. Yeah.
Nice. So yeah, amazing. That's an awesome, inspiring talks here. Any question from the public?
Great talk, guys. Very grateful for the intel and alpha. So I founded a yoga DAO, and I want to just offer yoga and meditation to as many people around the world as possible. And as you probably know, yoga people are a little adverse to technology. So I've had a Discord. Getting them involved in Discord is like pulling teeth, and even getting them on Telegram was a huge leap. So any suggestions to reach out to the community that is not so tech savvy?
I would recommend we do that as well. Just do like Zoom sessions. You know, like, hey, instead of doing IRL, like you can do a Zoom session of how to go to Discord, how to go to Telegram, how to open a wallet, and everyone or a lot of people know how to use like either Zoom or any, and that's going to be helpful for your community. And then they see you, like there's a face behind that community, and it's really good as well. And that gets like the word of mouth, like, hey, I got value from this session, and now I'm part of the Discord, and we're adding all these values, so it's just like you get that snowball effect.
Yeah, I would say like one like mental framework for that is like, how do you import a community? So if you're looking for other yoga enthusiasts, there are probably folks who have a number of followers that are also yoga enthusiasts. I'm imagining there's a bunch on Instagram. So rather than try to like speak to the masses, if you can find the targeted individual whose community you can help import, if you can convince them at the individual level to come participate, not only can they bring their community, they can bring their ideas and their expertise and help you formulate, you know, what your DAO will become.
Cool. Last question.
Oh, I can give one.
Oh, Matt, go for it.
I plugged it earlier, and the man arrived here, Mr. Dennis and Bertram. So you should link up about Tally groups. It's very low tech. You can just set someone up with a wallet. They can essentially have voting in a group setting, and you can share like a Gnosis treasury. So you can like, everyone can contribute $100 for the month, and then that gets spent on a retreat or something like that. You can all vote where the retreat is. But I double down on the Zoom, like keep it low tech to begin, and then like, you know, give them little nuggets or like a trail to go into the rabbit hole. But start simple, yeah.
Right. I've heard it described as like, you know, DAOs start as group chats, which then go to Discord, which then go to sort of a multi-sig. And if you're still in that group chat phase, that's also okay. If you're still doing Zoom message, like Zoom meetings, that's okay as well, right? The DAO is meant to serve the community, not the community to serve the DAO, you know? And you have that really nice community there already. So just, you know, kind of, you know, build that up, kind of get that momentum. And then once you have maybe a critical mass, maybe then it makes sense to kind of go to start doing these different tools and, you know, join up with Tally or these sorts of things, you know? So, anyways, yeah.
Yeah. So last question. As you guys mentioned before, like when you are going to develop a DAO tooling to be specific, to be niche as possible. My question will be here, like you have the DAO masters to assemble all the DAO tooling. Do you have any kind of like summary of all the DAOs exist? Because when people are developing DAO tools, they need to find preliminary users for collect user business requirements and then do user testing. Right now, some challenges are we don't know how many DAOs there are, what they do really, and which kind of problem they are facing. So I don't know if you know more than me right now.
Yeah, I'll go first. Like, we got the same problem. I feel like I actually don't know everything that's being built. I only know like the sources that aggregate things after. I think one of the like, maybe a tool that could be built is how do we get some of these like very early DAO tools kind of distributed to people early to figure out like how they can be involved, how they can involve the product. So I don't have a great answer for you. I think that's definitely like a gap in the space that we should be focusing on.
Yeah, so yeah, it's impossible to know every DAO that exists unless it's on chain, which is, you know, even if you're not on chain, it's fine, you're still a DAO. Like if you call yourself a DAO, you're probably a DAO. What I would recommend is DeepDAO. They kind of showcase a lot of the analytics in the space in terms of governor DAOs that are on chain. And again, you can go to DAO House. Those are all the Moloch DAOs you can find. I would also recommend, this is a ConsenSys project, but Sobol, Sobol.io. It's like S-O-B-O-L. That is a really neat org chart tool for DAOs. You can go find Bankless DAOs, Sobol, and you can literally see all of the pods and all the contributors that are in each pod and their Discord handles. And you can even see some of the multi-sigs that they're on, some of the proposals they've got passed. It's getting pretty focused, but yeah, to Eskinder's point, it's still very impossible to know exactly that number of DAOs out there in the ecosystem.
I think,
and Tally, of course.
I think also like the one that you mentioned before, the Messari DAO hub. I think that's a good aggregator to start.
It's like a leaderboard, right? Yeah, Messari is a great one as well. And then Guild XYZ, I've also is a really great one as well, where it's like a one-click kind of setup, and it's maybe not great organized for browsing, but you can at least sort of get a sense of what are some DAOs that are growing quickly. Yeah.
Cool.
But if you want to start DAO tooling DAO, I will join and coordinate with you.
I'll give one last recommendation too, and this has kind of been my adventure, my personal adventure. I didn't know what the inside of a DAO looked like because I wasn't in one, and a lot of these things are permissioned. So I'd highly recommend just going and contributing to a DAO, contribute to a bunch of DAOs, and kind of just go look inside of the hurricane and figure out like, you know, where you can, you know, find this kinds of information with contributors.
Cool. I think we're time. Big applause for our panelists. We're just prepping up the stage with 2 chairs. And I guess, yeah, let's start. Cool. I think we can get started. So big applause for Stani. And I'm so excited about this. I know it's late. I know you probably have like some new panels going on or some beers.
I mean, we're the last thing between you and the drinks, so I hope we make it a bit entertaining then.
Yeah, exactly. No, I don't know. Like, I was thinking to structure the conversation a little bit on general thought on DeFi trends, and then go specific to what's going on in the Lens world, in the Aave v3 world. I don't know. Like, I think, but one serious question before we start: how was Rave?
I think it was pretty epic. I think the lineup was very good, and I danced the whole time, so that explains quite a lot.
Yeah, a bunch of people were here. I think like they arrived like late at the panels in the morning. It was amazing. Cool. Yeah. So I think like you guys shipped the V3. I don't remember one recently, but you want to talk about it a little bit. Like what is happening in the V3? I know you guys said an enormous amount in terms of like rebuilding the stack, and I'm super excited about C because from the user perspective there are some things that stayed equal, but I think like all the backend is completely different.
Yeah, I mean Aave v3 was something that we were working over a period of time for 1 year, and we launched it back in beginning of this year, and our focus was. We had actually two main focuses. So one was make the protocol a bit more capital efficient. So we added specific features to support that, and also mitigate risk on the protocol level as well. And we had respective features for that as well. So the big difference has been that building over the years from our version 1, version 2, and 3. Is that kind of like a DeFi has taken quite a lot of, that started to become a bit more popular than it was in the beginning. And this also means that the stakes has become more higher. So when we were building the version 1 of the Aave protocol, I think we were expecting roughly maybe 30 million worth of value locked in the smart contracts. That was our expectation. And ended up being 400 to 500 million worth of value. So that was incredible. And with the version 2, we were expecting maybe a billion worth, and the version 2 of the Aave protocol secured up to 15 billion worth of value at one point. So the stake has grown substantially high, and that's why we focused on a lot on risk mitigation with the new features.
Super cool. How many of you guys talk alone on Aave? Raise your hands. Cool. Just to understanding, like, and I'm a newbie here, right? Asking questions. Are loans right now on cross-chain, or how does it work?
Yeah, I mean the protocol is deployed in multiple networks. So Aave community is interesting in the sense that we, as a community, we deployed the markets into multiple networks. So. There's always been discussion about whether you should stick to Ethereum and kind of like be loyal to the Ethereum ecosystem. And we always kind of understood that there's other ecosystems out there as well where maybe they used a bit different kind of technology stack, so you can actually have less transaction cost, and we onboard more users and different kinds of user groups. And that was one of the catalysts to deploy in multiple markets. And each market has its own, each network has its own market at this point. So you could do cross-chain loans if you want to. Like that's technically supported by the Aave v3 portal feature with the permissioned A token minting and burning for whoever becomes a portal, followed by a governance process. But so far, usually the lending activity happens in that specific market on Polygon or Ethereum or in layer 2s like Arbitrum and Optimism.
Yeah, I think you literally answered my follow-up question was about this portal that I read about, the minting, and that's super interesting. And where you see like where you see the majority of folks, like in which chain they are, probably on ETH, right?
Well, this is the interesting part. So we see like radical difference between what's happening on Ethereum versus what's happening on layer 2s and let's say on Polygon or Avalanche. So those places where, those networks where we have low transaction fees, what we notice that we have far more users there, but the actual deposit sizes are way more smaller. So we see more users depositing smaller amounts, which is actually a good signal because it creates more empowerment. And that's where the L2s, for example, bring a lot of value because you have less transactioning cost, you can onboard more users, and make the protocol more useful and inclusive as well.
So it's all about like microloans. So you see these trends about microloans also happening, that people getting loans that are smaller and smaller.
We've seen, so most of the activity that happens across all the networks is supplying liquidity, meaning that you deposit cryptographic assets, mainly stable coins, and you earn yield. So the big thing that DeFi actually did, and why it became popular, is that it created accessibility to everyone to participate into fair, transparent market across globally without intermediaries. So you can actually trust the protocols to work the way they are designed. And maybe 30% of the users are actually then even borrowing the liquidity out and unlocking the value of their collateral. So in some ways, I see that the Aave protocol has actually created, and the whole like DeFi as an ecosystem created a place where you have a global borderless liquidity market that actually empowers a lot of users. And even those smaller amounts actually are powerful for certain regions.
And I could stay here like two or 3 hours speaking on that. That's super interesting. But I know we have like literally 70 minutes here. I'm just trying to understand and move to probably Lens. How many of you guys build something on Lens? Or
yeah, I see a lot of few builders here.
Nice. I remember like you guys for the Rabbit tickets, you were submitting like those poems on Lens. That was a good one.
Yeah, and I gave some Rabbit tickets. I deliver.
Nice. But on Lens, like we already kind of talked this morning with Nader, amazing conversation, and his workshop was happening a couple of hours ago. But so Lens is on Polygon today, right?
Lens protocol is on Polygon. Yeah, exactly.
Is there like any plans to move multi-chains or?
Yeah, I think so. So it's interesting to also observe how these different ecosystem will evolve. So Polygon obviously has its own ecosystem. It's kind of always been part of the Ethereum community, but at the same time, they're also working on various kind of scaling solutions from ZK to, actually they have 3 different kinds of ZK implementations. And at the same time, you have a lot of users on different L2s. So everything is very new and experimental at this point. So if you go back in time, for example, for 1 year ago, we really didn't have that much of utilization on layer 2s, but the technology is starting to actually get more proven. And even recently, ZK scaling has become more, like EVM compatible ZK scaling has become also a experimentation and has progressed quite a lot. So the beauty of Lens protocol is that you can deploy it in multiple networks, and actually with a middleware, you can fetch all the data and serve it in the experience layers. But I think like something valuable could be that you could actually create a profile on Polygon, but at the same time, as a user, I could mint and collect the content of a particular person that I might be following, a creator on another network, for example, on Optimism or even on Ethereum. And this is possible with solutions like Layer 0, which allows cross-chain messaging as well. So that I think that's where we will see a lot of experimentations on kind of like a cross-chain social media for Lens.
That's super interesting. I never understood how the thing started with Aave and building social graphs. How it started, man? Like you like thought about like, hey, let's build like a sub team and start building like social graphs that people can build on top of that, or like you didn't like Twitter, or how was it?
Well, we do a lot of experimentations in the Aave team, and we talk about a lot of topics and that we could actually build, or what is important for the whole community. Something that is very interesting is that whatever we do relates to access. So access means, for example, in terms of decentralized finance and Aave protocol, it's access to finance, access to fair, transparent markets. When it comes to Lens protocol, it's basically access to your own social identity, your social graph, and the ownership of that. And as a company as well, building these protocols, we also in the future, we want to build different kinds of products, services that bring more access for users to enter into the space. And what's interesting about the Lens protocol is that as a non-financial protocol, it means that you don't actually have to have financial capital to interact with the protocol or create a profile. But once you create that profile and once you start forming connections, you're actually forming social capital that is owned by you, meaning that you can actually go from one application that is built on top of the Lens protocol to another, and you don't need to leave your profile or your social graph behind, and actually you carry it with you. And something that's interesting is that there are a lot of people who have financial capital, but there's everyone who actually has social capital. So it's kind of a way of using the blockchain to actually make that ownership possible and empower everyone. And this is probably one of the ways that we can get more people into the Web3 space to use blockchain-based applications and maybe later even become DeFi users if it's relevant to them.
Yeah, I really love how you say it, empower anyone. Like in the Lens ecosystem right now, do you see some specific application built on top of Lens that you want to describe?
There's quite interesting applications at the moment. So one thing that stands out is an application called Orb. And what's interesting about Orb is that their kind of a focus point is to use Lens protocol as a basic feed, as a way to connect with people. But their main focus is to bring more people into, actually more talent into the Web3 space, by creating your social profile where you can actually compile with different achievements that you have. And also you can, there's a learn section where you can actually do different kinds of quests and get NFT badges of what kind of learnings you had in your process. And why it's interesting and important is that you kind of create a on-chain resume that basically is verified because it's on-chain data, and that you can actually use then to apply to different Web3 companies or even DAOs. And different DAOs could actually give you badges as well for whatever you have succeeded or achieved. So I think this is very important because at Aave, I mean, we're a global company and we hire quite a lot, and also outside of the Web3 space. And there's always a lot of education that we want to have for the talent that is coming into the space. So I think they're solving a valuable topic.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Orb, actually. But so in terms of if you want to scale, you really need to reach out the end users. I mean, what is the strategy right now for getting to the 10 million end users? Because right now is very developer focused. I know you guys are having specific also bounties for different hackathons, but what's the strategy there? Because I see a bunch of, I don't know, we could call it competitors, but are coming from the other side. They're trying to build an end user platform and then feedback engineer. Is there, I don't know, what is the strategy there, right? What's the strategy to scale? Well, how to reach the next 10 million users?
Yeah, I think there's kind of discussion of whether to build a protocol or application first, but people forget that actually it's a full ecosystem game, so you have to do both. And what we do in the our ecosystem, we want to ensure that there's actually a very good protocol to build on. Means that the protocol has to be as unopinionated as possible. And that's the direction we're going towards. So you can actually use Lens protocol in various different use cases. You can, for example, integrate into a wallet to make the connections more social. You can integrate it into more traditional application, or you can create completely new experience. So I think it's more of an ecosystem effort that needs to happen, and that's how you grow a complete protocol. So it's not only about the application or versus protocol itself. Second is, I think it's the use cases that we built. I personally think we don't win much when we recreate, let's say, Twitter or Instagram and kind of like empower it by Web3. I think we actually have to create new use cases and support new interest graphs and create new experiences. And those new networks become more valuable and then attracts more new users as well. And obviously the user experience has to be very good. And one thing I want to quickly mention is that in terms of the Lens protocol, we use across all the applications, we use a dispatcher. So it means that you delegate your signing power, and also the dispatcher pays your gas. So when you're using these applications and you post content, the content is reflected directly right away. So as you will see in traditional Web2 social application, but all the blockchain logic is basically obfuscated into the backend. I saw your flyer there. Are you trying to get the DEF CON to Istanbul?
Yeah. Who didn't sign for the proposal? Everybody should sign for the proposal. DEF CON in Istanbul. Yeah, man, I'm a big fan. I mean, the verifiable credential use case on Lens, I think it's extremely can create extremely impact. People think about more social graphs, but I think people rebuilding CVs on top of Lens is really cool. Other use case that you see that maybe you didn't know 6 months ago?
Some of the use cases I really like is when you can use the social graph in a way, for example, where you can benefit applications outside of the protocol itself and social applications. So, for example, we have this one module that is called degrees of separation. So during my DEF CON talk, I mentioned that one of the interesting studies is that we all humans are connected to each other between 6 hops of connectivity. So we're all connected from our friends, and even the recent studies show that we are even connected less than 5 hops. So we use this kind of like an analogy, and we build a smart contract module where you can only comment if you are your friend or friend, and you can set the degree how strict commenting rights you will have in your post. And this eliminated almost all of the bot activity, which means that you could actually use something like this that is built on top of Lens protocol in other applications for Sybil resistance. It's a simple example, but yet very powerful. Something else I would love to see is being built is new type of algorithms. So because the data is public and anyone can compute and build algorithms, I would love to see new ways of discovery, finding people and content that is relevant for you. Because the Web2 social media companies, end of the day, they're platforms, and they are platforms and companies behind, and their objective is to make revenue, but you can build algorithms that are more aligned towards the actual users.
Oh, that's super cool. We ran 2 months ago our first basically UX onboarding hackathon for wallets, and it was super interesting. Okay, there were all for example, visual impaired solutions, but super interesting was the guardians. 4 out of 25 solutions were about guardians, and in theory you can literally build with Lens, specific guardians for backing up or recovering wallets. And yeah, maybe we should think about to build some MetaMask snaps with Lens. That could be cool.
Definitely, and I think social recovery is very interesting, and also what Dan Finlay was talking about delegated Ethereum is super fascinating topic of actually helping and making the addresses and wallets more usable for mainstream as well, and kind of more secure. So these topics are super exciting things to explore.
Nice. I mean, everybody right now is suffering. We are in a bear market, right? But at the end of the day, I just see builders. We are not in a bear market of builders, right? I mean, do you see any specific trends, or what is telling you are we a bear market or not? I know this is a difficult question, right? I just want to like try to get some alphas or some like to like see. This mic is not working well here.
I don't know what to say. Like I don't want to overpromise, right? But also I want to keep everyone like hopeful. On it's. I mean, it says something that if I don't know. Do anyone know how many people are here at DEF CON and like besides of the event? 6,000, right? So like 6,000 people coming together to basically hear and talk about the blockchain and the whole Ethereum community. I mean, that says quite a lot. So last time I was in DEF CON in Osaka, I think it was half of the amount, and even before that, it was even way more less. So things are progressing in that sense. So at least the communities are growing. So at least people are building. So there's actually value. There's a lot of companies that are providing services now as well in the space. So I feel very optimistic. There's plenty of communities at the moment. Also, we have a lot of great hackathons, and I see a lot of innovation coming from there. So, I mean, even DeFi space is so big that I can't follow anything that is new there necessarily. So, I feel very optimistic. Regardless of the market conditions, I think it's important to focus on what's important to you. And for me, it's building and innovating and creating more access with our team at Aave. So that's where my personal focus is. But I hope that built a bit of confidence in everyone.
Yeah, we're all confident. Come on, who? But yeah, I mean, I can agree. I really agree, like on the fact that compared to Osaka, a bunch of talks in the past 4 days have been like security, privacy, scaling infrastructure, and much more like a multi-chain infrastructure. And I think like the conversation are different, but it's also like probably nature of DEF CON, right? Like. But yeah, I agree. Like hackathons, how they're growing, like how the builder are reaching out to standards. Also in terms of like, I want to have a track record of hackathon and learning experience and building cool stuff. I think that's definitely amazing. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to like monopolize the conversation here and question and answer. I think like it's a good opportunity also for the public to ask questions, especially because we have Stani on stage. Any question out there? Come on, don't be shy.
Thanks for opportunities. I saw your law during universities. You're studying law, right? Law.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you could go back to being 20 years old now, so what would you study specifically?
I think I would study probably maybe a bit the same. Maybe, I don't know, I wanted to do computer science because that's what I always did in my teen years. And I kind of like discovered law because I started to build fintech applications, and regulation was something that started to kick in quite a lot in peer-to-peer lending and crowdfunding. So that was kind of like my motivator. Something I want to also kind of like highlight that whenever you learn more like creative subjects or creative, you take more creative paths, that's very valuable for you as well. So maybe that will be something quite interesting. But also I loved music quite a lot. So that I used to DJ for 5 years. So that was another path I wanted to take. And I still want to explore that.
What about to start Rave earlier? That would be cool.
I'm not that good at DJ, so.
Nice. Any other questions? I see out there. Let's start with the lady there. Yeah.
Thank you. Hi, Stanley. I have a question. How you envision, say, Web3 in 5 years' time?
This is also a hard one. Well, I think I feel that the way things are going, and there's more and more scalability involved now, and with the layer 2s, basically you can extend the concept of block space into non-financial applications, and that brings value and security and ability to verify transactions becomes very valuable. So I kind of feel that the space is moving towards that. We will have also a lot of non-financial use cases on layer 2s. And I think that's where we will see a lot of onboarding as well. So we see users coming into the Web3 space through applications that might not be financial, through different kinds of interfaces, wallets that provide more kind of like intuitive user experiences. And also, I believe, I also believe that you don't need blockchain for everything, but wherever there's a component of ownership, there's where like decentralization matters. And something I want to encourage everyone to do is become maybe a bit more active DAO members. So I would like to see like how the concepts of DAOs will evolve. And something I want to see is that how we can actually have pure DAOs and not just like kind of like DAOs with legal entity behind, but actually think about the concept of people coming together, governing treasuries, or deciding on subjects that are important for them.
Is there any DAO out there that you really appreciate in terms of like governance or incentivization for the contributors? That you see, okay, this is a cool run DAO, and it's really
besides Aave DAO?
Yeah, I mean other one, yeah.
I think there's a lot of DAOs, and I think the thing with DAOs is that end of the day they're basically digital organizations. So you know, and the beauty of the DAO is that you get people together on different kinds of matters or topics, and you can actually govern things together and get organized. So there's probably like I can give you a list of maybe like 50 to 80 DAOs that are valuable for the ecosystem. So I don't want to mention a specific one because someone will say to me that why didn't I mention them too? So I would just say there's a lot of good DAOs.
But do you see some DAOs using, for example, Lens as credentials right now?
Could be, yeah. I mean, the governance is built into the Lens protocol, so effectively because all followings are tokenized as NFTs too, so you can create a follower-based governance as well, so which is valuable for the creators and for the users. And because the protocol is built on smart contracts, you can actually build in programmability as well into that governance model as well. So I think that is where we probably see some interesting ideas too.
Nice. Let's continue with the question. I think like the gentleman there with the, I think is that it Bogota hackathon? Well done. Hope you guys hack well.
Thank you very much. I had a question about if there were to emerge like another Web3 social graph, or like some kind of application that supports like something similar, maybe like a Clubhouse but on Web3, for example. Would you ever consider like merging like the Lens protocol social graph with that graph, or like have some kind of composability? Like, what do you think about sort of in the future as maybe more potential competitors come up, like how the Lens protocol would interface with them?
Yeah, it's interesting because the competition in Web3 social is a bit different because, you know, there isn't going to be a winner. There isn't a winner in Web2 social. These different applications and platforms, they have their own, you know, kind of like user base. They might share users across, you know, the same. Users might have multiple social media applications, but there's different thing that is actually taking you to that application. It might be that one application has more interesting content related to your own space where you are working at. Some social media application is more interesting to communicate and connect with your friends. So I definitely think there's going to be different kinds of variations. And I even could imagine that there's going to be multiple deployments of the Lens protocol. The cool part is that once you have deployed a protocol, that data is available. So you get instant data availability that doesn't exist in Web2 social the same way. in the same transparency. So with the middleware layer, actually anyone can fetch all the networks and even aggregate and create different kinds of use cases and curation. So for sure we will see a lot of progress in the space. And progress is good and competition is good because that just validates that there's actually things to build in the space. As long as we're trying to build in a way where we aim for more adoption and getting more users into the space.
I think I see a question here for Jamplin. Come on, let's take two more questions.
Thank you. Okay, this works. So thank you, Stani, for all these explanations and paving the way for lending. How could a lending solution show a transparent way of what they're doing with their funds, once they're being lent, to not have another Celsius situation?
Well, that's in decentralized finance, it's kind of built in. So you have all this transparency across the whole network. So for example, you see how much of different kind of stable coins are within the Aave protocol, and also how much over-collateralization there is in the protocol. And going back in time and looking at what happened with Celsius, BlockFi, and 3RO Capital, the only places they actually repaid their obligations was in decentralized finance, because you really can't bend the smart contract rules once they're codified, which is beneficial. And also you had that transparency. With this centralized lending services, they operate pretty much with a black box model, and it's their choice. Nothing stops a company to actually publish their loan book, maybe even using a blockchain or something like IPFS.
Cool. I think we have one question there.
Moikka Stani, mitä menee?
Hyvin.
Hyvä. Yeah, I'll switch my language. A question that's perhaps more relevant to the two of us, being half Finnish, half Russian. What do you think, as a founder of a social protocol, what do you think is your responsibility in trying to penetrate markets in governments that are perhaps hostile to freedom of speech, social media, and so on? I'm really curious what Lens Protocol strategies with governments and societies like these.
Yeah, that's actually a very important question. I personally think that Lens Protocol is a piece of software, so once it's deployed effectively, it's usable by anyone. But the key question is that how these applications or middlewares will curate information and present to the users. So the interesting part is that when you have a accessible social graph, it also means that the user ownership of their profiles and so you actually have this flexibility to move between platforms that are aligned with your principles and values. And what I learned in decentralized finance is that the teams and founders, they have little saying when the governance is more decentralized. So. And you see this across the space. For example, in MakerDAO community, they probably fight all the time about different proposals, left and right, and that's good. That's decentralization and governance, and I think that's how it works in Web3. So I believe that open protocols and open networks solve many of the issues and create flexibility for the users to find things that are aligned with their values as well.
Kiitos paljon.
I think we had the last question there.
Hi. As a founder of both social and a lending protocol, I wanted to add, with the future of DID and more verifiable identification stuff coming up towards everything in the near future, do you see in the midterm the fact that we could create something like under-collateralized loans or more like traditional finance where there's like reputational, so to speak, as well as mentioning things as like centrifuge, which is just like tokenizing real assets and real things. And since that is being attached to a DID in the near future, do you see a future where it happens, or how do you see the framework for the midterm future of that?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of value. So what happened with decentralized finance is we created a global liquidity market, and I think it could be valuable if we could actually take that liquidity and reuse it in places where it has a lot of impact in real economy, for example. So I definitely think what's good about the blockchain is that it creates an infrastructure of verified data. So for example, if you think about something even like Lens protocol, so or today if you move from one country to another, you can't really passport your credit scores or your credit profile. But for example, you could use something like your social graph in the future to affect your credit score as you travel, and a bunch of other interesting things. Obviously, the DIDs is one aspect, and I will definitely see a lot of value there, as verified data could be useful for the undercollateralized loans.
Okay, this is the really last question before champagne and beers outside. So let's take it.
So you've mentioned a couple of things like DAOs and making more DAOs. What are the things you think we really need to work on hard in the next couple of years to bring in that kind of adoption, those spaces we don't have yet?
Yeah, specifically for DAOs, I could mention that getting people excited about voting. So like that's something that is very challenging at the moment, because we see these bigger DAOs being formed and even smaller, but voting is kind of like something that is requires activity. So how to make voting more interesting, exciting, and fun, and also something that more wider audience could participate, or some interesting way of delegating your votes to a community member that could become an active participant. So that's definitely one big area that we probably will be focusing from Aave itself, but as a kind of like I see that the more these DAOs and protocols are maturing, voting becomes even more like less interesting. So, and I totally understand, because for a protocol user, voting every second week or every week for risk parameters, at some point it might be exciting when you like vote once or twice, but like after a few times you kind of like you could spend that time elsewhere. So how to make it more exciting is one of the things, specifically on DAO onboarding.
Like a bulk voting or something, that would be cool.
Yeah, and I also think like, I mean, you could have even like a protocol politicians, and they could be rewarded, and there could be incentives, or some interesting gamification as well. First thing I think like all these protocols should do is they should have some sort of a relayer that pays for the voting. So that's just like a low-hanging fruit that should be done. But it's relatively still developing field, and I think everyone is still learning. Yeah.
And any closing remarks? Literally like 20 seconds.
Well, yeah. If someone doesn't have a Lens profile, I have to show, of course, that you can DM me on for example, on Twitter, and give me your Polygon address, and I can help you out. Besides that, I hope you all had a good week. So it's definitely been a long week for me. I came here last Friday and judged a hackathon, and stood behind a booth and gave a lot of swag out. So it's been definitely a fun experience, and danced at Rave, and now I'm here, and yeah, I mean, hope you all enjoyed and found something that was very valuable to you. And also watch the other videos that are at DEF CON. There's sort of interesting stuff. But besides that, I want to thank everyone for coming for this talk. I know it's last day, and also we're in between you and the drinks, so I'm going to stop now.
We really enjoyed this conversation. Yeah, thank you, Sandy. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I think before the drink, just one last slide, because we really need to go. Yeah, it's Friday evening, right? Yeah, just quickly closing remarks before thanking basically everybody. But those are kind of the things that we're thinking about going next. And I don't know if you guys planning to hack on some Snaps bounty, but we will be in Lisbon, like probably the past 3 years. Web3 Dubai, it's also good. It's a good target where a bunch of developers will be around, and obviously Denver, who will not be in Denver next year. And we also plan for some the same kind of like flagship event that we did today. So for anybody that feel free to also reach out if you want to talk about something that could inspire people. Awesome. And I want to thank you, because we are also in live stream, to everybody that are here, but everybody that is listening, and most important to our event team that without this will never be possible. Awesome. Thanks for everybody.